Liora stood alone on a massive yet barren planet. There were no buildings, plants, or any other signs of life. Only a dozen bronze statues stood not far away from her, facing in her direction. Second trial begins. Selected difficulty, highest. Reminder: the challenger has no permission to surrender. The moment the cold words fell, the statues in the distance quivered. A trace of intelligence appeared in their originally dead eyes before they suddenly moved. They didn't speak a word. Without the need to communicate, they all rushed forward and surrounded Liora with precise movements. Then, once they had cut down her escape routes, they all attacked her. A statue held a long spear and thrust it forward, its tip whistling through the air. Another statue wielded a sword and swung it in her direction with all its strength. Similarly, clubs, axes, and even fists shot towards Liora, all aiming at her weak points. Within a moment of the second trial beginning, she had already found herself being besieged. And, judging by the chilling, murderous intent the bronze statues emanated, they were not planning to hold back in their attacks. Liora instantly realized that the bronze statues were extraordinary. Just based on their momentum, she could see that they possessed the power of a true spirit greater devil. Although the methods they used were different, their power was still unfathomable. Liora realized that she could not take their blows head-on and quickly made a decision. Following a move of her mind, the space before her shattered, and the gap in it swallowed her whole. Only a second after she left, the attacks arrived. Several kilometers wide craters formed, and a mere aftershock was enough to send indestructible bodied devils flying. The material used to create the planet was extremely precious. Liora had sensed that even true devils would have trouble leaving a scratch behind. Therefore, the power wielded by the statues to cause such damage did not need an explanation. Fortunately, Liora reacted quickly. Before the bronze statues could adjust, she had already teleported behind one of them. A spear surrounded by crackling thunder materialized in her hand, and she thrust it at the statue's neck. Though she knew that it wasn't a living being and suspected that it didn't have weak spots per se, she also knew that it didn't hurt to try. Her demonic energy and demon force poured into the spear of divine punishment, enhancing its power. Coupled with the trace of natural disaster she had comprehended, Liora was confident that even a true spirit greater devil would be nailed to death if they were to face such an attack. However, the result was quite shocking. Not only did the spear fail to kill the opponent, but instead a thunderous clang echoed. A powerful force shot back and drilled in her body, forcing her to take several steps back. This was not the most worrying thing, though. What caught Liora off guard was that the statue's neck was completely intact. Much less harm it, her attack had failed to leave even a scratch behind. Before she could catch her breath, another barrage of attacks arrived. Although Liora's previous evasion was sudden, the bronze statues didn't seem to care. They quickly got back into a formation and attacked her once again, skillfully forming a siege around her in an instant. The sharp light of their weapons was soon reflected in Liora's eyes. Just like before, she didn't dare to face them head-on. She could see that each attack contained the full power of a true spirit greater devil. When these attacks were integrated, their power was unimaginable. Fortunately, Liora had ample combat experience. In just one encounter, she was able to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the opponents. The power of a peak, true spirit greater devil, coupled with a defense that is impossible to break. Each statue is individually stronger than the plague devil, much less when they work together. Fortunately, their agility is slightly lacking. Still, Liora's expression grew increasingly solemn. Especially when she recalled the earlier words of the voice, she realized that there was something amiss with this trial. She found it difficult to believe that there was such a big difference between this and the first trial. Unfortunately, the statues didn't allow her to think this through. Faced with their attacks, Liora could only dodge once more. The space in front of her cracked and tried to swallow her whole as she activated Null Step, planning to jump somewhere else. But just then, one of the statue's weapons lit up. An overwhelming power arrived and smoothed out the space, causing the crack in space to quickly heal. Liora immediately sensed this and was shocked. With a move of her mind, her body shot back, and she tried to evade the attacks in another way. Unfortunately, her momentary pause was already deadly. Although she was fast and dodged most of the blows, a massive club unexpectedly landed on her shoulder. The sound of bones being crushed echoed, while a mouthful of blood formed in Liora's mouth, and she had the urge to spit it out. Liora ultimately suppressed the impact, but still, it was inevitable that she was injured. The injury was not grave, and she was able to recover almost immediately. However, the fact that one of the attacks could harm her represented the danger of the situation she was currently in. Liora used the remaining force in her body to break out of the enemy's formation. In the time between their successive strikes, she shot out and opened some distance between them. Secretly, she was trying to analyze the situation. She knew that it was nearly impossible for her to face these bronze statues head-on. Though they were individually weaker than her, their indestructible defense made it impossible to wear them out. A trace of annoyance rose within her heart. These bronze statues seemed to have been created specifically to counter her abilities. Her fierce attacking power was neutralized by their indestructible defense, while her high mobility was rendered invalid by their sealing of space. Even her physical strength was unable to keep up with that of her opponents. This was the first time Liora had faced such a situation. In the past, she had been able to overpower her opponents simply based on her overwhelming strength. But now, it seemed that this was simply not possible. The trials are supposedly based on the challenger's strength. For example, if a true devil were to reach the second stage, they wouldn't face greater devil statues, but true devils. This means that, in the Inheritance Palace's opinion, there's a way for me to deal with these statues. Is there really nothing besides me and these bronze statues? Liora glanced at the devastated planet around her with faint confusion in her gaze. Several minutes had passed since the fight began. Having reached this point, Liora would of course not take a unilateral beating. Once she realized that she could not damage the statues in the slightest, she sought alternative ways to deal with them. Her first focus was the trial space itself. During these minutes, Liora had wandered around the planet while fending off the opponent's attacks, searching for anything that could assist her. Unfortunately, she discovered nothing of value nor any great secrets. Similarly, Liora realized that she could not leave this planet. She could only fly for a few kilometers before hitting an invisible wall in the distant sky. Surprisingly, the starry sky around the planet was fake. Besides the planet itself, everything else was nothing but an illusion created by the Inheritance Palace. Having gone through these two experiences, Liora realized that the combat trial was truly different than the one testing the challenger's talent. Here, there were no tricks or any mysteries involved. The challenger had no way of passing the trial through luck or trickery. All one could do was defeat the bronze statues. If they failed, they would die. Of course, this was the case that Liora was facing. According to Asira, the normal process should not be to defeat the bronze statues, but to remain undefeated against them for a short period of time. Similarly, a normal challenger would not face a dozen of them. In most cases, they would only face one or two. At worst, 3. Unfortunately, Liora was obviously not an ordinary challenger, and she was not undergoing an ordinary trial. This is difficult. Liora couldn't help but mutter as she wrapped the incoming club in the power of nothingness and threw it to the side, before taking a step to the left, dodging the threatening spear narrowly. Staring at the bronze statues, which were as threatening as when they first woke up, Liora realized that wearing them down was not an option either. Thinking of this, her eyes narrowed. She didn't wish to keep this fight going on for long. It seems that I can only use that, she whispered and didn't hesitate to take action. Before the bronze statues could launch their next attack, Liora had already moved. This time, she didn't activate one single ability, but several of them at the same time. The projection of a land of nothingness materialized above her head, and its boundless power descended. The black serpent coiled around her finger, let out a roar, and quickly transformed into an illusory river that wished to drown everything. Most importantly, Liora's own body shook. Her blood boiled while a soul-crushing, eerie sound echoed from within her. The next moment, with an imaginary line stretching from her forehead to her feet, her body was swiftly divided into two. Blood, bone chips, and even brain matter splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Fortunately, the indestructible matter moved quickly and sewed the injuries together. As the surfaces of the broken parts squirmed, their appearances also changed. Soon, two identical Lioras had appeared on top of the planet, making it almost impossible to see which one was the real one. Although one of them possessed a more powerful aura and could thus be judged to be her real body, the difference was not too great. Both possessed power at the true spirit stage and were quite powerful among true spirit greater devils. However, Liora displayed no happiness. Feeling that almost 40% of her indestructible matter had been consumed and was draining away from the clone at an astonishing rate, she couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. She knew that if the clone were to perish, she would suffer a great loss. Similarly, if the fight were to last for a while, she would also suffer greatly. Realizing this, Liora didn't dare to wait any longer. With a move of her mind, Eclipse was thrust forward. The gray sphere fell onto the bronze statues and began to revolve, attracting 4 of them and pulling them away. Then, the sphere broke apart and transformed into various weapons, entangling with the statues and preventing them from escaping. What followed next was the snake of time. As the illusory river extended like a snake, it also wrapped around 4 statues and pulled them away. Unlike Eclipse, though, which only attempted to entangle them, countless illusory water drops shot out of the river and fired at the statues. Although they failed to cause them any real harm, it was more than enough to contain them. Finally, the last one to take action was none other than Liora's clone. With a wave of her hand, countless elements gathered around her and entangled 3 more bronze statues. A powerful domain from the 4 elements was formed almost instantaneously, slowing down their movements as if they had fallen into a quagmire. From start to finish, less than a split second had passed. Yet, in such a short amount of time, 11 out of the 12 bronze statues had been contained. Only one of them remained unattended, facing Liora alone, like the final soldier on a battlefield. Liora immediately took advantage of this opportunity. With a flicker, she flashed forward and appeared beside it before coughing a mouthful of blood on her own hand. Then, while using her other hand to fend off the incoming halberd, she moved the blood-dyed hand and began scribbling inexplicable patterns on the bronze statue's body. She didn't complete her goal at once. She had to evade several times and dance around the statue in order to continue her painting. Yet, slowly but surely, more and more devil runes took shape on the bronze statue's body. Before long, the originally lone patterns became part of a bigger picture and began to merge. A small formation soon appeared. It was something created through Liora's insights into the world-descending array, as well as the runes she had comprehended from the Universe Chamber of Commerce's space gate. The moment the formation materialized, the devil runes evolved with a breathtaking light. Then, a powerful teleportation force arrived out of nowhere. Although the space within the trial seemed strong and should have been able to get rid of it, it didn't try to dissolve that force. Instead, it allowed it to fall onto the bronze statue and act on it. The next moment, the space around the statue was torn apart. A small space crack formed, which quickly grew bigger. Within a moment, it had grown large enough to contain the entire bronze statue. Then the crack swallowed it whole. Liora did not know where the bronze statue had been teleported to. It could have appeared in another place within the Inheritance Palace, in the maze outside, or even in the Origins Sea outside this world. All she could know was that it was no longer within the dark void of the second trial. It had been banished, and that was enough for her. Breathing a sigh of relief once she had confirmed that her plan could work, Liora didn't stop for a moment. She shifted her focus to the rest of the bronze statues. She didn't target the ones entangled by Eclipse or Snake of Time, but instead rushed straight towards the battlefield of her clone. This was not only because it was the weakest side, but also because it was the one battlefield she could not afford to lose. This clone contained almost half of her indestructible matter. If it were to perish, her strength would decrease massively for the next period of time. In simple terms, Liora could not afford to lose this clone. With that in mind, she quickly arrived at the battlefield. Since the clone had a large amount of her strength, it was not at a disadvantage despite facing 3 bronze statues. If anything, it showed signs of suppressing them. Of course, this means nothing. These creatures are indestructible. Sooner or later, the clone will run out of indestructible matter and will perish. Liora judged, though her movements didn't pause for even half a second. Controlling the clone to entangle 2 of the statues, she teleported beside the last of them and used the same method as before. Devil rune after devil rune was arranged neatly on the bronze statue's body, covering its entire surface. With previous experience, she was now even faster. Within only a few exchanges, the formation had been completed. A bright light flickered, and the next moment, this bronze statue suffered the same fate as the previous one. An overwhelming teleporting force arrived and dragged it away. Although the opponent seemed to have learned from the end of its companion and brandished its weapon to smooth out the space, its struggle was ultimately meaningless. As a formation containing every bit of knowledge that Liora had since her birth, it was impossible for a mindless statue, relying solely on its might, to break it. Soon, one of the 3 statues previously entangled by Liora's clone was dealt with, and the other 2 soon followed the same fate. Even quicker than before, the 2 bodies took action at the same time and arranged 2 different formations, banishing the statues to some unknown place. The 2 bodies only exchanged a brief glance afterwards. Sharing the same mind, they didn't need to communicate. Or rather, the real Liora had absolute control over her split body. Under her command, the 2 immediately rushed towards the other battlefields. The light of formations being activated one after another was reflected in the Zerg Queen's pitch-black eyes. Sitting within the dark void, she stared at the scene with a confused expression, her teeth clattering with fury. She couldn't understand what went wrong. Isn't this palace supposedly made by an invincible powerhouse? How could the trial have such obvious loopholes? She couldn't help but smash the space in front of her, wondering whether the palace had betrayed her. However, she soon took a deep breath and regained her composure. She knew that passing the 3 trials had given her partial control over the Inheritance Palace, and she could now subtly manipulate it, such as changing the trial difficulty. In a certain way, she had become the new judge for the inheritance, waiting for the true inheritor to arrive and take the palace away. As long as that inheritor didn't arrive, she had nothing to fear. Moreover, as long as she advanced, she would turn into the real inheritor. Passing the 2nd trial is nothing. The Zerg Queen tried to convince herself. It's the 3rd trial that's the most difficult. Judging by this woman's aura, she is not too old. If anything, she is quite young. Not even 1,000 years old. How strong could her mind possibly be? The 3rd trial was already nearly impossible to complete. Now that the difficulty had been set to the highest, the word nearly ought to disappear. According to the information that the Zerg Queen obtained, one would need to possess the talent to reach that powerhouse's realm to pass this test. But how is it possible? Thinking of this, the Zerg Queen's tense nerves relaxed. She ignored the central scene, afraid that watching Liora would make her even more furious, and turned to look at the other images. By now, the commander's subordinate had perished. On the other hand, the 2 women accompanying Liora were doing quite well. Although they were both still at the 1st trial, they had made a shocking amount of progress. Alpha had already solved 10% of that puzzle, while Asira had almost reached 20%. Such a terrifying rate of progress would have shocked the Zerg Queen if it were in the past. After all, these 2 women showed the potential to complete the 1st trial within a month. However, having witnessed Liora's earlier passing, she now didn't care about them. She continued watching the two women solve the puzzle, her face calm and her mind free of any emotional fluctuations. In the now empty planet, Liora retracted her clone and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the fight had not lasted for long, 5% of the clone's indestructible matter had been consumed. Fortunately, this was acceptable for Liora. It was a loss she was willing to suffer. As she watched the final bronze statue be teleported away, the familiar voice rang in her ears. Challenger 19024 has completed the second trial. Difficulty highest. Rating EX. Please select one of the following 3 rewards. Liora did not know if it was her illusion, but she could hear a small emotional fluctuation within the voice's tone. However, she didn't mull over it for long. 3 lights soon appeared before her, each representing a different reward she could choose from. But unlike the previous trial, the light covering these treasures was not golden. Instead, a 7-color light revolved around them, as if a rainbow was trying to hide their brilliance. Although such a thing had not been mentioned by Asira, Liora guessed that this meant that they were of higher value. Most likely, it was because her SSSS Plus rating had now turned into EX. Similarly, it also confirmed that something had gone wrong with the previous trial. Someone must be manipulating it secretly. Is it the owner of the Inheritance Palace or the Zerg Queen? She thought. But soon, she shook her head. Now was not the time to think about it. I'd better choose the reward first. She whispered and raised her head. Her eyes landed on the 7-colored lights in front of her. Her consciousness moved as she did her best to try to discern the feeling that each of them gave her. The 7-colored light gradually retreated upon Liora's making of choice, revealing the items hidden beneath it. Liora was only able to take a glance at them briefly. Then, just like before, 2 of the 3 treasures vanished, merging onto the barren planet. The only remaining treasure shot towards her. She barely had the time to put it away before the familiar force arrived. Following the explosion of the planet beneath her feet, the Inheritance Palace acted once again. Having deemed her second trial completed, it moved her onto the next one. The third trial, responsible for testing the strength of one's will. At the same time, it was the most difficult and perhaps most important trial within the Inheritance Palace. As long as Liora passed it, she would be able to obtain the full inheritance of its mysterious owner. Third trial begins. Highest difficulty trial has been selected. The challenger is tasked with mastering the required technique within a century. The emotionless voice of the palace echoed in Liora's mind as she found herself teleported in front of a small stone tablet. Countless unknown patterns wriggled across its pitch-black surface, symbols which Liora could not make out, much less recognize. Although she had these symbols in the previous 2 trials, and even in the maze outside the palace, Liora had yet to understand their meaning. Fortunately, there was no need for it. The third trial wasn't created to test her language skills. The owner of the Inheritance Palace had perhaps expected such a situation. Although it was unknown whether they knew that outsiders would eventually arrive here, or if they simply feared that their civilization's traces would be erased by time and their language would disappear. Either way, the owner of the palace had been prepared. The moment Liora's eyes fell on these peculiar patterns, their meaning was deciphered, and a large amount of knowledge poured into her mind. Similar, inexplicable symbols formed within her soul space and danced around her. After they merged together, they fell onto her soul. A name instantly emerged in Liora's mind, coupled with the accompanying knowledge. Crimson Annihilation Technique. She muttered almost subconsciously as she closed her eyes and worked to digest the information. Soon, she understood what the goal of this trial was. Just like the voice had previously said, she was required to master the technique revealed by the tablet within a century. However, unlike what one would expect from a trial testing the challenger's will, the Crimson Annihilation Technique had nothing to do with the practitioner's soul or their consciousness. Instead, it was a technique created solely for the purpose of strengthening the user's physical body. As long as one mastered it, they would be able to contend with weaker archdevils based solely on their physical strength. The owner of the Inheritance Palace was obviously not a devil. As such, this technique was different from any other that Liora had encountered before. In fact, practicing this technique is quite simple. There is no requirement to consume resources like devil techniques, nor is there a need to comprehend anything. As long as one obtains it, even someone who has never practiced can give it a go, Liora judged. However, practicing it also has its own difficulties. The most important one is that the practitioner has to go through an unimaginable amount of pain. This was mentioned repeatedly in the Crimson Annihilation Technique's introduction. According to the information, one should not attempt to practice this technique if they did not possess a powerful will nor had someone to guide them. Liora obviously lacked the second. The Inheritance Palace didn't seem as kind as to provide her with a guide. As for the first part, this was the thing that she was currently being tested on. Interesting, Liora couldn't help but whisper, feeling that this trial was also different from the one she had experienced before. Moreover, there was no mention of such a way of judgment in Asira's explanation. The requirements to pass were simpler than even the second trial. Yet, the difficulty had also increased dramatically. Liora did not contemplate for long. The trial had given her a time limit, and, as such, she had to hurry up. Thinking of this, she went through the Crimson Annihilation Technique several times in her mind as she approached the stone tablet and sat in front of it. She instantly felt the world around her speed up. Because of her ownership of the Snake of Time and having come into contact with related powers, Liora immediately noticed that time around the statue was passing 100 times faster than the world beyond it. This meant that the 100 years' time she had been given were not actually 100. In fact, she only had 1 year to master the technique. It was only because of the power of the stone tablet that she could spend 100 years. Of course, this didn't make much of a difference for her. As she took her seat before the tablet and closed her eyes, Liora ignored the time difference around her and began to practice. The Crimson Annihilation Technique is quite easy to practice. If one had to say its cost, then it's nothing more than time. It is divided into 10 levels. The first level requires 1 year to practice, the second level 2 years, the third level 3, etc. This meant that one could master this technique within 55 years if they devoted themselves to it. Unfortunately, things were not that simple. Because of the intense pain one had to go through during the practice, the practitioner was bound to take breaks in order to recover. At the same time, the pain intensified significantly with each level mastered. If one's will was not up to the standard, practicing the next level would have severe side effects. If they were lucky, they would go insane. If they were not, their consciousness would be wiped out. Countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind. She gradually unveiled the technique's dangers and understood what was at stake. However, she wasn't planning to back down, not only because she wished to test her own will and take advantage of this free technique, but also because she simply couldn't. The third trial was the same as the second one. If Liora failed to pass it, she wouldn't have a chance to get out like the other greater devils. Instead, she would be directly obliterated. The first level of the Crimson Annihilation Technique was equivalent to the Little Devil stage. In theory, as long as one were to master it, they would be able to contend against a Little Devil just based on their physical strength. Although Liora had never obtained, much less practiced such a technique before, she possessed the myriad Devil's Body ability. During her previous advancements, this ability had undergone several transformations. At the same time, Liora had practiced several different power systems in the past. Therefore, even if her physical strength was no longer her greatest strength, it was at least not a disadvantage. When all of the above were taken into account, one would expect that her practice of the Crimson Annihilation Technique would be extremely easy and smooth. However, that was not the case. The moment Liora operated her demonic energy according to the described route of the technique, a painful, sharp sensation assaulted her entire body. Liora had suffered a lot in the past. Her body had been broken down into only particles several times and had been continuously washed by the power of nothingness for years. Yet, the moment she began her practice, she discovered that the pain was even more intense than before. She felt as if countless tiny hammers had been formed within her. Each hammer was wielded by the strongest of blacksmiths, striking at her cells as if they were trying to forge the toughest of weapons. Her body shook violently. A sharp pain, one that seemed to directly target both her body and her soul, assaulted her. Liora finally grasped the difficulty of this test. Most other greater devils would have given up if they were to face her current situation. Fortunately, Liora had become numb to pain long ago. Coupled with the small, yet noticeable, improvement of her physical strength, Liora did not choose to give up. She could feel that her body was gradually becoming more perfect. Although the improvement in strength was small, the aforementioned perfection quickly made her feel addicted. Without even opening her eyes, she continued operating the Crimson Annihilation technique, striking her cells with the countless imaginary hammers. Liora truly lost track of time. She was completely immersed in the rapid transformation of her life level, causing her to ignore the world around her. Besides having part of her mind sense incoming dangers, she didn't pay much attention to the outside world. Under such a condition, time quickly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed within the range covered by the stone tablet. It was only then that Liora, for the first time during this period, finally opened her eyes. A faint clang echoed from her body, as if the sharpest sword had completed its forging process and was about to be born. Her body shone. Under the observation of her consciousness, she discovered that her cells were being rapidly rearranged, like the puzzle she had solved during the first trial. A moment later, when the process was completed, the extraordinary phenomena finally vanished. Liora took a deep breath. A bright light flickered within her pupils, which struck at the space before her and caused faint cracks to appear. The first level has been mastered. She couldn't help but whisper. It took her just less than a year, slightly quicker than the technique described. And, thankfully, the first level had finally been completed. The first level is only equivalent to a little devil. For me, the improvement of strength is minuscule. Yet, the rearrangement of my cells seems to have made my physical structure more perfect. In the future, improving my physical strength will be many times easier. In a way, my physical potential has been enhanced. This is equivalent to undergoing a subtle improvement in talent. Liora had to admit that she might have underestimated the owner of the Inheritance Palace. The Crimson Annihilation technique was extremely precious and would make even archdevils greedy. Yet, the other person had freely given it to all challengers, using it as a method to test their will. An archdevil would never do such a thing. Obviously, only an ancient devil wouldn't care about such a technique and would gift it with no strings attached. Realizing that this technique was even more valuable than she thought, Liora was filled with excitement. Despite having mastered the first level in less than a year, clearly faster than the test required, she didn't pause or take a break. Instead, she closed her eyes again and began operating her demonic energy. The practice of the second level brought even more pain to its user. Fortunately, Liora found it absolutely bearable. Judging by the current increase, the pain would only become hard for her to withstand when she reached the 9th level. Until then, she could practice this technique without an issue. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since Liora and her companions entered the Inheritance Palace. During most of this time, Liora had been busy in the third trial, immersed in the Crimson Annihilation technique and the feeling of her structure getting more and more perfect. On the other hand, the other participants continued being tested. In the first trial, the canvas in front of Alpha was filled with countless colors. A beautiful image appeared as the emotionless voice rang in her mind, requesting that she choose one of the 5 rewards. Faced with the 5 golden lights, whose light was only slightly dimmer than the ones Liora had to choose from, Alpha quickly made her choice. Based on her feelings, she selected one of them and pocketed the treasure hidden inside. The next moment, she was moved onto the second trial. Following a clicking noise, a bronze statue equivalent to a true spirit greater devil awakened. After it brandished its weapon in her direction, it stormed towards Alpha, aiming to kill her. On the other side, Asira had also unknowingly reached the second trial. However, compared to Alpha, what she was facing was not one bronze statue, but three. Clearly, the palace had judged that her strength was higher than Alpha's. Thus, the difficulty of the trial had increased accordingly. Despite this, the bronze statues posed little threat to this succubus. Soon, the seductive laughter of a woman echoed as a pink mist engulfed the planet around her. Before long, the planet was hidden by a dense pink cloud, rendering the people outside unable to see what was happening within. Liora's mind seemed to have been infinitely elevated, able to stretch into previously unknown spaces. The dark void housing the third trial and the stone tablet describing the Crimson Annihilation technique shook in resonance with her. As her body glowed softly, it illuminated the dark void, as if the scene of the world being created was reenacted. Liora's structure began to transform once again. For the 9th time in a short time, her cells were being rapidly rearranged, merging as if they were devil runes forming an array, enhancing both her physical strength and her talent in the process. A moment later, a thunderous bang echoed. The phenomena surrounding Liora gradually retreated, and the scene returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Yet, this didn't mean that everything that had happened earlier was an illusion. As Liora opened her eyes, a look of exhaustion flashed in her pupils. But at the same time, her excitement was hard to conceal. The 9th level has finally been completed. Only the last level remains before this technique is mastered. She muttered in a low voice while checking her current state. It had been several decades since she had stepped into the third trial, at least for her. During this time, she had been fully focused on practicing the Crimson Annihilation technique, without even taking a break to rest for a moment. This put a heavy toll on her mind, but the results were self-evident. Not only had her physical strength improved significantly, allowing her to battle against true spirit greater devils based on her physical body, but her will had also been tempered and undergone another transformation. As such, after Liora mastered the 8th level, she was able to quickly practice the 9th one without an issue, at a speed beyond her previous predictions. Unfortunately, this is the last such time this happens. If I wish to master the 10th level, I'll either have to slowly practice it while taking breaks from time to time, or find a way to improve my will. Liora estimated that mastering the 10th level would require as much time as it took her to master all the previous levels combined. Such a speed was impressive, far surpassing the requirements that the third trial had set. However, Liora was not too happy with this result. The person behind the earlier changes in the Inheritance Palace is still there, albeit hidden. Although they haven't made a move since I entered this stage, this doesn't mean that I'm safe just yet. I can't bet on their mercy or their inability to target me, Liora thought. Even if they don't dare to target me, this doesn't mean that they can't hurt my companions. Liora did not worry about Asira, faintly guessing that this person was more dangerous than she appeared and possessed several trump cards. However, Alpha was not as strong. Even if Liora had previously given her a few treasures for protection, she would still face danger if she had to face the hidden enemy. Thinking of this, the traces of hesitation in Liora's eyes quickly vanished. Her consciousness dove into the space orb, and she took an item out. It was a glowing fruit, the treasure she had obtained after breaking the first formation within the maze. It was the reincarnation fruit, a precious treasure whose main function was to strengthen one's soul. Liora had originally wished to save this and consume it once she obtained a soul-related greater devil technique. However, faced with the situation at hand, she knew that she had to make a choice. Liora observed the fruit in her hand for a few seconds, seemingly engrossed in its beauty. Its colors swirled across her crimson pupils, with white and gray occupying most of its brilliance. Just when it seemed that Liora was enamored by it, she made a sudden move and tossed it into her mouth. She then hastily closed her eyes. She watched silently as the reincarnation fruit split into two sources of energy and merged with her. One part poured into her body, while the part containing 80% of the energy flowed into her soul space. Or to be more accurate, into her soul seated in the dark void. Liora felt her mind become confused. Her eyelids became increasingly heavy, and she found it difficult to keep her eyes open. She didn't panic. After several attempts to wake up and discovering that she couldn't, she accepted that this was the effect of the reincarnation fruit's influence. Realizing this, she let the unknown power lull her into sleep. In the final moments, her left shoulder fell off and a clone appeared beside her, tasked with keeping her safe. At the same time, just before her consciousness was pulled away, an idea suddenly flashed across her mind. Without hesitation, she began to operate the Crimson Annihilation technique according to the route described in its 10th level. A painful groan escaped her lips as she found it hard to withstand the pain despite her strong determination. Fortunately, she didn't have to face the pain for long. Only a split second after the pain first arrived, her consciousness was finally pulled away. In the void within the third trial, only Liora's physical body remained. Its expression was serene and devoid of any emotions, as if it were an empty shell left by a cicada. However, Liora's clone, which stood right next to her, noticed something bizarre. Despite not having any consciousness, this shell was operating the Crimson Annihilation technique silently, as if practicing it had been engraved onto her instincts. Instantly, the clone couldn't help but nod its head in satisfaction, especially when it felt the rate at which the main body made progress. She couldn't help but think that she had made the right bet. Devouring the reincarnation fruit not only granted her the advantages of consuming it, but the mindless, comatose state it had put her in actually accelerated her practice. If everything went well, not only would Liora complete the 10th level, but she would achieve this way ahead of schedule. Of course, although the clone made such a guess, the real Liora had not realized it just yet. As her consciousness was driven to sleep, her connection with the clone had been severed. For the incoming time, she would only be able to rely on herself. Liora felt that she had just woken up from a deep slumber after several centuries. As she opened her eyes and looked around her, she found herself in an unfamiliar yet familiar place. It was said to be familiar because she had spent many years here, and this place had always been a subtle influence on her. However, it was also unfamiliar because that was a very long time ago, before she went to the demon weapon world, and before she stepped into the world of knights. In fact, it was before she herself was even born on the banks of the River of Oblivion. That's right. When Liora surveyed her surroundings, she didn't find herself in the familiar demon world or in the Origin Sea, but in a small university classroom. The laughter of her classmates and the cold voice of the teacher standing on the podium constantly rang in her ears. The more she listened, the more real the world around her became. At the same time, her memories of nearly a century began to disappear. Before she could realize this was happening, much less resist, the memories of her life as a devil faded away. All she could remember was being a human. Although the instincts of the missing memories remained engraved on her mind, Liora had fully forgotten her true identity. She had turned into an ordinary mortal. She couldn't recall how she rose from her seat. After the university's bell rang, signaling the end of her classes, she hurriedly packed her things and left amidst the cheerful voices of the other students. As she returned home and settled down on the half-broken couch, she couldn't help but feel as if she had forgotten something. Yet, no matter how much she tried to recall the missing memories, she found that she couldn't. Besides the fragile, imaginary layer separating her from the world around her, there was nothing amiss. Is it because I drank heavily yesterday and overslept? She couldn't help but wonder. In the end, Liora shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Like an ordinary person who had just woken up from a long, lucid dream, she chose to continue her life as per usual. She did her homework, attended her university classes, and mingled among the students of her age. Under such a situation, time seemed to speed up. Days, months, years. As if someone had pressed the forward button while watching a movie, the final year of university arrived, and she finally graduated. Yet, despite this, The feeling of separation between her and the world around her never ceased to exist. Throughout these years, Liora had attempted several times to find the source of this problem. Unfortunately, not only had her memories been erased and her power been sealed, but every time she looked about to wake up from the illusion, an invisible power would pour into her soul and drive her deeper into the sleep. If Liora were awake, she would realize that this was the power of the reincarnation fruit. Unfortunately, she was not. Years passed. Unable to solve her problem, Liora could only continue on with her life and pretend that there was nothing wrong. She found a job for herself, climbed up the corporate ladder, and within a short period of time, she achieved the dream of countless people. When she stood on the top of a multi-story skyscraper and stared at the vast city below, her eyes couldn't help but show some faint emotional fluctuations. However, these fluctuations quickly vanished. "This life is so boring," she couldn't help but whisper to the secretary's dismay. From that day on, the few people around her discovered that Liora had changed. Or to be more accurate, her goal in life changed. From wishing to continue her life as an ordinary person, she searched for something that could give her meaning in life, or at least something that could pique her interest and dispel her existential boredom. Using the wealth she had accumulated, she began to dabble in many different things. From searching for supernatural powers to investing in explorations into space. Once again, time sped up. The months turned into years, and those years quickly turned into decades. Finally, just when Liora believed that her life would remain boring and meaningless forever, the investment she had made over the years reached a new development. Using the materials that humans found during their exploration of distant planets, scientists were able to develop a miraculous drug. Not only did this drug allow humans to obtain extraordinary power, but it also significantly increased their lifespan. By this point, even if done as an afterthought, Liora's influence over Earth had reached its peak. She was one of the first people to know of this discovery, and one of the few who dared to try these drugs without hesitation. As she gulped down the terrifying liquid within the glass vial, Liora felt herself transform. Her strength was enhanced, while her lifespan increased accordingly. However, that was not the most important thing for her. The moment Liora devoured the miraculous drug, the invisible power keeping her in deep sleep showed faint signs of cracking. A profound look flashed in Liora's eyes, revealing wisdom far beyond that of an ordinary modern person. As she stared at the world around her, she seemed to have realized something. Her sealed memories rushed out of their cage, and she awakened. "This is the illusion woven by the reincarnation fruit," she whispered. But before she could take a deeper look and admire this power, Liora's eyes suddenly narrowed. She felt her memories fading away once again. She knew that before long, her real self would fall into slumber, and she, in the illusion, would forget everything. She had no way of stopping this. Of course, even if she could, she wouldn't choose to do so. After all, this would be equivalent to wasting the reincarnation fruit's effects. Granted, Liora did not choose to remain still and do nothing. In the final moments before the reincarnation fruit's power washed over her, a message was passed onto herself in the illusion. Or rather, she passed a determination and a goal in life to this counterpart of hers, to continue getting stronger, to try to obtain more extraordinary power by using every means she had in her arsenal. She didn't know if she would listen. However, she believed that no matter what choice she made, it would prove beneficial. A red-haired woman sat in the dark space near a small planet covered mostly in water, swallowing the surrounding energy and storing it within her fragile body. In front of her stood a small vial filled with an eerie drug. Just like her, the drug also absorbed the surrounding energy, slowly but surely becoming more and more complete. Time quickly passed, until suddenly a soft cracking sound broke the silence. The liquid within the vial glowed with a green light, evidence that its gestation process had finally been completed and it was ready to be consumed. It was only then that the woman opened her eyes. Glancing at the drug, created through the concentrated efforts and wisdom of humans over the last hundreds of years, She couldn't help but show excitement as well as feigned apprehension. In the end, though, it didn't take her long to make a decision. Picking the glass vial up, she unscrewed its upper lid and let it pour down her throat. The memories of what had occurred during the past few decades passed through her mind. The rapidly expanding human civilization that left its traces throughout the galaxy, as well as the formation of a supernatural power system that granted them extraordinary powers. Most importantly, what the woman thought about the most was the gentle voice ringing in her head, which she had heard several times over the past few years. Amidst these complicated feelings, the woman felt as if her body had caught on fire. The power of the drug acted on her and enhanced her extraordinary power, elevating her life level and making her truly like a godlike being. Before the woman could celebrate, though, a familiar power appeared out of nowhere and targeted her. She had witnessed this scene happen several times during each of her previous advancements. As such, she understood that this was the method by which the unknown being communicated with her and subtly influenced her. "Wake up! Wake up!" A soft murmur echoed in her ears. If it were in the past, it would be at this point that the woman would fall unconscious for a few minutes and forget everything that happened. But this time, the situation was destined to be different. Sensing the unknown power arrive, the woman did not stay put. She consciously struggled and resisted the urge to fall asleep, doing her best to ignore the inexplicable memories flooding her mind. The red-haired woman softly breathed out. Immediately, the energy she had absorbed over several years in this void poured out of her body and swirled around her. It transformed into glowing symbols that danced with her at the center, seemingly forming an array. The unknown power showed signs of retreating. Having reached the peak of this world and protected by such an array, Liora, who had lost her memories, was able to fight against the influence of the reincarnation fruit. Unfortunately, this stability didn't last long. Although she managed to withstand the impact of the memories at first, it soon showed signs of strengthening and bypassing the array she had set up. Liora's face turned ruthless upon noticing this. She turned towards the planet, floating not far away, and seemed able to see the billions of creatures living on it. Despite this, she made a decision that went completely against modern thinking. The array around her surged and a beam shot out. Upon touching the planet, it not only obliterated its land, but also all the creatures residing in it. Their essence quickly flew towards her and poured into her body. It temporarily boosted her strength, but most importantly, provided her with the power to fight against the reincarnation fruit. Still, the balance did not last for long. The same situation occurred not long after. After these creatures' essence was exhausted, the pouring of memories resumed. Liora was surprised and disappointed, but had already expected this and made a contingency plan. After hesitating for a brief moment, she once again took action and moved swiftly through the galaxy. She met planet after planet across her path, but they all met the same fate. Every time she saw one, a glowing beam would fire out and extinguish every single life in it. 1, 2, 3. Before long, Liora had lost count of how many planets she had visited and how many lives she had killed. At first, she would display some hesitation, but after destroying more and more of these planets, yet feeling the unknown power trying to take over, not disappear, she stopped thinking about it. Soon, she had become numb, utterly indifferent to the lives being sacrificed to help her resist its influence. With her surge in power, there was no being that could resist her. Within only a few hours, she was the last person remaining alive, not only in this galaxy, but in the entire universe. Staring at the devastated, dead planets, Liora felt nothing. Only a faint helplessness flashed across her face. She could sense that the unknown power had grown weaker. However, it was still there and had yet to truly vanish. Not only that, but perhaps noticing her act of defiance, this had become even more intense and threatening. Liora could feel that as long as she withstood the next impact, she would be able to survive. Unfortunately, this was no longer possible. The materials that could help her resist had been exhausted. There was nothing else she could devour to resist, and she could not sustain war through war. Realizing this, Liora remained motionless and took one last look at this universe, which was now dimmer than ever. A voice rang in her ears, seemingly questioning if everything she had done was worth it. Was it really worth wiping out all life in the universe just for a chance to save herself? If she had succeeded, Liora would have immediately answered yes. But, feeling herself gradually get lost in the unknown power and being replaced by another being, she had to begin to doubt it. Seconds passed as if they were years. Her memories over the years flashed through her eyes, and the scenes of a destroyed civilization, the one she had once been part of, were abundantly clear. The final screams of help, as well as planets being destroyed one after another, were still fresh in her mind. Despite this, Liora was finally confident in her answer during the final moments before her consciousness was wiped out. It was all worth it. Even if I were to go back in time and had to choose, I would have still done the same. Even if I went back before supernatural powers existed, I would still seek them out. An ordinary life is so boring, she couldn't help but whisper. The next moment, the intelligence in her eyes began to fade away. Her gaze became blank for a brief moment, before supreme wisdom emerged. Liora's struggle had proved meaningless. The real Liora had finally woken up and truly replaced her. Staring at the world around her and digesting the memories of her alternate self, Liora paused for a moment before shaking her head. I see. So this is the function of the reincarnation fruit, she whispered in a low voice. The moment her words fell, the universe around her began to expel her. She didn't choose to fight against it. She watched silently as the planets and galaxies she had lived on grew illusory, before vanishing entirely. Liora had always been different than other devils. Unlike them, who were a blank slate upon being born in the River of Oblivion, Liora had always possessed the memories of her past life. Although she wasn't dependent on them or had been significantly influenced by them, this still set her apart from other devils. This held advantages, such as the ability to remain rational and resist the call of her bloodline, but had less obvious disadvantages at the same time. For example, a set of questions had always plagued her mind. Had she unknowingly been affected by the will of the demon world, and had thus become who she was today? Was her yearning to continue to become stronger and reach the apex of the origin sea her real, unaffected thoughts, or an idea imposed upon her by the demon world? Although she had reached this point and was about to become an archdevil, Liora had never had an answer to these questions. Or at least, that was the case until now. As Liora digested the memories of her alternate self, the one who hadn't been born in the demon world and had never been affected by its will, she felt that she had grasped her real self. In the first half of my life, I was unwilling to be ordinary and search for a meaning in life, even willing to give up my ordinary life in order to do so. In the second part, I discovered that I was influenced by someone and did everything in my power to fight against them. Even if that meant fighting against the whole world and doing unimaginable evil, I still did so. Liora could see that her alternate self had made guesses about who the person influencing her was. Among her guesses were some that were pretty close to the truth. She believed that she was another person's clone or the vessel created for their reincarnation. Yet, despite guessing that the person trying to replace her was her real self, she still chose to fight to keep her freedom. That's true. Even if I were to learn that I was merely a clone, or an imaginary creature living in an illusion, I would still choose to fight back and regain my freedom. Only I am the real self. All other Lioras are fake. A mere imitation of me, Liora whispered subconsciously, truly approving of her alternate self's actions. Upon this realization, Liora did not have time to pay attention to where she had landed upon exiting the illusion. Her soul residing within her dark soul space suddenly lit up, spreading its light throughout the void. Its already part-substantial soul body began growing less illusory, gradually turning into a real body. Unbeknownst to her, her mindless physical body in the outside world had reached a critical point in its cultivation. Following a thunderous bang, the 10th level of the Crimson Annihilation technique was finally mastered. Liora, within her soul space, did not know. Yet, she instantly felt its benefits. An invisible power flowed into her soul space and swirled around her soul body. She didn't know what to do with it at first, but soon, the indescribable technique conveyed through the puzzle she had solved in the first trial emerged in her mind. As she subconsciously operated this technique, the increased power of her physical body began to feed back to her soul's strength. Her soul started to become more complete as a result. Within a moment, it had shed its illusory appearance. At the same time, illuminated in its light, the soul space began to expand, seemingly transforming into an entirely new world. This process lasted for a while. It was only several minutes later that Liora's consciousness finally exited the soul space and returned to the real world. As soon as she opened her eyes, she sensed that the world around her had become different. Or rather, she herself had changed. Turning to look at her clone and digesting the memories during the time their connection had been severed, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. The next moment, her soul space vibrated. The soul body within made a move, and its power fell onto her clone. Although the other party possessed the power of a greater devil, it was unable to resist. As the inexplicable power emerged, its body was instantly annihilated down to its very last atoms. Only the indestructible matter remained behind, merging with the real Liora and making up for her consumption. So this is the real goal of this inheritance. The rewards at the end of each trial are merely an afterthought. The real inheritance is the first and last trial. As long as one comprehends the secrets within them, they'll be able to grasp the imaginary power of their soul. Liora could feel a new power, different from demonic energy and even demon force, coursing within her mind. That power was far more illusory and could not be used to activate abilities like the rest of them. Yet, through a brief contact with it, Liora understood that it was not any weaker than them. If anything, it was the exact opposite. As long as she mastered it, its power may well surpass that of her demonic energy. Liora quickly became excited. She turned around and was about to continue testing this new power out. However, before she could do so, a faint cracking echoed in her ears. When she lowered her head, she discovered that a large fracture had formed across the stone tablet's surface. As if affected by this, the entire void began to tremble, looking ready to shatter. Liora did not panic, though. She could guess why this happened, and the voice in her head further confirmed her doubts. Third trial has been completed. Difficulty, highest. Rating EX. It has been detected that the challenger has received 2 EX ratings. They've been approved to receive the complete inheritance. Please refine the core of the palace to gain access to it. As soon as that voice stopped and the end of the trial was announced, a small glowing sphere appeared in front of Liora. Countless threads extended from its surface, drilling not only in the surrounding void, but also in the other spaces within the inheritance palace. This included the spaces that Liora had previously explored, as well as the ones where Asira and Alpha were currently being tested. Noticing this phenomenon, and recalling the words of the indifferent voice, Liora instantly grasped what she needed to do. Thus, ignoring the urge to experiment with her recently obtained power, she stepped forward and approached the sphere. Then, by stretching out with her hands, she reached for the sphere. Originally, Liora's hands bounced off an invisible layer around it and were forced to retreat. However, after she operated the technique merged from the Crimson Annihilation technique and the half technique she had obtained in the first trial, this invisible wall soon vanished. Or at least, it no longer stopped her. Liora's hand was allowed to pass through it and touch the sphere as well as integrate her energy into it. Sure enough, this is the purpose of this inheritance. The rewards themselves are nothing. The true core of the inheritance is this unknown technique. Only by mastering it can one obtain the inheritance, she concluded. At the same time, Liora started to suspect that the clues about the soul-related greater devil technique promised by the Universe Chamber of Commerce was nothing but this. After all, Liora did not believe that there would be such a coincidence, and two soul-related techniques would appear within such a short time. Shaking her head, Liora didn't think about it for long, but focused on the matter at hand. With her two palms touching the sphere and feeling its cold surface, she controlled her demonic energy and her soul power, letting them drill into the core of the Inheritance Palace. Unknown symbols flashed on the sphere's surface, and a tinge of red appeared in one of them. Yet, as more of Liora's energy flowed into the core, this crimson color slowly spread to the rest of the symbols. Slowly but surely, her energy became part of the core, enhancing the connection between her and the sphere. As long as the sphere became fully red and the symbols were integrated, it would mean that the core had been fully mastered by her. At that point, Liora would have truly obtained the complete inheritance. Not only the techniques and treasures hidden within it, but also the Inheritance Palace itself. The integration of her energy with the core of the inheritance was not instantaneous. Instead, it was a long-term process requiring the full focus of Liora. Fortunately, it was not too complicated. Besides the need to pour her energy into the sphere, there was nothing else she needed to do or had to pay attention to. Moreover, as more and more of it was integrated, Liora was gradually able to obtain partial control over the inheritance. In her mind, the scene of the other spaces emerged, including those of the other challengers. Besides the commander's subordinate, who had just stepped into the palace and was doing their best to pass, the only other challengers were Alpha and Asira. Both of these women had successfully passed the second trial and had been moved on to the third one. As Liora focused her mind, she seemed able to check the contents of their test, as well as investigate their current state. The first to appear in her mind was Alpha. Seemingly undergoing the exact trial that Asira had previously described, she stood in the middle of a very long staircase with faint sweat running down her forehead. A powerful oppression emanated from the top of the staircase, falling and pressing on her shoulders. Despite its large size, the staircase itself was not difficult to ascend, especially for a greater devil like Alpha. Yet, as she was targeted by this unknown pressure, she found it difficult to step forward. Each step took several minutes and made her face increasingly pale. No matter what, though, Alpha did not back down. Seemingly tempering her will under this overwhelming pressure, she walked forward step by step, unwilling to give up. In Liora's eyes, the determination in her gaze became more and more obvious. Liora couldn't help but nod her head secretly upon seeing this. Although Alpha did not face a trial as hard as hers, it was apparent that she was doing quite well. As long as nothing unexpected happened and no one interfered, there was a high chance that she would be able to succeed. Liora might have been worried about other people in the past. After all, her current state did not allow her to provide help to Alpha. However, having come into contact with the core of the inheritance, she discovered a great secret and roughly guessed everyone's plan. Not only that of the Zerg Queen and the reason she brought them here, but also the plan of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. With that in mind, Liora kept the coordinates of Alpha's current location in mind and shifted her attention elsewhere. More accurately, on the trial that Asira was undergoing. Compared to Alpha, her trial was completely different. Not only did she not face any oppression, but she also didn't have to master a technique like Liora. What Asira was experiencing was an illusion. Her task was not to break it or wake up, but to face her fears in it and come to accept them. This was somewhat similar to what Liora had to go through when devouring the reincarnation fruit. However, the difficulty was many times lower and the experience would be many times less realistic. Liora was quite curious. Asira had always been mysterious in her eyes and was deemed far more dangerous than someone like the commander. In her opinion, she was not necessarily any less mysterious than an archdevil. Now that Liora had the opportunity to peek into her secrets, she wouldn't hesitate. Immediately, her consciousness flowed into the sphere and she concentrated her mind. Following a gentle flicker, the scenes that Asira was experiencing emerged in front of her eyes, as if she were watching a movie. In a vast ocean stretching for countless miles, millions of colorful fish could be seen swimming freely. Since the ocean had no other source of food and could not create a perfect ecosystem, these fish resorted to the most primal method of finding food, eating their own kind. Thousands of these fish would die every day, perishing at the hands of their own kind. This had been going on for thousands, if not millions of years. As such, the fish had been influenced by this bloodthirsty environment and evolved accordingly. There was no familial relationship between them. A fish would choose to devour its own mates, as well as its own children, if the situation allowed it. None of them showed any hesitation or fear, acting with utmost ruthlessness and decisive means. Among these fish, however, stood a unique individual. Unlike its other race members, who constantly sought to devour others to strengthen themselves, this fish remained mostly motionless. Hiding in a dark corner within the ocean, it stared blankly at its own kind and shivered with fear. Compared to the other fish, it not only looked far weaker and more fragile, but also more cowardly. The moment the scene of this ocean emerged in Liora's mind, her focus instantly turned to this fish. Not only because of its abnormal behavior, but also because she recognized its true identity. The personification of a Syra within this illusion. Devoid of any memories and relying solely on her personality traits, she had been transformed into this cowardly fish and had to face her deep-seated fears. Liora was initially surprised upon seeing her shivering body and terrified gaze. After all, Asira had always seemed confident to her. From their meeting in Astral Pavilion to their encounter in the mission, Asira had always acted decisively and swiftly. But now, this sight made it clear that things were not so simple. Staring at the squeamish fish whose eyes revealed a human-like terror, Liora couldn't help but shake her head. She finally understood what Asira's weakness was. Unlike what her confident appearance would suggest, which made her seem as if she were in control of everything, this succubus was secretly quite scared. Not of anything in particular, but of everything around her. She seemed to feel that danger lurked everywhere and everyone was out to get her. Liora quickly grasped the reason and had many guesses about why that was. Although succubi are famous throughout the Origin Sea, the reason for their infamy is not a good one. Nobody praises succubi for their strength or outstanding might. All they care about is their appearance and their seduction abilities. For weaker people, such creatures are quite terrifying. But to true powerhouses, they're nothing more than toys. Was there any world with more powerful beings than the demon world? Liora did not know. But even if they existed, such worlds were bound not to be few. As such, the status of succubi in the demon world was self-evident. Countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind. After observing the fish representing Asira for a while, her consciousness moved and she was about to try to touch her. However, just then, Liora's expression in the real world changed. The moment she controlled more than 50% of the inheritance core, a new space appeared in her vision, one hidden within the inheritance palace. Besides a similar-looking sphere existing in that void, what caught her attention was a beautiful dark-haired woman. She quickly guessed her identity just based on her aura. This woman was Liora and her team's original goal for descending to this world, the Universe Chamber of Commerce's target, the Zur Queen. Currently, she was watching several different scenes, similar to how Liora was watching her. Liora frowned, fearing that her controlling the inheritance palace had been discovered by the Zur Queen. However, when she took a closer look, she quickly breathed a sigh of relief. In the central image, which should have shown her integrating with the inheritance core, there was nothing. Or rather, the scene showed her still working hard to master the Crimson Annihilation technique. I didn't expect the palace to have an anti-surveillance system. It deserves to be an inheritance handed down by an ancient devil being. Its owner has already thought of potential dangers for its inheritor and taken precautions. Liora thought, and her frown relaxed. Having confirmed that no one had discovered her yet, and no one would attempt to stop her, she no longer paid any attention to the outside world. Rather, she fully concentrated on refining the core. Only once she had succeeded would she be fully safe and would emerge victorious in the silent confrontation between the three parties. Outside the Inheritance Palace, several greater devils were waiting eagerly. It had been more than a month since Liora and her two companions had entered the building. During this time, more and more of the commander's subordinates had gathered and ventured into the palace. Some of them failed, but most of them, by exploiting certain loopholes through their bloodlines, had managed to obtain some rewards and safely come back. In fact, the total harvest had gone beyond what the commander and the Universe Chamber of Commerce had predicted before coming. Unfortunately, the commander was not as delighted as one would expect. It's been more than a month since those 3 women went inside. Did they all perish within the inheritance? The commander couldn't help but wonder. Such a situation was not what he wished to see. But similarly, it was better than the other alternative of them passing all 3 tests. Just when the commander was deep in thought, the entrance of the palace suddenly opened. The commander subconsciously believed that it was one of his subordinates coming out yet again. However, just when he was about to reach out and claim another reward, his movements suddenly paused. As he watched the person coming out, his face changed, especially when he noticed the several golden lights, each containing a precious reward, revolving around them. The commander was stunned. The person to step out of the Inheritance Palace was not Liora, unlike what one would expect. Rather, it was Asira, who had previously been struggling to complete the 3rd trial and was stuck in the form of a small fish. Clearly, although her inner fears were quite surprising and went against her identity as a devil, her nature was also extraordinary. In the end, she succeeded in facing her fears, passing the 3rd trial, and obtaining the rewards of the inheritance. Then, she was promptly ejected from the palace. The entrance didn't close. Less than a moment after Asira walked out, another woman followed. Unlike Asira, who was calm and composed, a trace of surprise flashed across Alpha's face upon appearing outside. She seemed not to have expected to be moved out. However, the next moment, her ears twitched lightly and the surprise in her gaze faded away. No one paid much attention to these 2 women, much less notice Alpha's change of expression. The eyes of everyone, including the commander, stayed on the golden lights revolving around the 2 women, which seemed to be tempting them to try and plunder them. One had to know that several people had entered the inheritance among the commander's subordinates, and even more people before this group even arrived. Yet, beside him, no one had obtained a single golden reward. The highest rewards these people had gotten were bronze and silver, representing the ratings C and B, respectively. The commander was the only one to have obtained a golden reward. As such, he understood their value the best. The moment he saw the 2 women walk out, he didn't hesitate to take action. His hands moved at a strange frequency, his fingers dancing through the air. Lines of golden light were woven eerily, outlining a peculiar symbol right before him. His movements were extremely fast. Within a mere moment, the symbol had fully taken shape and form. Then, ignoring the astonished gazes of everyone around him, the commander threw it above his head. The clearing outside the Inheritance Palace was quickly plunged into the symbol's golden light. Everyone, including Asira and Alpha, was left stunned, unable to react. Similar-looking symbols emerged from beneath their skin and resonated with the one hovering above them, as if it were a queen bee resonating with its subjects. Their expressions changed. They tried to struggle. Yet, before long, they discovered that they had fully lost control over their bodies. Only their consciousness remained, trapped in a shell they could no longer control. The same was not only true for the 2 women, but also for the commander's own subordinates. Along this clearing, the only person who had remained intact was none other than the commander himself. The man stared silently as several threads extended from the symbol and drilled into everyone's bodies. As he sensed the growing connection between these individuals and him, a faint smile couldn't help but creep up his stern face. Although things had not gone exactly as expected, the current outcome was still acceptable for the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Not only would the organization obtain 2 true spirit greater devils with great potential, but also the golden rewards that these women had managed to obtain. The commander was not proud. He understood the reason. This did not happen because he was stronger or smarter than his opponents, but because of the organization's sufficient preparations. Obtaining control over the Inheritance Palace has already given us the absolute advantage. Unless someone were to pass all 3 trials and obtain a higher rating, they will always be at my mercy. Otherwise, how would I dare let these people in? Saying this, the commander was secretly doubtful. How these 2 women obtained so many rewards was a mystery to him. One had to know that he had only gotten a golden reward after completing the final trial. Could it be that these women were truly extraordinary and achieved this in the first 2 trials? As for them completing the 3rd trial, this was obviously impossible. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been easily controlled by this symbol. Thinking of this, the commander grew even more excited. Winning over 2 such devils would greatly please the organization's higher-ups. Coupled with the treasures he had managed to bring out, there was a high chance that he would be rewarded handsomely. Obtaining the opportunity to become an archdevil was not necessarily a mere dream. The commander daydreamed for a moment, but he was obviously not stupid to have been trusted with such a mission. Therefore, he quickly recovered and did not get lost in the temporary victory. He continued manipulating the symbol above his head, which in turn allowed him to control the people around him. Just when he thought that everything was done and over, though, his expression suddenly changed. The Inheritance Palace in the distance shook, and the entrance opened wide. Another woman walked out from within, one whom the commander instantly recognized. "It's you," the man couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes reflecting the outline of the Zerg Queen. The dark-haired woman did not respond to his call. Without any emotion on her face, she moved her hands, just as the commander had done before, and outlined a peculiar symbol, which soon shot above her head. The 2 symbols quickly clashed. A powerful aura emanated from both of them, as tentacles grew out and wrestled over the control of the surrounding greater devils. "It's true. You've really passed through the 3 trials," the commander stated, as he tried his best to compete against her. Neither of the 2 parties moved. They both manipulated the authority given to them by the Inheritance Palace, allowing them to control the other challengers. This was no longer a fight between devils and Zerg, but a battle to decide who would have the final say over the Inheritance Palace. Or at least, this was what the commander and the Zerg Queen were led to believe. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened within an otherwise dark void. An indifferent gaze pierced through the palace and looked outside, landing on the fighting man and woman. Liora's eyes shone. A trace of aloofness flashed in her pupils before her mind connected with the palace around her. She instantly felt an extreme closeness, as if the 2 were part of the other, knowing that she had finally succeeded. "It's time," she muttered subconsciously before her hand clasped the now fully crimson sphere and communicated with it. Having taken full control over the inheritance and the palace itself, Liora now understood why the commander and the Zerg Queen were fighting and what the clashing symbols above them represented. According to the information she had obtained upon refining its core, the inheritance gave several different positions to people according to how they performed during the trial. Among them, the rank of ordinary challengers was at the bottom, and they were considered people not worthy of cultivation. No matter how powerful such people were at the moment, the inheritance considered them mere cannon fodder. Such people had little potential and had only a small chance of ever becoming an archdevil. Right above the ordinary challengers were what the inheritance referred to as judges. Such beings had the potential to become archdevils in the near future, and, in the opinion of the inheritance's owner, could prove useful to the true inheritor, potentially serving as their subordinates and underlings. Judges had partial control over the inheritance and the palace. Within certain limits, they could control the trials, provided that the reason they did so was to find the true inheritor. Finally, the last rank of challengers was the true inheritor. These were the people who would obtain the complete inheritance and the palace, fully inheriting the mantle of its previous owner. Only one such person could exist at the same time, and it was a process of first come, first served. Since Liora had refined the core of the Inheritance Palace, it was obvious that she had been categorized in the third type of challengers, becoming the true inheritor. On the other hand, the commander and the Zerg Queen might have passed the trials, but the difficulty and the way they achieved this did not allow them to obtain the full inheritance. They could only obtain some less precious rewards and techniques, not much better than the first type of challengers. As for the other greater devils, such people were purely cannon fodder. Not only Liora, but even the commander and the Zerg Queen could control the marks they bore upon entering the palace and manipulate them at will. Although such information went through Liora's mind and she analyzed everything, her movements didn't pause for even a second. As her will communicated with the palace, its size began to shrink. Then, under her control, it moved. The many greater devils outside could not guess that Liora had already discovered the plans of the Zerg Queen and the commander, nor that she had been observing them for a while. Everyone, including Asira and Alpha, could only watch the fight between the two parties, unable to do anything. The clash of the peculiar symbols was reflected in their eyes, as well as the brilliant lights created during their confrontation. Although most people could see the terror in these lights, some of them were immersed in them, captivated by their extraordinary beauty. That was until suddenly the Inheritance Palace in the distance trembled violently and woke them up. No one noticed its changes at first, as most had lost control over their bodies, while the free ones were immersed in their battle. Yet, as the Inheritance Palace began to rapidly shrink, someone soon discovered something amiss. Then, the rest of them also noticed. The commander and the Zerg Queen quickly frowned. Although they didn't know whether someone was manipulating the palace behind the scenes, this unexpected event was already enough to make them alarmed. The two subconsciously exchanged a glance. As if they had reached an agreement beforehand, they both retracted their respective symbols into their bodies and were about to step back. However, just when they were halfway through that motion and before the symbols could retreat within their bodies, the figure of a red-haired woman emerged from the palace and landed beside it. Then, she stretched out her hand, allowing the now miniature palace to land on top of her palm as if it were a toy. If the arrival of the Zerg Queen had surprised the commander, then the appearance of this woman had shocked him and left him stunned. Not only him, but the other greater devils were as shocked as he was. In particular, the Zerg Queen and the commander were caught off guard, not by her sudden arrival, but by the methods the woman utilized. Instantly, they both understood. This woman must have mastered the inheritance and refined the palace's core. Unbeknownst to everyone, someone had become the true inheritor while the two judges were fighting. A wave of terror washed over the two people. As the judges selected by the inheritance, they understood what the status of a true inheritor meant. Just like they could control the challengers who were deemed to have failed, the true inheritor could also control them in turn. Even if this person couldn't do so at the moment, it would only be a matter of time. The first to react was the commander. Surprisingly, he didn't choose to fight against Liora, but instead took a miniature boat and coughed a mouthful of blood on it. The boat grew bigger. Once it was large enough to contain him, the commander jumped in and urged it to fly away. Clearly, he had decided to escape. Unlike him, the Zerg Queen made a different decision. Yet, it was no less surprising. Perhaps because of the different environment of the Zerg race, which favored the strong and thought of the weak as mere slaves, the Zerg Queen was quick to act. She immediately bent and knelt down, bowing respectfully. "My lord, please accept me as your subordinate. I believe that my status as a judge is enough to show my potential. I can greatly help your excellency." She spoke all at once, her voice soft and polite. Their respective actions might have been shocking, but they did not catch Liora off guard. She knew that this was the natural reaction of people when facing an unknown terror. Some would choose to flee and try to escape far away, while others would give up and plead for mercy. Unfortunately, Liora was not planning to let either of these parties go. She didn't reply to the kneeling Zerg Queen, nor motion her to get up, but instead shifted to the commander. Although a mere moment had passed, the opponent had already escaped far away. Judging from his speed, the boat that was carrying him was a precious treasure. Perhaps it was something he obtained in one of the commander's own adventures. Or perhaps it was the reward given by the inheritance palace. Utilizing such a treasure, if the commander was given one more second, he would escape into the maze outside, making it nearly impossible for anyone to locate him. However, Liora did not show any anxiety. Her eyes remained calm, and she stared in his direction without as much as frowning. Just when the commander believed that he had finally escaped, and a relieved smile appeared on his face, though, she finally took action. Her right hand moved. Liora's right arm stretched through the space. Despite the great distance between the two, her palm quickly reached the commander. Then, her fist unclenched, and the inheritance palace she was grasping was revealed. Although its size had shrunk countless times compared to before, its appearance remained awe-inspiring, and it still exuded an extraordinary aura. As the held palace approached the commander, time itself seemed to have slowed down. His movements gradually grew slower and more sluggish until finally he came to a complete standstill. The commander was stunned. His pupils shrank, revealing his inner horror. An intense feeling of danger washed over him as his intuition rang frantic alarms, warning him of the incoming danger. The commander couldn't understand how Liora had become so terrifying. He had seen the fight that had occurred in the Universe Chamber of Commerce, and although she was strong at the time, she was not as unfathomable. In his eyes, the power she was demonstrating at the moment was not any weaker than that of the archdevil she had faced in the past. The commander was horrified, yet he wouldn't choose to go out without a fight. Immediately, his demonic energy flared up. Pitch-black blood shot out of his pores as he activated a desperate ability, wishing to break out of the seal surrounding him. His vitality, demonic energy, and even indestructible matter were rapidly drained away. As a result, his power was temporarily enhanced. This wouldn't last for long, but this was already enough. After letting out a roar, the commander clenched his fist and punched at the space in front of him, shattering the cage, trapping him. The commander succeeded, but at the same time, he failed. He was indeed able to shatter the cage and break free. But at the same time, his temporary pause had given enough time for Liora's blow to arrive. The commander didn't have the time to put up any resistance and could only face her attack head-on. With his strength, means, and various trump cards, he would have been able to withstand a few blows even if he were to face an archdevil. Yet, the moment Liora's palm, which was holding the palace, struck him, the confidence that had just arisen in his heart because he had shattered the cage instantly vanished. The commander's eyes opened wide, and his lips parted slightly, seemingly wanting to say something. However, his words were stopped in his throat. The next moment, the vitality in his eyes faded away. His body was directly obliterated, broken down to its smallest particles, and utterly destroyed. Until he took his final breath, the commander was unable to say a word, much less plead for mercy. The entire process sounded complicated. Yet, from the moment Liora emerged from the palace to the commander's subsequent escape and his eventual demise, less than a split second had gone by. Even the Zerg Queen, who had already surrendered, was unable to react, much less those weaker than her in the clearing. In the entire crowd, the only person who could follow Liora's movements was none other than Asira. Not only was she able to see what was going on, but she also showed no surprise. Liora noticed this from the corner of her eye. However, she didn't pay much attention to this at the moment and simply noted it down. Then, taking back her hand, she ignored the terrified greater devils and shifted her focus to the Zerg Queen. As for celebrating the commander's death, she might have done so in the past. However, practicing the Crimson Annihilation technique to the 10th level had already given her the strength of an archdevil. Coupled with her transformed soul, Liora's power had undergone another massive change, equivalent to what would occur when other devils advanced. As such, Liora ignored this event and stared at the Zerg Queen with a calm expression. This woman was not very powerful. According to her senses, she was much weaker than the commander. But Liora was not surprised. This was to be expected. Having come into contact with them before, she understood that Zerg were not individually powerful. It was only after they were given enough time and enough Zerg servants were born that they would become truly terrifying. Just like Liora at the moment, it wouldn't be unexpected for a greater devil Zerg queen to fight against an archdevil if she made enough preparations. Unfortunately for this woman, though, she seemed not to have any Zerg servants. Or rather, the few remaining Zerg servants under her command had already been killed by them before. It makes sense. It's impossible for this woman to complete the 3 trials on her own with her strength. Most likely, she had to rely on her Zerg servants, especially in the second trial. However, the third trial tests the challenger's will. Although Zerg queens have a strong will as a result of their mastery over illusions and their exquisite soul powers, most Zerg servants are mere puppets. Undergoing such a test, they will all perish no matter how powerful they may be. If Liora had to say, the Zerg queen was lucky to have reached this point. If she were not a member of the Zerg race, but an ordinary devil, she wouldn't have been able to pass the 3 trials with her level of talent. Of course, at the same time, the Zerg queen would have never come to this point, having to beg for her mercy. Liora thought of several things while staring into the Zerg queen's teary eyes. However, just when she was about to strike and obliterate this woman too, her gaze suddenly became strange. Sure enough, everyone who has reached this point is quite scheming. How could a person who has passed the 3rd trial really be willing to surrender? Liora couldn't help but mutter, and her head turned toward another part of this clearing. In the eyes of others, there was nothing there, and the same held true for Liora herself. Yet under the investigation of her transformed consciousness, she discovered a trace of movement over there. The next moment, her soul within her soul space opened its eyes. In the outside world, the skin on Liora's forehead split apart. Countless threads grew out from beneath and moved erratically as if they were tentacles, slowly weaving together. Under the incredulous gazes of the people around her, a third eye emerged in Liora's forehead, right above the space between her eyebrows. An indifferent golden pupil appeared at its very center and stared straight at the location where Liora was also looking. Before anyone could react to this sudden phenomenon, a flicker of golden lightning flashed across the pupil. The next moment, a powerful light shot out. Its speed was astonishing, while its mere aura caused the space around it to tremble violently. Instantly, the light arrived at the space where Liora had previously sensed the earlier movement. Once it entered a certain range, a thunderous crash echoed. As if the veil put up by someone to conceal the truth had been unveiled, the entire scene shattered like broken glass. Beneath the previous empty space, a fleeing figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman with long dark hair and a pale, yet captivating face. Her aura was fluctuating violently, making it obvious that she had suffered severe injuries. Despite this, her speed was outstanding, not much slower than the speed with which the commander had broken out before. Liora could only see the woman's back, but she immediately recognized her. It was the Zerg Queen. Clearly, her previous act of surrendering had been just that, a mere act. Taking advantage of the time that the commander had kept Liora busy and her subsequent momentary pause, the Zerg Queen had taken the opportunity to try to escape. Sure enough, the moment Liora's eyes landed on the escaping figure, the Zerg Queen, kneeling in front of her, collapsed to the ground. Only a carapace-covered skin remained rolled over like a blanket, as if she were a cicada that had left its empty shell behind. If it had been any other greater devil, or even a somewhat weak archdevil, they would have been fooled by your act. Unfortunately for you, you happened to meet me. Liora couldn't help but shake her head and muttered. She didn't take action to stop the Zerg Queen. Instead, she remained completely motionless, as if she were planning to let the opponent go. However, that was obviously impossible. Though Liora did not move, the golden light that had just shot out of her third eye and shattered the previous illusion continued unabated. Although the Zerg Queen was extremely fast, the light was even faster. Before she could go very far, the golden light had arrived before her and struck her. The moment it touched her body, the expected impact did not occur. Instead, the golden light quickly vanished and seeped into her, while the Zerg Queen resumed her escape. Liora's activation of her ability seemed to have failed, or at least, this was what the surrounding greater devils were thinking. Only Asira seemed to have discovered something. For the first time since Liora met her, her mouth opened slightly in astonishment. Even though she quickly hid it and her expression returned to normal, her reaction still fell into Liora's eyes. Before she could think this through, though, a shrill scream woke her up. The fleeing Zerg Queen in the distance suddenly paused abruptly, and her momentum halted. After she let out an earth-shattering scream, her body collapsed to the ground, just like her shell had done before. In the eyes of the greater devils in the clearing, her soul was ejected from her body and appeared in the outside world. Judging from her confusion and lack of any intelligence in her eyes, it was obvious that she had died. No one understood how this had happened. Maybe Asira had some suspicions, but the only person who could truly know was Liora herself. After collecting the Zerg Queen's soul, Liora waved her hand and collected her corpse too, placing it in her space orb for future use. Then, she calmly raised her hand and gently traced it on her forehead, smoothing the gap across it in the process. In the blink of an eye, the golden eye had retreated into her body. From start to finish, it had appeared for only a split second. If it were not for everyone here being extraordinary, no one would have even noticed its emergence. Still, despite such a short time, a trace of exhaustion could be seen in Liora's eyes. Activating the golden eye had taken a heavy toll on her soul. However, she wasn't saddened by this at all. If anything, she was inwardly quite excited. Indeed, the power of the soul is quite mysterious. Although my soul has just transformed and I haven't walked very far in this path, this power is quite overwhelming. Moreover, no one seems to know how to defend against it. Even a Zerg Queen, who is famous for her illusions, is completely defenseless, Liora thought. Secretly, she operated the unknown technique she had just obtained to help her soul recover from the consumption. Unbeknownst to everyone, part of her vitality and physical strength were converted into soul power, flowing into her soul space and her soul body and helping them recover. This was the main function of the technique that Liora had obtained from the 3 trials. By using her physical strength as fuel, she could choose to feed back into her soul, allowing it not only to recover from consumption, but also to strengthen it. Similarly, the opposite was also true. If Liora wished to, she could consume her soul power to reinforce her physical body, making its power even greater. Of course, this was of no benefit to Liora at the moment. Her physical strength was far stronger than her soul due to the practice of the Crimson Annihilation technique. Before the two reached an equilibrium, it would be better to work to strengthen her soul. Moreover, I can feel that once this happens, I will undergo another massive transformation, Liora judged. Soon, she shook her head. Having recovered from the previous consumption and regained most of her strength, Liora didn't think for any longer and shifted her focus back to reality. Her gaze instantly fell onto the greater devils who had gathered here, all of whom were subordinates of the commander and the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Because of the short time it had taken her to deal with their leader and the Zerg Queen, these people had not even tried to escape. Thus, Liora didn't have to go through difficulty to locate them in the maze. Without waiting for these people to plead for mercy, she calmly waved her hand. After the demise of the commander's subordinates, Liora did not communicate with Alpha and Asira, nor did she choose to dive deeper into the inheritance she had just obtained. After dealing with the aftermath of the earlier battle and collecting the spoils, she unfolded the palace and swiftly entered it. Before long, Liora stood alone again in a dark void deep within the building. As the master of this treasure, Liora couldn't help but feel a sense of safety upon entering it. She felt that she would be invulnerable as long as she hid in it. The inheritance itself is very valuable, containing several techniques, rare information, and even hidden knowledge that can help me expand my horizons. However, The most important thing to me at the moment is the palace itself. As an ancient devil-level treasure, it can, for all intents and purposes, ensure my safety. Even if several archdevils appear and try to besiege me, they will be unable to hurt me as long as I stay in the palace. This was the case before Liora advanced to an archdevil. Once she did, and her control over the palace increased even further, she would be able to use this treasure to launch attacks, too, compared to just using it as an indestructible item like now. Fortunately, this day is not very far away, Liora whispered and took a deep breath. Every goal in her mind before her departure from the demon world had already been achieved. Not only had she obtained the soul-related greater devil technique she sought, but her strength had also improved dramatically. If anything, her goals had been overachieved, and her gains had gone beyond what she had ever expected. Now, she possessed everything she needed to advance to an archdevil. Or to be more accurate, she had everything she needed to deal with the world devourer ancestor blocking her advancement. Liora remained silent for a while. Invisibly to the naked eye, her physical strength was slowly consumed and fed back to her soul space, helping it expand little by little, as if it were ready to become a demi-plane. Every once in a while, she would stop doing this and consume treasures to help her recover. Then, she would continue operating the unknown technique, feeding back to her soul. This process lasted for quite a while. It was only when Liora felt that the enhancement in her soul power was minimal and she would have to spend a long time to improve it any further that she finally stopped and opened her eyes. A brilliant glint flickered across her crimson pupils. She didn't hesitate. Her demonic energy surged. Her face flashed with determination. After so long, the time to advance had finally arrived. At the same time, the time to face the world devourer ancestor was nearing. Liora stood alone within the dark space. Holding a blade made of nothingness in her palm, she let its gray color reflect in her eyes before suddenly taking action. Her right hand blurred, and a gray light flashed. The next moment, blood splattered everywhere. Not of Liora's enemies, but from her own body. With a clean cut following the swing of the blade, Liora's body was neatly divided into two parts. As indestructible matter flowed towards the wounds, they both recovered instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, two Lioras had emerged in the dark void. They both possessed a terrifying aura, reaching the peak of the true spirit stage and being several times stronger than the commander. Liora possessed the ability to create clones since her previous advancement. However, the clone she created this time was different from past. Intelligence could be seen in its eyes, mirroring that in Liora's own gaze. Creating a clone is easy, but having it truly be alive is impossible for other greater devils. Only I, whose physical body is strong enough, and whose soul is enough to be divided into two, can achieve this. Rather than calling it a clone, it would be more accurate to call a divided part of my own body. The two are one and the same, Liora muttered. Following her words, the two bodies exchanged a glance. Then, the one on the right began to move. A small flicker flashed in its eyes as it entered its own soul space and stared at the true spirit gate hovering above its head. With Liora's strength, pushing it open was possible long ago. However, the gray miasma, constantly trembling around the gate, had always stopped her from giving it a try. The miasma was the representation of the world devourer ancestor, who was waiting for her to advance and attempt to take over her body just as they had done while in the demon weapon world. Liora had always been afraid to touch the true spirit gate because of this, knowing that doing so was bound to awaken the opponent. Therefore, since her advancement to a greater devil, her stage had not improved at all. Her current strength was the result of her practicing devil techniques and other extraordinary encounters. But today, Liora no longer had that worry. The moment the eyes of the soul body opened, it stared silently at the true spirit gate before moving. With a flash, it soared into the sky and approached the true spirit gate. Liora's movements seemed to have alerted the slumbering world devourer ancestor. Although they weren't enough to awaken them, Their instinctive reaction caused them to attack her. The miasma parted, and great tentacles made from the power of nothingness shot out before lashing at Liora with all their strength. This attack was not a material one. Instead, it directly targeted its opponent's souls. The last time the two had met, Liora had to utilize her demon weapon to survive the opponent's attacks. But now, this blow was no longer as threatening. I've received the nourishment of the Snake of Time, practiced the unknown soul technique, and even had my soul transform. Compared to the last time I faced you, I'm countless times more powerful, Liora stated. Facing the lashing tentacle, she didn't choose to evade, nor did she put up any defense. Rather, she calmly raised her hand and chopped toward it with her palm, as if she were wielding a knife. A black light flashed. A loud shriek followed. The menacing tentacle quivered and spasmed all over the place. The next moment, it split into two parts before being divided even further. In an instant, the tentacle had been completely obliterated. Although the world devourer ancestor didn't suffer any harm and quickly launched another attack, the next tentacle also suffered the same fate. With a mere wave of Liora's hands, the opponent's blows were quickly invalidated, and the tentacles were torn apart. Step by step, Liora got closer and closer to the true spirit gate despite the world devourer ancestor's interference. An unknown number of destroyed tentacles later, she finally arrived and stood before it. Its massive size and oppressive aura shocked Liora, as if they possessed the ability to strike at her soul. Thankfully, her soul power and strong will help her recover quickly. Shaking her head and suppressing the impact, she slightly lowered her head before placing her two hands onto the gate. Then, with a gentle shove, she pushed it forward. Opening the True Spirit Gate was not a real action as much as it was a concept. According to everything Liora knew, a devil's true spirit was sealed within the gate, unable to escape its cage. To unleash it, one had to open the gate. Hence, this stage came to be. This process didn't require physical strength, but instead required the devil's soul to carry a certain weight. Their overall strength, their insights over their journey, the techniques they had practiced, and even the bloodline itself all factored in that weight. For most greater devils, opening the True Spirit Gate was a process of long-term accumulation. They would have to spend thousands of years slowly pushing it open before they could free their true spirit sealed inside. Of course, this was the case for the most talented devils. Most people would never reach this stage, while the majority of the few who did would remain stuck in it forever. From this, the difficulty of opening the True Spirit Gate was apparent. Even Liora had heard several reminders from her ancestors contained in her bloodline memories, asking their descendants to be patient. Although she had been confident, Liora had always been prepared to face some obstruction. Yet, the moment her hands came into contact with the True Spirit Gate, she discovered that her situation was different than what she had heard before. With just a gentle push, the True Spirit Gate swiftly moved forward, revealing the space hidden within it from a small crack. The entire soul space roared and expanded at an astonishing rate, seemingly receiving feedback from behind the gate. As a result, the process of opening the gate became even easier. With a small shove, 20% of it had already opened, and with another, it turned into more than half. Liora's soul shone brilliantly. Both her soul and physical body received extraordinary benefits, and her strength improved once again. Still, she hadn't undergone a transformation just yet. It was only when she fully opened the gate that her advancement would be complete and she would advance to an archdevil. Liora knew this very well. Therefore, she didn't pause and continued pushing the gate. In the blink of an eye, more than 90% of it had been opened, revealing a bottomless darkness and a small light hidden within it. For other devils, such progress would have taken forever to achieve. But Liora was able to reach this point in mere seconds after touching the True Spirit Gate. It was only then that the world devourer ancestor finally reacted. Their slumbering will quickly recovered, and they seemed to have instantly understood what was happening. As a terrifying face appeared in the miasma etched across the door, countless tentacles covered in murky gray liquid fired out and attacked Liora. At the same time, the mouth of the face parted, and it let out a shrill cry. This was not a call of anger, but a soul attack. Liora's soul body stumbled as it rang in her ears. Although she quickly regained consciousness, her momentary pause gave enough time for the tentacles to arrive. She didn't have the chance to evade. In a hurry, she could only remove her hands from the true spirit gate and defend. The projection of a land of nothingness appeared above her head, and a sphere of revolving gray substances descended. Under Liora's control, the sphere exploded, transforming into countless weapons that were sent to meet the incoming tentacles. On one side stood tentacles covered in murky liquid of extreme corrosive properties. On the other side stood a large number of weapons, slashing through the air as if they were an experienced army. The next moment, the two sides clashed. A muffled bang echoed. Their collision point became impossible to capture. All one could see was countless gray lights flashing, while muffled booms resounded throughout the soul space. The confrontation did not last for long. Within a split second, the lights retreated and everything quieted down. The place originally covered by the gray lights quickly became clear. The outcome had been decided, and it was very obvious. Shockingly, the person who won was not Liora, despite the several transformations her strength had gone through. Rather, the one to emerge victorious was the world devourer ancestor. Although the weapons managed to contain the tentacles for a brief moment, the corrosive liquid on their surface unexpectedly fell on them and corroded them. The weapons made of nothingness then transformed back into their source power, not dissipating, but rather merging with the tentacles and empowering them further. Liora's face turned ugly as she forced herself to suppress the backlash. Seemingly immersed in their victory, the face made of miasma spoke for the first time. I didn't expect that you would become so powerful in such a short amount of time. Unfortunately, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me. Your bloodline, your abilities, and the power of nothingness were all given to you by me. How can you possibly use these powers to defeat me? The world devourer ancestor chuckled eerily as their voice penetrated Liora's ears and rang in her soul. Upon hearing their statement, Liora didn't try to argue back. She knew that what the world devourer ancestor said was the truth. Indeed, during the previous confrontation, she had been at a disadvantage not because of the difference in strength, but because of the difference in their understanding of the power of nothingness. With just a thought, the world devourer ancestor had been able to gain control over Liora's attacks and use them for their own use. Archdevils are said to be the source and creators of their respective bloodline. In a certain sense, all the abilities, techniques, and even most bloodline memories are created by them. The suppression of their descendants is said to have reached a terrifying level, not only on the bloodline level, but also in their respective insights. The world devourer ancestor was either dead or in a bad state. This much was already obvious. As a result, they could not use their bloodline to directly suppress Liora and render her unable to resist them. Still, with their rich knowledge and control over the world devourer abilities, they held a complete advantage over her. In fact, even if they were both at the same stage, the world devourer ancestor could easily suppress any other world devourer. Fortunately, I've already expected this and have been prepared, Liora whispered. Since she dared to come here, she was obviously confident in dealing with any unexpected events. Among them, the world devourer ancestor suppression was quite predictable and had thus been accounted for. Thinking of this, and seeing the tentacles approaching her, Liora didn't hesitate. An illusory river emerged from her body and wrapped around her figure, before thousands of water drops were fired out with a flick of her fingers. As Liora's hands traced against the illusory river and she flicked it lightly, countless blurry water droplets were fired out. Despite seemingly being nothing more than water, the droplets possessed incredible power. Within just a moment, They had reached the terrifying tentacles and faced them like the weapons had done before them. It was just that, unlike the weapons made of nothingness, which immediately were forced to retreat, the droplets were able to deal with their respective opponents. Time seemed to have blurred around them. The droplets elongated and wrapped around the tentacles like a film before driving them into extinction. As if the tentacles' lifespan had run out, they quickly grew weaker. Eventually, they were transformed into dust. This was not enough. Following a move of Liora's mind, the characteristic of returning damage was activated. The miasma around the face trembled. Like a sea impacted by a meteor shower, it tumbled violently, with several large craters forming on its surface. Although the power of nothingness descended and helped it recover in an instant, it was apparent that the World Devourer ancestor was at a disadvantage. Impossible. The World Devourer ancestor's smile was abruptly cut off. Their voice was filled with astonishment. The power of time? How can a greater devil possibly possess such power? They spoke in shock. Liora's expression shifted subtly upon hearing this. She had used the Snake of Time several times in the past and faced several opponents. Yet, no person had ever recognized the true power of this technique. This was quite normal. The Snake of Time was created after a series of extraordinary coincidences. If any single event was missing, Liora would have never been able to develop it. Other beings were also the same. But surprisingly, the World Devourer ancestor was able to recognize it with just a look. It deserves to be a being who developed the World Devourer bloodline. Their power and knowledge are far beyond that of archdevils, she thought. At the same time, a suspicion that had always been in Liora's mind became even stronger. Countless thoughts went through their minds. The World Devourer ancestor was astonished, while Liora felt even more apprehension towards the opponent. Despite this, neither of them stopped their movements for long. The next moment, the two attacked once again. More and more tentacles shot out of the miasma, like the limbs of an undersea monster trying to submerge its prey. On the other side, water droplets that seemed to contain entire worlds shot out and met them in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged thousands of blows. In the end, the two were evenly matched. However, they didn't show the reactions that one would expect. Being able to fight evenly against the World Devourer ancestor, Liora should have been delighted. However, she wasn't. Instead, a faint frown formed on her face. On the other hand, her opponent laughed. Sure enough, using such a power while being a greater devil comes at a price. For how long can you sustain it? The World Devourer ancestor chuckled. With their experience, they immediately captured Liora's fatal weakness. The Snake of Time was a technique based on her soul, and using it put a heavy toll on her soul. Although she could exert great power through Snake of Time, it was only a matter of time before she was exhausted. However, the World Devourer ancestor faced no such problems. Their control over nothingness had reached a terrifying level. They were able to create it out of nothing, requiring just a thought and consuming no other energy. Your defeat is inevitable. Why don't you agree to my previous offer? Give up your body and allow me to take over. As long as I regain my full strength, I can help you revive. What's the point of struggling? Even if you defeat me, you will only become an archdevil. But with my assistance, you have a high chance of advancing even further. The voice of the World Devourer ancestor was filled with temptation. Their words were already tempting to most greater devils, and they would have to consider them. In addition, their voice seemed to carry a strange power, trying to influence Liora's subconscious thinking. Clearly, the World Devourer ancestor was not only accomplished in the power of nothingness, but also in other departments. For example, in illusions and temptation. The moment they spoke, several scenes formed in Liora's mind. They were all of her, allowing the World Devourer ancestor to be reborn, eventually being reborn and becoming an ancient devil and even a princess of the demon world. Fortunately, Liora was no longer who she was in the past. Her soul had transformed, and she was able to break out of the illusion easily. A thunderous clang echoed in her mind, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. The next moment, the illusion dissipated. Liora, who had returned to reality, controlled the Snake of Time again, defending against the opponent's blows. The World Devourer ancestor was hardly surprised by this. They had long realized that Liora's will was extraordinary. Still, they didn't frown. If anything, their smile grew even deeper. It seems that you don't possess any other trump cards. Since that's the case, you can just die, they stated, and their onslaught grew even more intense. This time, tentacles were not the only thing shooting out. Instead, limbs, weapons, and even natural phenomena assaulted Liora, blocking her escape route. Liora had to utilize the Snake of Time to its utmost to defend. The illusory river transformed into a snake and wrapped around her, letting its translucent scales form a wall of defense in front of her. Under the barrage, some of these scales shattered. Though they immediately recovered, the next wave of attacks broke them apart shortly after. The eerie laughter of the World Devourer ancestor grew even louder. They could already imagine the scene of them being reborn and finally breaking free. Not only would they be able to regain their strength, but they could even surpass it. This woman is extremely mysterious. No greater devil should have such power. I'm afraid she may have a secret, perhaps an extraordinary opportunity. As long as I devour her, I will obtain her secret, the World Devourer ancestor thought, though their attacks didn't lessen in power at all. Just when they were thinking of their bright future, though, the expression of the face etched on the miasma suddenly changed. Its eyes shone brightly, and a gray rune flashed within their pupils, allowing their gaze to penetrate the soul space and land outside. The sight they saw instantly left them stunned. In the dark void in the depths of the Inheritance Palace, two Lioras could be seen. One of them was seated on the floor, and her consciousness had dived into her soul space, while the other one stood on the side, staring at her intently. The two bodies shared the same memories and were the exact same person. As such, even the body in the outside world could see the predicament that the clone was facing. Indeed, the World Devourer ancestor is more terrifying than imagined. It was the correct decision to wait for so long and make sufficient preparations before advancing. Liora knew that if she had tried to open her true spirit gate when she first advanced, her fate would have been sealed. Let alone defeating the World Devourer ancestor. Even escaping would have been impossible, and the opponent's plan would have succeeded. Fortunately, I have always been cautious, Liora muttered before taking her seat beside her clone. The next moment, her eyes also shut, and her consciousness dove into her soul space. The eyes of the soul body within it shone. As it raised its head, it stared at the space above its head with a thoughtful look. Just like the clone, Liora now also faced a massive gate hovering above her. Due to the clone's efforts, more than 90% of it had been opened, revealing that the two true spirit gates were synced. However, this wasn't what concerned Liora the most. The moment her eyes landed on the gate, her gaze scanned over it carefully. Before long, a smile couldn't help but form on her face. Her plan had worked. The World Devourer ancestor was indeed not there. Clearly, the opponent could at most parasitize one of the true spirit gates at a time. Attracted by her clone's movements, and having never expected Liora to divide herself into two, the opponent had appeared over there to stop her. Sensing the attacks of the miasma faced by the clone become fiercer, Liora didn't hesitate. The World Devourer ancestor had obviously discovered her ploy. She didn't have much time. Her clone could only hold on for so long under the opponent's desperate attacks. With a flicker, Liora appeared in front of the true spirit gate. Then, just like she had done in the past, she shoved against it. Without the World Devourer ancestor's interference, the rest was easy. In just a few seconds, the true spirit gate was fully open. Liora sensed a power feedback coming from behind the gate, elevating her strength even further. However, she knew that now was not the time to be immersed in this. Her advancement to an archdevil was far from complete. Liora immediately stepped into the gate. The moment her right foot landed, she seemed to have appeared in another space. leaving the soul space behind her. Around her was only a bottomless darkness, with only a small golden light on the distant horizon, seemingly illuminating the way forward. Liora did not linger. She wasn't surprised by her arrival here. Knowing that the World Devourer ancestor was bound to break free soon, she understood that she could not stop to admire it. Flashing forward, she swiftly cut through the darkness and approached the light. Fortunately, her power was not affected by this space. Only a short while later, Liora reached the golden light, and its real appearance was finally revealed. It was a small flame growing on top of a large gray seed. The flame flickered constantly and wrapped around the seed like a film, as if it were using it for its own nourishment. There was no explanation for this scene. Any other person who came here would be left stunned, not knowing what it represented or what they should do. Thankfully, Liora had long digested her relevant bloodline memories and understood everything. Without any hesitation, she approached the flame and reached out with her right hand. While doing so, information couldn't help but resurface in her mind. The gray seed represents my World Devourer bloodline. On the other hand, the flame represents myself. The two are inexplicably linked since I became a young devil. If I want to advance, I have to separate them. As long as I reach inside, take out my true spirit, and bring it into my soul space, my advancement will be complete. Realizing that she was now closer than ever to becoming an archdevil, a hint of excitement flashed in Liora's eyes. Her right hand stretched into the flame and quietly reached towards its center. The blazing flames did not harm her. If anything, Liora felt a cooling sensation upon coming into contact with them, as if they could nourish her soul. The flames are a representation of myself, after all. Other people might be harmed upon touching them, but for me, their power is nothing. She concluded silently as her hand stretched further inside. A few seconds later, her eyes lit up. She seemed to have discovered what she was seeking. Retracting her hand, a small golden light was revealed on top of her palm. Her body and this light resonated, as if the two were the missing parts of each other. As the light was removed, the flame began to dissipate. Having lost its source of power, it vanished soon after. Liora, however, did not pay attention to this. Seemingly knowing that she didn't have time to waste, she turned around and rushed towards the true spirit gate in the distance. As long as she passed through it and brought her true spirit out, her advancement would be complete. She would finally be able to become an archdevil. However, before Liora could take the first step, a familiar eerie chuckle rang in her ears and stunned her. Right behind her, the seed began to squirm. Gray miasma grew out of it and settled on its surface, which soon took the shape of a familiar human-like face. The face's lips curved into a terrifying smile before its mouth opened and it spoke. "Ha ha, it's a success. After so long, my plan has succeeded." Its eerie laughter spread. The World Devourer ancestor didn't give Liora any time to react. The moment their words fell, countless tentacles emerged and wrapped around her. The attacks were even more terrifying than the ones faced by the clone. Carrying power faintly beyond the archdevil stage, the tentacles wrapped around Liora's body and submerged her. The murky tentacles quickly engulfed Liora. Some of them wrapped around her limbs and held her in place, while others drilled into her body from her back and began devouring it. The face etched on the gray seed trembled. Its loud laughter spread throughout the dark void behind the true spirit gate. "Ha ha! After so long, it's finally time to be revived." The face chuckled on its own, before shifting its attention to Liora. Seeing her struggle and her efforts to break free from her shackles, the World Devourer ancestor intensified their efforts. At the same time, they spoke up and addressed her. "I didn't expect that you would be so cautious as to have a clone advance to an archdevil. Indeed, your caution is praiseworthy," they prefaced before shaking their head. "Unfortunately, your struggles are meaningless. You can't comprehend my powers, nor do you understand the process of becoming an archdevil. For an ordinary devil to advance, They indeed have to separate their true spirit from their bloodline. But that is only the case when the creator of their bloodline is another archdevil. If your bloodline ancestor is an ancient devil, you need their permission to do so. Otherwise, the world devourer ancestor didn't specify what the outcome of such a case would be. However, judging from their sinister laughter and the current situation, it was abundantly obvious. Ancient devils possess the ability to take action within the space behind the true spirit gate. Using the seed, representing the bloodline, they could manifest here. The ability to do this revealed that the world devourer ancestor was not a peak archdevil, as they previously claimed, but a being standing at the apex of the demon world, an ancient devil. The world devourer ancestor did not reveal all of this out of the kindness of their heart. Their voice as they spoke became ever more terrifying, while their words rang in Liora's mind, urging her to give up her meaningless struggle and stop resisting. Unlike their previous confrontation in the soul space, the world devourer ancestor was able to exert far greater strength here, seemingly a result of their existing within the gray seed. As a result, unlike before, when Liora could resist, she was now unable to keep herself awake. In an instant, the eyes of her soul body grew confused, and her struggling body relaxed. She stopped resisting, making it easier for the world devourer ancestor to devour her. As the tentacles pulsated eerily, Liora's body became dimmer, and her strength grew increasingly weaker. Before long, she lost all strength. Her clenched right hand opened, revealing a golden light hidden inside. It was the light she had taken out of the flame, the very core of her soul, her true spirit. The moment it appeared in the outside world, the tentacles rioted violently. The smile on the world devourer ancestor's face grew even wider as they controlled the power of nothingness to pounce on it. As long as her true spirit is controlled, this woman will have no way to resist. Whether it is using it as a means to enslave her or devouring it to replace her identity, my revival will be complete. They judged silently as their tentacles wrapped around the light and drilled deep inside of it. Considering Liora's current strength, her true spirit should have instinctively offered some resistance against their advance. Yet surprisingly, the tentacles easily pierced through its outer layer and swiftly reached its core. It looked as if they would devour it the very next second, sealing Liora's fate forever. However, this rapid advance didn't excite the world devourer ancestor. Rather, their expression became one of astonishment. No, 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 they muttered. How is this possible? The world devourer ancestor couldn't help but stare at their surroundings, inspecting the dark void around them. They were unable to find anything amiss. Moreover, unlike their counterpart within the clone's soul space, they were unable to pierce through it and look outside. However, they could be certain that there was something wrong. The very next moment, a surging aura spread from deep within the Inheritance Palace. Although the world devourer ancestor was within the true spirit gate space and couldn't investigate outside of it, they immediately sensed this sudden change. They were stunned, as they seemed to have realized something. Unexpectedly, Liora did not have only one clone attempt to advance. Instead, she had two of them. No wonder they had previously sensed that the true spirit she was holding was fake. Only the real body had a true spirit. A clone didn't. Fortunately, the world devourer ancestor didn't stay shocked for long. Shortly after that realization, they regained their composure. A sneer appeared on their face. It's unexpected, but still, you underestimate ancient devils very much. You think you can throw me off by doing this? They said mockingly before the face began to integrate back into the gray seed. Clearly, the world devourer ancestor was ready to change positions. As long as they wanted to, they could appear in the true spirit gate within Liora's real body. But just before their figure dissipated and their power was fully transferred, a look of horror appeared in the world devourer ancestor's face. Under their stunned gaze, the entire space behind the true spirit gate suddenly caught on fire. From its very edges, The flames quickly spread towards its center and looked ready to engulf both them and Liora's clone. Considering their strength, the World Devourer ancestor should not have been terrified of a mere flame. After all, an ancient devil could destroy entire clusters of worlds with a wave of their hand, much less withstand a flame. Yet, the moment their gaze landed on the flames, the face of the World Devourer ancestor shook. "You're crazy. You dare break a devil contract. Do you think you can survive just because you created a few clones? Even ancient devils will perish under the demon world's punishment," the World Devourer ancestor roared, though they knew that Liora could not hear them. They finally felt that they had understood Liora's plan. From the very beginning, she was not planning to survive. Instead, they wanted to take them with her. The World Devourer ancestor was desperate and furious, but they had no one to take their fury out on. Liora? She would surely perish under the punishment of the demon world and cease to exist. The enemies that led them to this point, they were far away. In the end, the World Devourer ancestor could only roar powerlessly until the moment the flames engulfed them and their consciousness was wiped out. Under the power of the demon world, a mere consciousness of an ancient devil could not put up any resistance. As powerlessly as Liora herself, they could only watch themselves perish. Time goes back for a few seconds. Just like the World Devourer ancestor realized before their eventual demise, Liora had not divided herself into two, but into three parts. One clone opened the true spirit gate. One pretended to take the true spirit out, while her real body remained hidden deep inside the Inheritance Palace, waiting for the opportune time. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait for long. Not long after her advancement began, that opportunity arrived. The moment the World Devourer ancestor launched a sneak attack inside the space of the True Spirit Gate, Liora understood that it was finally time. Instantly, her soul body arrived before the True Spirit Gate and entered it. Then, her figure cut through the darkness and arrived before the flickering flame. She showed no hesitation. Her hand reached out, and she grabbed the true spirit staying inside. Just like before, she faced no obstruction and completed this process quickly. After grabbing her true spirit, Liora did not linger any longer. Without even casting a glance at the gray seed below the now disappeared flame, she turned around and hastily left. When she sensed the gray seed tremble, obviously the result of the World Devourer ancestor transferring their power over, Liora did not panic. Instead, she let out a sigh and shook her head. It seems that even my last trump card has to be used. Sure enough, such beings are terrifying. Fighting against such a being is nearly impossible. A mere remnant will has pushed me to this point, she whispered subconsciously. Despite her many inner thoughts, Liora's reaction was rapid. With a movement of her mind, her connection with the separated parts of her soul, those that had merged with her two clones, was suddenly severed. Instantly, the three parties stopped sharing the same memories. From merely being her puppets, her two clones seemingly turned into brand new individuals. If it were in the past, Liora would have never done this. After all, the clones could now have their own thoughts and would act as they wished. Although they shared the same personality and past memories, they could be considered new beings. Moreover, Liora knew her personality the best. If the clones lived alone for some time, it would only be a matter of time before they decided to rebel against her. Just like she didn't believe that other Lioras were herself, the clones would also not think so. As long as they killed her, the real body, they would not only be able to replace her, but also achieve complete freedom. Unfortunately for you, you won't have a chance, Liora thought, and she began to wait for something. A moment later, what she was waiting for arrived. Although they were separated by countless spaces and the walls of the palace rendered her unable to watch what was happening to the other clones, Liora sensed an unfathomable ancient power descend. Compared to the terror she felt when she faced the World Devourer ancestor, the horror she felt now was many times more intense, despite her not even being targeted by this power. The will of the demon world, Liora quickly realized, and her eyes narrowed. She was not surprised by its arrival. In fact, it was her doing. Before, she had slain the commander and his subordinates, thus breaking the terms of her devil contract with the Universe Chamber of Commerce. As such, she should have been punished by the demon world a long time ago. The only reason she hadn't was because of the system, which was able to shield her from the investigation of the demon world. This shielding had previously included her separated bodies, too. However, now that their connection had been severed and they became new individuals, these bodies were no longer able to access the system. Without its protection, the will of the demon world arrived to punish them. In Liora's senses, the ancient power's outburst only lasted for a mere moment. 3 distinct screams echoed in her ears, 2 from her own voice and 1 from the world devourer ancestor. They didn't last long. Before the will of the demon world departed, the screams were already over. Under the will of the demon world, the 2 clones and 1 ancient devil, had perished completely. Affected by their destruction, Liora's soul body almost stumbled. Yet, it quickly regained its balance and continued on with its journey. Ignoring the backlash of losing a large amount of indestructible matter, her soul body cut through the darkness and arrived before the true spirit gate. Then, with no one to stop her, she took a step forward and returned to her soul space. The moment she entered it, the entire soul space began to shake. A feeling of intense yearning emanated from it, as if it were requesting something from Liora. Liora instantly understood where that yearning stemmed from. She didn't hesitate. With a move of her hand, her clenched fist opened, and the true spirit inside was revealed. With a flick of her wrist, Liora tossed it forward. The entire soul space was immediately illuminated by its extraordinary brilliance. As if it had received nourishment, the soul space began to expand at a terrifying rate, far beyond the progress it had made in the past. 1 mile, 2 miles, 10 miles. In the blink of an eye, the soul space had become more than 100 miles in length, and it showed no signs of stopping just yet. At the same time, the released true spirit resonated with it. Countless tiny lights flew out of it and merged into the surrounding space, stabilizing the originally trembling void. Its light gradually grew dimmer. Before long, the true spirit had disappeared, or rather, it had been fully integrated into the soul space, becoming one and whole. At that exact moment, Liora felt herself become truly complete. The aura of her body in the outside world grew ever more terrifying, and the same held true for her soul within this space. A few minutes later, a faint clicking sound echoed. The soul space stopped expanding. Liora sera graduellement stabilisée. However, she didn't show any disappointment. A smile appeared on the face of her soul body, as well as on the face of the body sitting outside. The advancement is finally complete. Liora couldn't help but whisper before waving her right hand and scattering specks of crimson light. Now is the most important time. Let's see what bloodline I can create, she thought secretly, as the crimson lights blended together and a crimson ladder emerged. A crimson ladder stretching infinitely towards the ceiling of the soul space appeared in front of Liora, or rather, an inverted pyramid. This pyramid was divided into several different sections. 6, to be exact. The sections at the bottom started out small. However, as one ascended up the pyramid, they gradually grew bigger and far more majestic. Liora's eyes lingered on this pyramid for a few seconds, and she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She knew that the time she had been waiting for had arrived. Her advancement was complete. She had already become an archdevil. Yet, this didn't mean that everything was over just yet. One piece of the puzzle was missing, creating her own bloodline. In fact, creating my own bloodline is not the only way. I can also choose to inherit the bloodline of the world devourer ancestor since the other party is already dead. Considering the other party's strength and the high level of the world devourer bloodline, I would be stronger in the short term if I were to do so, Liora thought. But she didn't hesitate to shake her head. Unfortunately, inheriting other people's bloodlines will cause one's achievements to be limited, making it impossible to surpass their true creator. Other archdevils might indeed have gone crazy for an ancient devil bloodline and would not have cared about this drawback. But to me, becoming an ancient devil is not my final goal. How could I possibly limit my own future like this? Thinking of this, Liora suppressed the final doubt in her mind. As her crimson eyes reflected the similarly colored pyramid, her mind moved. Countless bubbles instantly emerged from her body and settled beside her, as if they were planets and she was their star. The bubbles had different colors and exuded different, unique auras. Some were bloody red and full of chilling, murderous intent. Others were gray and wished to bring everything closer to destruction, while there were even some with several distinct but merging phenomena. As Liora surveyed these bubbles, she felt an innate intimacy with them, as if the two were inexplicably close. She wasn't shocked by this. She fully understood the reason. Each of these bubbles represented one of her abilities or the insights she had gained throughout her journey thus far. For example, Liora waved her hand and brought one of the bubbles closer. As it settled in front of her face, a squirming cluster of dark shadows could be seen hidden within its outer layer. It didn't take her long to realize that this bubble represented her understanding of shadows. Although it was later upgraded to the power of nothingness and had seemingly been replaced, it was a fact that Liora had briefly possessed several abilities related to shadows. Even when these abilities were later upgraded and transformed, Liora could still control shadows with just a thought. She just chose against it, mostly relying on more destructive powers. Regardless, her understanding of shadows was exceptional, and the bubble representing them was one of the biggest in the room. The first step to create a bloodline is quite simple. Liora thought silently. An archdevil has to select the abilities that their descendants will awaken as they slowly advance. This is a critical step. It will later serve as the archdevil's foundation and is directly tied to their later advancement. With that in mind, Liora looked at the pyramid. She subconsciously lowered her head and stared at the section closest to the ground, the one representing the young devil stage. Under her control, the bubble in her hand shot towards it and merged into that section, turning into a small star. Shadow manipulation is a very comprehensive ability. It can not only serve as both defense and attack, but can also help the young devil conceal themselves. Liora nodded in satisfaction, confirming her choice. Then, her eyes shifted back into the other bubbles, and she scanned them one after another. A few seconds later, she finally made her choice. 2 bubbles came closer and landed in each of her hands before she gently placed them onto the pyramid. The Myriad Devil's Body is a perfect ability for young devils. It can provide them with protection, and its growth elements make it useful even in later stages. Similarly, Void Armament can further improve their attacking power or auxiliary abilities and enhance their combat means. By merging the nascent power of nothingness and the demon weapon system of another world, devils can nurture their devil weapon from a young age and nourish it with their demonic energy. Concealment, outstanding defense, and physical strength, high attacking power or auxiliary means. With just 3 abilities, Liora believed that she had covered all departments required by a young devil to stand out in the crucible. Originally, she had grabbed another bubble and was planning to place it onto the pyramid. However, before the two were integrated, Liora sensed the entire pyramid shake. Several large-scale fractures formed all over it, and it seemed as if it would explode the next moment. Liora quickly took her hand back. It was only then that the pyramid stopped shaking and recovered. The young devil section can no longer withstand any more abilities. If I were to force the integration, the entire pyramid would blow up, and I would have to start all over again, Liora judged. This was a restriction that all archdevils had to face. Otherwise, every archdevil would input all their powerful abilities into the young devil section and create monsters with power far beyond their peers. Obviously, this was unacceptable. As such, limits had been imposed during the bloodline creation. Liora frowned briefly upon sensing this, but she soon regained her composure. She didn't make any changes to the young devil section, but instead raised her head and shifted her focus onto the lesser devil stage. Shortly after, several stars had appeared on it too. Silent Domain can further improve their concealment abilities and make it easier to survive through their more vulnerable stage during their arrival in the demon world. Elemental Disaster, the ability to create disasters through the riot of surrounding elements, can provide them with large-scale attacks. Tongue of the Abyss, an ability that helped me a lot in the past, is also quite useful. Not only can it confuse enemies, but it can serve as an immature means of soul attack. Little by little, Liora built her own bloodline. It didn't have to be too perfect. She could always change it later if she wanted to. However, it at least had to be somewhat acceptable. Though the bloodline being too weak would not affect her, there was no reason to hide anything or to hold back intentionally. After completing the Lesser Devil section, Liora moved on to the True Devil one. Then, she reached the Greater Devil stage. Spear of Divine Punishment, Abyssal Maw, Devour, and Null Step. These were all abilities that Liora frequently used in her battles and had already been perfected for all intents and purposes. As such, she didn't alter them at all, but used them intact, integrating them into the True Devil section. A similar thing occurred at the Greater Devil section. At this stage, devils did not awaken any new abilities. At most, only techniques could be passed through the bloodline, enhancing their combat power. Liora decided to pass down the Crimson Annihilation technique, as well as the unknown technique she obtained through the 3 trials, which she named the Heart Refining Art. With the above, everything was settled, or at least, the abilities for her descendants had been selected. Of course, the True Devil stage is only partially complete. Besides the abilities, a technique that can enable true devils to gain insights regarding their bloodline should be added. Otherwise, advancing to a greater devil is going to be difficult. Unfortunately, I don't have any. Liora was just about to create the bloodline after all. Where could she find such a technique? All she could do at the moment was note this down and create a suitable technique when she had the time. Thankfully, none of her descendants would reach this stage anytime soon. She had a lot of time to prepare, perhaps even decades. With that in mind, Liora ignored that imperfection and turned to the second from last section of the pyramid. The previous sections all represented a certain devil stage, but this one did not. Rather, this section was related to the concepts that her bloodline represented. For example, the World Devour bloodline was obviously related to concepts such as devouring, nothingness, and partially to things like world and space. Her created bloodline was also the same. Liora didn't have to take action. The previous abilities, her experiences, and her personality itself had already shaped the bloodline and integrated various concepts into it. As her eyes landed on this section, several sensations instantly assaulted her mind. A barrage of images flashed in front of her eyes. A constantly expanding black hole standing at the center of a universe, swallowing the planets, stars, and even galaxies around it. A continent plagued by natural disasters. Earthquakes, storms, and other such phenomena spread everywhere, bringing destruction and chaos. A single black point, seemingly existing after the very destruction of the world itself, and gathering all of its matter. Thousands of images emerged in Liora's eyes, each extremely lifelike. But within those images, there were some that stood out, being many times more vivid than the others. Devouring, natural disasters, and nothingness. Liora muttered the concepts of these images. This wasn't surprising to her. The World Devourer bloodline had obviously affected her own experiences. As for the concept of natural disaster, wasn't every devil a moving natural disaster? Their entire existence was made for pure, undisguised destruction, and countless worlds of the Origin Sea had perished in their hands. Liora was immersed in these images for a while. She felt herself have a new understanding of these various concepts. Yet, when she awakened only a few minutes later, she discovered that she had realized nothing. It was as if the previous scene had been an illusion, a figment of her imagination. Shaking her head, Liora did not mull over it. She quickly suppressed the faint annoyance in her heart and returned to the matter at hand. The bloodline creation has finally reached its final stage, Liora whispered as her eyes landed on top of the pyramid. Just like the section below it, the one at the very top was not related to any abilities or stages. Yet, the two were quite different. Unlike the one representing the concepts, this one was empty, as if waiting for someone to complete it. Since she had reached this point, Liora knew very well what she needed to do. She rose to her feet and took a step forward, appearing in front of the pyramid. Then, she stretched out her hand and placed it on the only empty section. Her soul body trembled, as if resonating with the pyramid. Section after section lit up, working from the bottom up. With each new light, the pyramid grew more majestic, and its momentum became even more astonishing. By the time the fifth section was lit, the pyramid exuded an aura far surpassing the greater devil stage. Yet, this was not over just yet. As its light landed on Liora's body, an instinct arose from within her. A set of words she had not used in a while naturally emerged in her mind and made it impossible for her to ignore. For a moment, she seemed to have lost control over her body. Her eyes grew indifferent and aloof. She unknowingly opened her mouth, and a long string of words came out of it without her control. Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexra. As her true name, the one bestowed upon her by the demon world upon her birth, was uttered, the final section was filled. The lights coming from the rest of the sections rose up like a dragon and soon engulfed the entire crimson ladder. Under Liora's solemn gaze, the pyramid began to transform. Its many sections resonated with each other and let out a piercing hum before they fully merged together. A brilliant light flickered, plunging the soul space into its color. When the light retreated and the space returned to normal, the pyramid had vanished. In its place, an illusory throne stood. As soon as it appeared, a devil rune shot out. It quickly flew out of her soul space and escaped the seal of the Inheritance Palace, spreading throughout the Origin Sea and arriving in the demon world. The next moment, some changes seemed to have taken place in the demon world's origin. The most significant changes were in the River of Oblivion, or to be more accurate, at the place where little devils received the blessing of the demon world after slaughtering their kin. Within those spaces, a new choice was given to the little devils that were about to be thrown into the crucible, an option that emanated unabashed destruction and endless devouring, seemingly being the destination of all things. This option was threatening, yet at the same time, it was extremely tempting to all little devils. Ananch was an ordinary little devil, just like every other newborn. Born on the banks of the River of Oblivion purely for destruction and chaos, he was barely able to survive the slaughter by hiding and pretending to be dead. His combat power and combat awareness were the worst among his peers. Fortunately, the surprising amount of intelligence and rationality he displayed allowed him to successfully pass the first trial. He became one of the last people standing beside the river, and he was destined to receive the blessing of the demon world. As soon as Ananch was moved into the dark void, he faced the situation that every surviving little devil would eventually face. Several unique bloodlines appeared in front of him, and the demon world urged him to make his choice. Unlike his peers, who only acted on instinct and selected their bloodline immediately, Ananch was quite patient. His eyes scanned over the bloodlines repeatedly as he tried to find the one that suited him the best. Unfortunately, no matter how unique this little devil was, he didn't possess a system like Liora. His efforts ultimately proved to be for naught, and he discovered nothing noteworthy. No matter how hard he tried to spot the characteristics of these bloodlines, he was able to detect nothing. In the end, Ananch could only make his choice at random. As he stared at a bloody red star emanating the aura of destruction and devouring, Ananch suspected that this bloodline was the strongest among his choices. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. His mind moved, and he communicated with the void around him, choosing to merge with this bloodline. The other stars representing other bloodlines instantly vanished. Only this single star remained. Soon after, countless threads shot out of it and wrapped around Ananch. forming a bloody cocoon with him as the center. Slowly but surely, the bloodline he had selected merged with his body. His aura surged. From the little devil stage, he swiftly soared into a young devil. Moreover, his level of strength was abnormal. Though his advancement had yet to end and was still ongoing, the aura he exuded far surpassed that of ordinary young devils. What Anansh didn't know at this time was that he was one of the first to select this bloodline. If, in the future, a large number of its members were born and he had survived to see this day, he would be able to serve as an ancestor-like figure. At that time, his potential would become great, and his path of growing into an archdevil would be several times easier. Anansh was not the only person who selected this newly born bloodline. As the bloodline that Liora had created merged into the demon world's origin, the choice to select it appeared in front of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of little devils. Not all of them selected it, but Liora instantly sensed a subtle connection appearing between herself and thousands of different individuals. Following this invisible line, her consciousness traveled through these connections and descended into thousands of different places at the same time. As she surveyed her surroundings, she saw thousands of pulsating cocoons, little devils that were going through the process of merging with her bloodline. Liora wished to watch further and observe what the final result would be, but she felt her soul power rapidly draining away. Therefore, she immediately severed her connection with these little devils and returned to reality. As she opened her eyes, she found herself back in the Inheritance Palace, and the previous scenes seemed like a dream. Yet, she knew very well that the previous images were far from an illusion. No wonder archdevils are considered the source of their bloodline. It's not only because they created their bloodline and gave abilities to their descendants, but also because of the control they possess over it. Although I'm currently unable to manipulate these little devils or observe them all at the same time, I can focus on one or two individuals and subtly guide their growth if I want to. Upon this realization, Liora couldn't help but feel extremely thankful that the World Devourer ancestor was in a bad state before and had not been able to influence her. Otherwise, with their control over the World Devourer bloodline, it wouldn't have been difficult for them to manipulate her growth, effectively controlling her entire life and journey so far. Since the opponent was an ancient devil, their control over their bloodline was bound to be far better than Liora's at the moment. At least, their influence over their descendants was far deeper and more fundamental. It seems that selecting an extremely powerful bloodline while you're still weak is not as good as it seems. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger your ancestor, and the more influence they have over you. Perhaps for little devils, selecting a bloodline that is somewhat weaker is the better choice. Of course, too weak a bloodline and the devil would never reach the stage where they had to worry about such things. Ultimately, one had to make a certain choice. A powerful bloodline held secret dangers but could assist one in their journey. On the other hand, devils with a weaker bloodline were safer, but there was a high chance that they would never be able to travel far. Liora did not mull over this matter for long. She had already dealt with her ancestor, and the World Devourer ancestor could not manipulate her any longer. By now, she was the one reaping the benefits of acting as the source of the bloodline. Sensing the number of people with her own bloodline grow greater with every passing second, Liora understood that the aftermath of her advancement was now truly complete. Not only had she become an archdevil, but she had also paved the way forward for her following advancement. Thinking of this, Liora dove into her soul space and stared at the illusory throne that stood at its very center. This throne had appeared when she completed her bloodline creation process and connected it with her true name. According to the information that had emerged in her mind, this item had a very apt name. It was called a throne and was directly related to an archdevil's advancement process. Just like greater devils, archdevils were also further subdivided into different substages, and with each advancement, their power would increase significantly. Liora had just advanced and was currently at the creation stage. Just like its name suggested, archdevils in this stage needed to slowly create their own throne. By turning their insights, knowledge, and abilities into nourishment, they could integrate them into their throne and gradually turn it from something illusory into a real, material object. At that point, the Archdevil's strength would improve dramatically, and they would reach the throne stage. Beyond that, there were two other stages that Archdevils had to go through if they wished to become ancient devils: anchoring and ascension, respectively. However, both of these substages were far away from the current Liora. Her main focus at the moment was on further strengthening her own throne. As her mind constantly shifted through this information, and she planned her course of action for the foreseeable future, Liora softly let out a breath before standing up. Her mind connected with the Inheritance Palace, and the two communicated. She sensed that there was nothing amiss and quickly relaxed. Having completed her advancement, she had no other reason to stay here. Although the previous situation had been cleared up and she had dealt with the commander, there were still some things that needed her attention before she embarked on the journey back to the demon world. With that in mind, Liora communicated with the Inheritance Palace, and the space around her trembled, sending her out. Although a lot of events had happened and Liora had experienced a fierce and exhausting confrontation against the world-devourer ancestor, not much time had gone by in reality. Less than a day had passed. In such a short amount of time, her strength had transformed once again. Yet, some people had remained the same. The moment Liora exited the Inheritance Palace and collected this treasure in her hand, she saw that two women were seated in the clearing outside, seemingly awaiting her arrival. The two did not say a word. Alpha sat in one corner and fiddled with a miniature wooden puppet in her hands, while Asira was busy recovering from her previous injuries with her eyes closed. Neither of them noticed Liora's arrival. Even though she had advanced, her control over her power had not lessened at all. If anything, she could now freely control every bit of her body and energy. She no longer needed to use any abilities to hide herself. Even if she stood there without doing anything, no one below the Archdevil stage would be able to detect her existence. It was only when she walked several steps and consciously revealed her aura that the two sitting women finally noticed her. Alpha immediately rose to her feet and bowed slightly with a smile. On the other hand, Asira seemed relaxed and got up with undisguised elegance. It seems that the inheritance is truly destined for you. Your rate of progress is truly rapid. Asira spoke with a smile as she greeted Liora with an ethereal gesture. Liora returned the gesture and nodded in response. However, she didn't say a word and chose to remain silent. Secretly, her eyes locked onto Asira, and a tiny devil rune flickered within her pupils. The devil rune only manifested for a brief moment. Yet, during this time, Liora had confirmed her previous guess. The previous missing puzzles fell into place, and she understood everything. She instantly shook her head, not hiding the emotional fluctuations in her eyes. I had some suspicions before, but it's truly shocking to see them confirmed. You are truly hidden very well among us. I'm certain that the commander and the Universe Chamber of Commerce never expected that an archdevil had unknowingly mingled among a group of greater devils. Even when the commander perished, he must have never guessed that you were perhaps a bigger threat than me. Liora's voice was plain, but the meaning of her words was anything but that. What she was implying was clear. Asira was not a greater devil, but an archdevil just like her. Indeed, the moment Liora observed this woman, she immediately noticed a thread growing out of her back, a thread that she could not sense with her previous strength. The thread penetrated through the maze and even the world beyond that, traveling through the origin sea and towards the distant demon world. Hee. Asira chuckled and hid her smile behind her hand. You've only just advanced, yet you're able to see it. It seems that you're even more extraordinary than I originally believed. Saying this, she shook her head. But you should have already seen that this body is just a clone of mine. Although my true form is an archdevil, I can at most exert the power of a greater devil at the moment. With nothing to hide anymore, Asira didn't wait for Liora to ask any questions but took the initiative to come clean. You should have seen that this world, and most importantly, this inheritance, can only be accessed by greater devils. If an archdevil appeared and chose to obtain the inheritance, the palace would immediately launch an attack on them. Besides the need to conceal myself from the Universe Chamber of Commerce's investigation, this is how my current body came to be. I originally planned to hide myself and obtain the inheritance on my own. Unfortunately, your arrival disrupted my plans. Upon hearing her explanation, Liora nodded and understood her thoughts. Even though Asira was only a clone at the moment, her identity as an archdevil granted her methods far beyond those of her peers. Therefore, if Liora had not been involved, she would indeed have had a high chance of obtaining the inheritance and hiding it from the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, no one would ever know for sure. The inheritance had already fallen into Liora's hands. Without her permission, Asira could only dream of ever getting closer to it. Thinking of this, Liora couldn't help but recall their earlier agreement. She knew why Asira had been waiting, and she chose not to keep her waiting. Her mind communicated with the inheritance palace. Instantly, her consciousness dove into a space deep within it and wrapped around a tablet. Information poured into her mind, complicated enough to drive weaker, greater devils insane. Fortunately, her advancement had made her thought process several times faster. Otherwise, it would have taken all her effort to fully digest this technique. After memorizing the information, Liora stared at Asira for a few seconds and, under her expectant gaze, waved her hand. A pink light emerged and fired at Asira. The opponent did not try to evade. Of course, even if she wanted to, she had no chance to dodge the light. Regardless, Asira let the pink light land on her. The moment it did, her eyes closed as her mind felt like it was about to burst apart. Despite this, she showed no disappointment. Rather, a faint smile appeared on her face as she consciously worked to digest the information in her mind. It was hard for her to contain her excitement. After so long, she had finally obtained the technique she had been chasing after. Although there were some unexpected events through this process, and things didn't go as she predicted, it ultimately didn't matter. With this technique in her hands, a technique that fully matched her bloodline, there was a high chance she would soon advance further. Liora did not take any further action besides transferring the technique to Asira. This was the agreement that the two had reached before and the main reason behind their cooperation. Asira provided her with information and took action to help her whenever necessary, while Liora would give her this technique if she were to obtain the full inheritance. To be honest, Liora did not fully understand Asira's purpose in the past. However, when she got her hands on the technique and went through its contents, she quickly realized her purpose. Just like the vast majority of the items contained in the inheritance, this technique was also geared towards the soul. But compared to the other techniques, such as the heart-refining technique or those who provided simple soul attacks, this technique was far more complicated, related to other people's emotions. By manipulating the emotions of enemies, one could plant seeds into their hearts and slowly pull them into illusions. If the influence was long-term and grew deep enough, the user could directly manipulate their opponents as if they were puppets. Such a technique was only useful under certain circumstances for most people. But for Asira, who was a succubus and part of a race known for manipulating other people's emotions, such a technique was extremely valuable. If nothing goes wrong, she should be able to use this technique as a springboard to advance further. However, I don't know if this advancement is to the throne stage or to the anchoring stage, Liora thought secretly. As for Asira reaching the ascension stage, the chances of that were slim. If Asira had reached that point and possessed such strength, she wouldn't have needed to make a deal with her to obtain this technique. Even if there were restrictions set by the inheritance that prevented her entry, she could always find some loopholes to exploit. Liora remained deep in thought. During this time, Asira did not remain idle. A few minutes later, she was finally finished digesting the contents of the technique and opened her eyes. As she did, her smile grew even wider. "Thank you," she said, with a significantly more genuine smile on her lips. Even though this was just a clone and Asira had just obtained the technique and had no time to practice it, Liora sensed that some fundamental changes had taken place in her. This further confirmed her suspicions. However, she didn't attempt to pry into her secrets. Returning the smile, Liora thought for a little while before asking question. I'm planning to return to the demon world. Will you come back with me, or are you planning to return on your own? Asira shook her head in response. No need. My main body and my clone are deeply connected. As long as I exert some effort, I can directly return to the demon world and to Hollow City. Saying this, the smile on Asira's face receded. She glanced at Liora and, after some hesitation, couldn't help but remind her. It's you who should be more cautious. You previously killed the members of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. More importantly, you obtained the inheritance these guys have been seeking for so long. Although the Universe Chamber of Commerce is not part of the Apex forces within Hollow City, it still has several archdevils in charge, with some of them being at the throne stage. The higher-ups must have already gotten wind of what took place here. It's very likely that they will send people to block you on your return to the demon world. Liora nodded upon hearing her words. This was within her expectations, and she didn't really need Asira's reminder. She knew that archdevils possessed many more means than greater devils. Although the demon world was far away from this world, there were many ways for them to know what occurred here, whether through abilities or by communicating with their now-dead subordinates. Still, Liora was not too worried. If anything, she was faintly excited. She had just advanced to an archdevil. Meeting an opponent at this time was not necessarily a bad thing. Not only could they serve as a target to estimate her current combat power, but they could also help her become more familiar with her current strength. After all, improving in combat was far easier and more comprehensive. Thank you. You don't need to worry. I'll make preparations before my return. Liora ultimately shook her head. Asira did not question where she gained that confidence. She had witnessed Liora's power before her advancement, and even she was surprised. Now that she had advanced even further, her strength was bound to be even higher. Even though she had just advanced, she was not a weakling among archdevils. Moreover, Asira knew very well that an archdevil killing another archdevil was quite rare and difficult to accomplish. Unless one overpowered the other in all aspects, defeating them was easy, but killing them was nearly impossible. Having said that, Asira no longer worried about Liora. After the two exchanged a few more words and agreed on a method to communicate, she said goodbye and turned around. Before long, she had left the clearing and entered the complex corridors outside. She didn't request Liora's help to leave the maze. Clearly, she had a way to accomplish this on her own. Liora calmly watched her depart until her back disappeared into the horizon. The moment she confirmed that Asira had left, she couldn't help but shake her head. You're so carefree. If anyone didn't know any better, they would think that you own this place. Moreover, aren't you afraid that I will take action and destroy your clone? She whispered softly. At the same time, Asira's earlier words replayed in her mind. Her reminder seemed to be good-natured, and it truly looked as if she was caring for her well-being. However, Liora couldn't be certain whether this woman was sincerely grateful for her help and wished to help her, or if she wanted to have her confront the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps Asira and the archdevils of this organization were enemies, and she was using this as a way to weaken the other side? Either way, it doesn't matter. I would still inevitably clash with the Universe Chamber of Commerce, even without her provocation. Not because I killed their members, but because I obtained the inheritance. These guys have been planning to get their hands on it for quite a while. They have no reason to give up. Similarly, I will also not give up what I obtained through my own hard work. Her confrontation with the Universe Chamber of Commerce was inevitable. However, Liora did not rush to leave this world just yet. Her eyes shifted towards Alpha, and she sensed her subordinate state. Immediately, she discovered that Alpha's strength had also improved dramatically. Perhaps more importantly, her mind seemed to have been tempered as a result of going through the third trial. Her soul seemed purer and stronger, evidenced by the bright light in her amber eyes. The benefits of this might not be obvious in the short term, but Liora understood that it would help her a lot in her journey forward. She was happy to see Alpha's strength increase and her future potential become greater. Knowing that she was now at a critical point in her advancement, Liora gave her a few instructions and reminded her of several things she needed to be careful of in the future. Once done, she was finished dealing with everything she needed to. She allowed Alpha to enter the inheritance palace before putting it away and was then about to leave this maze and this world as a whole. However, halfway through that motion, she suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks. The earlier confrontation with the world devourer ancestor resurfaced in her mind. She recalled how she had survived based on her caution and preparations and chose not to act hastily this time as well. There's no reason to take the risk. Although meeting an opponent is nice, I don't have to gamble my life on it, she whispered as her demonic energy flared. Countless devil runes appeared and landed on the ground beside her. Little by little, a vast formation was arranged with them serving as cornerstones. This formation possessed neither attacking nor defending capabilities. Its only function was to teleport a person back to the demon world. Obviously, it was the world descending array. Although Liora was not planning to activate it immediately and wished to travel through the Origin Sea first, this didn't mean that it was useless. At least, if she were to face an unexpected situation, she could always escape to this world and activate it. Essentially, the world descending array could serve as her escape route. Arranging this otherwise complicated formation had become far easier after Liora's advancement. Her demonic energy transformed into devil runes the very moment it emerged from her body, and her control over it had become greater than ever. As a result, Liora could still multitask. While controlling the runes to paint a giant picture, she still had the time to take a look at her system panel. Some time had passed since she last checked on it. Compared to the last time she saw it, earth-shattering changes had occurred. True name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexra. Rank: Ortsdevil Krisischen. Race: Strength: 1055. Agility: 1200. Vitality: 1220. Mana: 1170. Throne: Destruction, Natural Disasters, Devouring, Nothingness. Techniques: Snake of Time. Evolution Points: 23,289,115. Current Absorption Efficiency: 200. Normal Devil equals 1x. Nearly everything had changed in her displayed information, with the least significant changes being the increase of her base stats, evolution points, and overall soul absorption efficiency. In the past, such a large increase would have been the most drastic. Yet this time, it didn't even make her eyebrows rise. Her eyes were concentrated on the most fundamental changes. Liora noticed that her rank had been upgraded while her race had disappeared, replaced by a long row of question marks. This made sense. Her bloodline has just been created, and she had yet to give it a name. The system could obviously not recognize something that had never been named. Liora quickly accepted this. However, what truly shocked her was the other change in the panel: the disappearance of the abilities column. Or rather, the replacement of it. Where once the abilities column stood, there was now an unfamiliar column called Throne. It didn't include any of the abilities she possessed, but rather displayed the concept she had previously integrated into her own throne. Liora frowned. She could sense that the abilities she possessed had not changed and were still there. If she wished, she could always cast them instantaneously, whether it was her bloodline abilities or those she had created through the system. However, Liora understood the reason upon further thought. An archdevil is no longer bound to their abilities. Rather, the most important thing for them is their throne. As for abilities, they can always create them on their own based on their insights. In fact, this already begins to happen at the Greater Devil stage. It only gets further accentuated once one advances and becomes an archdevil. This, coupled with her advancement to an archdevil, gave Liora some clues regarding the system's existence. In a certain sense, the functions of the system overlap with those of devils. Whether it is the devouring of souls to accumulate evolution points or the ability creation process, Liora could now comprehend and create abilities on her own and merge them with her bloodline, not only allowing herself to cast them, but also the other members of her race. This made her wonder whether the system also worked in such a way. Could it be that the system was a high-level treasure related to the demon world? Perhaps it's the throne of a fallen devil or some kind of authority granted by the demon world. She couldn't help but guess. Unfortunately, she had no way to seek further answers. At most, she could only have some suspicions. Still, this already satisfied her. She had no clues about how the system worked in the past, much less how it came to be. Now, she at least had some plausible explanations. This was already a significant improvement. Moreover, this also let her understand that her previous line of thinking had been correct. As long as she continued becoming stronger, there would come a day when every secret would be revealed, both regarding her reincarnation as well as the true nature of the system. Countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind, yet her movements never ceased. In just a few minutes, the entire world descending array had been fully engraved. Following a movement of her mind, her consciousness connected with it. She sensed that she could activate it with just a thought. However, she didn't plan to do so. After taking a deeper look at it and concealing it to the best of her ability, Liora finally moved. As her demonic energy surged, the maze around her trembled. The space began to crack, and soon, the space cracks swallowed her figure. When Liora reappeared, she was no longer in the maze composed of countless interconnected corridors. Or rather, she was not even in the same world. She had already appeared in the Origin Sea, having passed through the world's membrane and teleported outside. As she turned her head and stared at the world behind her, Liora's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, there's no trace of Asira. It seems that her words were true, and she has a way to return to the demon world alone, she thought, before her gaze shifted elsewhere, towards the very edge of the world. There, a giant barracks filled with devils could be seen, devils who were all members of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. These people did not seem to have been informed of the commander's team's destruction. They continued on with their duties as per usual, at most being slightly puzzled that they had not received any messages in a while. Staring at these devils, who had once greeted her and welcomed her arrival, but had now turned into enemies, Liora showed no hesitation. Immediately, she stretched her hand out, and a massive claw formed in the air. A claw materialized as Liora thrust her right hand forward. It rapidly grew bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a four-fingered claw half the size of the world floating not far away. Each of these fingers had a different color and exuded a different distinct aura. The one on the far left was pitch black and caused the surrounding space to crack. It was followed by a gray and a blurry finger, emanating the power to drive everything to extinction and the will to devour everything, respectively. As for the last finger, it was bloody red, seemingly dripping with blood. Its aura was evil and full of sin. If one were to take a look at it, they would have the illusion of facing the entire demon world. All the aforementioned effects blended together perfectly. They didn't clash, but became pieces of a greater puzzle, not lessening, but rather increasing the claw's power. Under Liora's control, the four-fingered claw moved and struck at the barracks situated at the edge of the world. The true devils and the few greater devils performing their duties had no time to react. The magnificent claw swiftly landed on the barracks and obliterated every life in it, while its sharp nails shredded through the walls and buildings as if they were made of paper. Even the world beside them was impacted. The membrane protecting it was penetrated by the aftermath, and it began to tremble as if a cataclysmic event was taking place. Such a phenomenon would have slain the majority of its inhabitants if it were still alive. Fortunately, the Zerqueen had already taken care of the matter and killed everyone long ago. The entire world was now empty, as even the Zerg servant corpses had been unknowingly moved away by Liora. It took a little while for the aftermath of the blow to recede. When the dust settled, the world returned to normal and its membrane healed, while the Origin Sea outside was left with scraps of precious materials and the severed corpses of world-destroying devils. Liora did not take the initiative to collect them. Such things were no longer useful to her. Instead, she closed her eyes for a few moments, and the scene of the previous attack replayed in her mind. When she opened them again, a faint glint flashed across her pupils. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Archdevils are terrifying, especially archdevils who have integrated several concepts into their throne and can thus control them. The attacking power of the previous blow was nothing. With my strength, I could do this just based on my physical body. However, the previous seamless integration of different powers is something I was unable to do as a greater devil. Destruction, nothingness, devouring, and demonic energy. All the above were perfectly integrated, working to raise each other's power. Liora could have previously used abilities related to each of these concepts. Yet, she would have never been able to merge them so seamlessly. It seemed that the system was right in its assessment. Abilities hardly mattered once someone reached her current level. For archdevils, only the concepts they represented and their mastery over them were important. With sufficient understanding, a casual blow could possess the power of an intricate ability. Liora stared at the impact of the previous blow for a few minutes. Many ideas flashed through her mind, and she felt that she had a new understanding of the Archdevil stage. But very quickly, she regained her composure and softly exhaled. She shook her head. Then, she turned around and took a step forward, diving deeper into the Origin Sea and leaving this world at the edge of devastation behind. Her advancement to an Archdevil had also granted her a greater affinity to this place. Moreover, perhaps influenced by her previous World Devourer bloodline, Liora's affinity was many times greater than that of an ordinary Archdevil. She felt as if she had turned into a fish that returned to water. Her figure rapidly flashed through the darkness as she activated Null Step to teleport every once in a while. Her route seemed random and did not follow any rules, as if she had gotten lost. Yet clearly, this could not be the case. In fact, Liora followed the feeling engraved on her bloodline and moved closer to the crimson light in the distance, knowing that it represented the world standing at the apex of heavens, the demon world. Her birthplace looked close, as if she would be able to reach it within a day at most. However, Liora understood very well that this was merely an illusion. The demon world was far away from her location. It would take her decades, if not centuries, to reach it with her current speed. This was after she had already advanced. If she were still a greater devil, it would have taken her tens of thousands of years to achieve it. Liora did not mind. She continued walking forward, paving a bright path in the otherwise dark and desolate place. Part of her consciousness secretly dove into her soul space and landed on her throne. She studied its appearance and the patterns on it, which seemed to possess the ability to illuminate the way forward. Under such a situation, time quickly went by. Liora kept on studying her new capabilities and did not deliberately keep track of the time. Therefore, she didn't know how long she wandered in the Origin Sea. The most she could know was that she had faced several chaos beasts during her journey. Fortunately, the situation that occurred during her return from the demon weapon world did not happen, and she didn't meet any powerful individuals among their group. The chaos beasts were at most equivalent to a greater devil. Facing Liora's significantly increased strength, their hearts were ripped out, and they turned into materials destined to be traded in the demon world. Despite this, Liora did not let her guard down. She understood that the biggest threat at the moment did not stem from the environment of the Origin Sea, but from her own enemies. Indeed, not long after she killed the umpteenth chaos beast who happened to encounter her, the people she had been waiting for finally came. In the space outside a medium-level world, the outlines of two figures could be seen clearly. One wore armor made of feathers and had a pair of white wings on her back, while the other constantly moved his hands and engraved several patterns around the world. Seeing the latter's serious expression and the attentiveness with which he did so, the feathered devil couldn't help but grumble. "We're just dealing with a greater devil. I don't understand why we have to be so careful. Why do we have to set up a trap? As long as we locate them, I can kill them with just a breath. The Feather Devil's companion did not answer her question. He continued arranging symbols below, only stopping half an hour later. The glow on the symbols signified that his work was completed. It was only then that this devil raised his head and stared at his female companion. The thousands of blinking eyes on his face were revealed, making his appearance terrifying and disgusting. Yet despite what his appearance would suggest, the devil was quite rational and looked far from insane. That person has obtained the inheritance of the ancient civilization, containing countless techniques and resources. Since they were able to kill that lackey, they should have already been quite strong. Now, with the inheritance's help, they have most likely advanced to an archdevil, he calmly explained. However, when he noticed that his companion's attitude remained nonchalant, and she seemed to be taking this casually, the thousand-eyed devil's expression grew solemn. The countless eyes on his face blinked as they constantly shifted locations with each other. Their gazes all landed on the feathered devil, and their pupils shone with indifference. Tassa, let me remind you, these are the orders of the leader. We have to do everything in our power to obtain the inheritance. Don't blame me for turning against you if the leader's plans are ruined by you. The feathered devil did not care about the thousand-eyed devil's threats and ignored his tone. However, when she heard that this was the order of the leader, she instantly shut her mouth and stopped arguing. The thousand-eyed devil nodded upon seeing this. He knew that his companion was somewhat insane. Fortunately, the leader could suppress her and make her work for him. Let's go, the thousand-eyed devil said. The formation has been arranged. Even a veteran creation expert will find it hard to survive as long as it's activated, much less a newly promoted archdevil. Liora noticed something amiss. The moment she took another step forward, she sensed that the world around her was different. Although the appearance of the Origin Sea was the same and the light of worlds was visible not far away, her intuition told her that everything had turned a little more illusory. Illusory. This was the best way to describe it, as Liora felt that she had walked into a fake scene. Most archdevils would not have suspected anything. Even those who noticed something would not have been able to recognize the methods used. But Liora felt a strong sense of familiarity with those methods. Her gaze grew deeper. She stopped in her tracks, not daring to walk any deeper, and surveyed the world around her, investigating every inch of it from top to bottom. Soon, she deciphered it. A devil rune flashed in her pupils, and her gaze penetrated through this fake space. It followed its invisible connections with the outside world and succeeded in glimpsing its true nature. Liora couldn't help but let out a sigh. She shook her head. What an ingenious formation. By using several medium-level worlds as its source of power, an otherwise ordinary formation can exert such great strength. If one is unprepared, this formation can even pose some threat to archdevils. The moment that thought fell, the person manipulating the array seemed to have discovered her spying. Though they were surprised, they quickly took action and manipulated the array. The space around Liora shattered. A clacking noise echoed, as if several pieces of metal were rubbing against each other. Or rather, this was really the case. Black metal chains emerged from all around Liora. They grew out of space itself and fired towards her. Despite their massive size and complicated structure, their speed was incredible. Coupled with the subtle suppression of the formation, Liora seemed to have no time to react. Before she could evade or put up a defense, the chains had already arrived before her. Some of them wrapped around her limbs and bound them tightly, while others held the rest of her body in place. In the blink of an eye, Liora had been rendered unable to move. It was only then that the people responsible for this trap finally showed up. The formation parted for a brief moment, and two devils walked in, one covered in feathers and of high stature, and the other with thousands of blinking eyes squirming across their face. Didn't I already tell you? There is no need to go through all this trouble and make so many preparations. If we had just rushed to this place, we would have killed her and gotten our hands on the inheritance long ago, the feathered devil said as she stared at Liora below with undisguised disdain. Her companion snorted coldly. Don't mess around. Let's capture her first, and then you can voice your complaints, the thousand-eyed devil warned her. His words were rude, but the feathered devil did not mind. Or at least, she swallowed her complaints and waited for the mission to be over before voicing them again. Both she and the thousand-eyed devil turned towards Liora. Though they could see that she was unable to break free, they didn't underestimate her and remained cautious. They didn't need to communicate, having reached a tacit understanding. Simultaneously, they both took action. A sword made of white feathers materialized in the feathered devil's right hand, and she swung it forward, while the thousand-eyed devil blinked repeatedly. Light gathered in front of his eyes. The glints of his eyes seemed to have blended into a whole. The next moment, a black beam was fired out. Although the two archdevils previously bickered and looked to be on the verge of having a fight, their cooperation was truly seamless upon taking action. The feathered devil's sword strike aimed at Liora's abdomen, as if wishing to cleave her in two. On the other hand, the thousand-eyed devil targeted her head. He knew that such archdevils had no weak spots. Even if Liora's head exploded, she would still be alive and would only have to consume some indestructible matter to recover. This was also why he felt free to do so. After all, the goal set by the leader was to obtain the ancient civilization's inheritance. They didn't know if this was on Liora at the moment. What if she had hidden it somewhere? Rather than killing her and erasing possible traces, they preferred to capture her alive instead. Their attacks were quick and decisive. Their blows easily cut through space and arrived in front of Liora instantaneously. Bang! Liora's head exploded, and brain matter shot everywhere while her body was divided in two. Indestructible matter flickered and wove the two parts together, while her head grew out again, as if time was turning back. Despite this, a glimmer of hope appeared on the feathered devil's face. She noticed something. It works. She has just advanced and has yet to practice an archdevil technique. Her strength has not transformed just yet. She realized and couldn't help but remind her companion. She must not have cultivated a clone yet. As long as we exhaust her indestructible matter, we should be able to capture her alive. Although one was speaking and one was listening, their movements never stopped. The moment Liora's injuries recovered, another barrage of attacks arrived. Then another and another. Her aura began to get weaker. She was at least able to struggle at the beginning and attempted to break free from the metal chains binding her. But towards the end, Liora remained utterly motionless. She no longer had the strength to move, much less to counterattack. It didn't take long for her aura to fall below the archdevil stage. A trace of confusion flashed across her eyes, and the next moment, her consciousness blurred and her body collapsed. Her indestructible matter had been exhausted. Coupled with the injuries she had sustained, she was no longer able to keep awake. The feathered devil and the thousand-eyed devil did not pause their attacks, just yet, though. After exchanging a glance, they struck several times from afar. It was only after confirming that Liora's injuries could no longer recover and their opponent showed no reaction to their blows that they stopped. Go on, check on her. The thousand-eyed devil ordered his companion, who could only grumble in response. Still, the feathered devil knew that she was the perfect person to check on the opponent. Therefore, after a series of alternating expressions and several silent curses addressed to the thousand-eyed devil, she let out a sigh and stepped forward. She remained on guard. Although all signs hinted that Liora was truly unconscious, the feathered devil did not underestimate her. The armor of feathers covering her body tightened. The sword in her hand transformed into a long spear. After stopping some distance away from Liora, she thrust it forward and aimed at her chest. Feathers scattered everywhere, as if an angel had descended into this world. However, these feathers didn't contain the beauty or holiness of an angel's wings, but the chilling, murderous intent of a devil. As long as this blow landed, most of Liora's body would be directly obliterated. Even if she were pretending and hoping to take this as a chance to make a comeback, she would find herself powerless. The feathered devil's decision was surprising and went against the arrogant behavior she previously displayed. However, This was to be expected. No archdevil was truly stupid. They knew when to be arrogant and when to be cautious in their actions. Liora showed no reaction despite facing this attack. It was as if she had really fallen into a coma. Yet, as the spear's tip gradually grew closer, her body finally showed some subtle changes. Her eyelids fluttered before her eyes opened up. The feathered spear was reflected in her pupils, but she showed no fear. Instead, a faint trace of regret flashed across her face. Sure enough, it's not that simple. You guys are not too stupid after all, she muttered. Although the feathered devil had remained alert, Liora's sudden action and her subsequent words still caught her off guard. Her grip on the spear subconsciously tightened, and she poured more of her strength into its handle. But before this blow could land, the feathered devil's pupils shrank into needles. Liora's body suddenly vanished. No, rather, it transformed into a cloud of gray particles and escaped the metal chain's clutches. Before the feathered devil could react, the gray particles shot towards her and engulfed her. Continuous banging sounds echoed, as if two indestructible objects had met in the air. But shortly after, the feathered devil's body proved to be not so indestructible. The cloud of gray particles fell on her body and quickly dove inside her. Then, like a swarm of locusts, they began to devour her from within. The sharp pain made the feathered devil freeze. Though she quickly suppressed it, it was too late by then. Following a crunching bite sound, the last bit of her body was obliterated. The gray particles tumbled. They gathered together, and the cloud shrank down, taking a humanoid form. Or to be more accurate, it transformed back into Liora. Her previous injuries had vanished, and the same was true for her earlier weakness. In fact, not only did she not look any weaker, but she also seemed more powerful than ever before. The essence of an archdevil is indeed far more nutritious than that of a greater devil. She couldn't help but break into a smile and subconsciously licked her upper lip. But the next moment, the smile on her face was wiped out. She noticed a small feather manifest at the corner of her vision. It quickly blurred and ran away, seemingly possessing a will of its own. Liora complained inwardly that the rumors were true. Killing an archdevil was far from simple. Despite this, she reacted quickly. A dark blade, exuding the power of destruction, formed in her right hand, and she was about to strike at the feather. Just then, though, the echo of an explosion sounded, and Liora's intuition warned her of danger. Helpless, she could only let the feather escape. She turned around and struck at the blinking eye behind her back. The beam fired by the blinking eye was immediately severed. The dark blade continued unabated and fell on the dark pupil, splitting the eye into two. Cracks appeared on the divided parts. Then, with a bang, they both broke into pieces. The whole process from start to finish took nothing more than a brief moment. Unfortunately, this time was more than enough for the feather to not only escape but also to recover. Following a flicker across the feather, it quickly elongated and turned back into the feathered devil. Her appearance remained the same, and the feathered armor on her body was intact. Yet, her fluctuating aura and pale face made it clear that she was not as unbothered as she seemed. Of course, the physical harm she had suffered was almost nothing, and she would be able to recover fairly quickly. What troubled the feathered devil the most was not her injuries, but the scene she had just witnessed. How is this possible? Didn't you just advance? How can you possibly merge into your concept and achieve throne incarnation? The feathered devil's outlook on life seemed to have been turned upside down. Throne incarnation, an ability that archdevils could obtain by gaining a sufficient understanding of their own throne. By achieving it, an archdevil could briefly transform into the concepts embodied by their bloodline, not only allowing them to dodge physical and soul attacks, but also granting them certain abilities. The feathered devil knew that she had not been mistaken. Liora's previous transformation was not a trick, but a sign of achieving throne incarnation. This was exactly what made her so shocked. How could someone who had just advanced be able to do this? Could it be that the information they obtained was wrong? Unfortunately for her, Liora was not planning to give an answer to these questions. Seeing that the feathered devil had recovered but was absent-minded, she raised the dark blade and was about to attack her once more. However, the familiar sound of explosions interrupted her. She could only swing the dark blade behind her and then to the side, destroying the two eyes that had seemingly grown out of space itself. Having done this, she no longer focused solely on the feathered devil, but shifted part of her attention towards her companion. 3 of the thousands of eyes on the thousand-eyed devil had burst. A disgusting black liquid dripped out, having the appearance of oil but the corrosive properties of acid. Upon seeing this, Liora understood that this man was bound to be her biggest obstacle in this battle. Unlike the feathered devil, whose main strength was obviously close-quarters combat, this man was proficient in ranged attacks. If Liora were to fight against the former, he would surely interfere from a distance and place her at a disadvantage. With that thought, Leora's eyes narrowed. She no longer paid attention to the feathered devil, but directly pointed her blade towards her companion. With a shove against the illusory floor under her feet, she flashed forward and swiftly approached him. But before she could go very far, for more banging sounds echoed. For the thousand-eyed devil's eyes burst apart. In return, 2 more eyes formed around Liora. Compared to the one she had faced earlier, they were not only larger and more majestic, but the beams they fired out were several times more terrifying. Liora had to use the dark blade to chop one of them, but had no time to swing her blade at the second one. Fortunately, just when it seemed that the beam would reach her, a revolving black sphere appeared on the palm of her other hand as she stretched it out. A great devouring force was created with the sphere as the center. The beam was affected. It slowly broke apart and integrated into the black hole until it vanished completely. The confrontation took merely a moment. The feathered devil had yet to recover from the previous shock. It was only when the thousand-eyed devil touched his 7 broken eyes with heartache and yelled furiously that she finally reacted. "What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Come and help me." His shout jolted the feathered devil awake. As she stared at Liora, who was constantly growing closer to her companion, she knew that she had to intervene. Not only for the thousand-eyed devil's sake, but also for her own. For some reason, the feathered devil's intuition told her that she could not let Liora do as she wished. Otherwise, her life would be in grave danger. Liora couldn't help but groan upon seeing her approach, especially when she saw her wave her wings and bring a storm of feathers down. She felt helpless. She found herself besieged from 3 directions. The feathered devil, the thousand-eyed devil, and the metal chains firing out of the formation, which were trying to restrain her. Fortunately, the main function of this formation is not to attack me, but to prevent me from escaping. However, this also means that I can't easily break it and leave this place. At the very least, I would need several seconds to break it apart. This was a short amount of time for normal people. But would her opponents give her that time? Impossible. In the time it took her to open a gap in the formation, the 2 archdevils could kill her several times. While waving her hand and erecting a wall of nothingness to defend against the incoming feathers, Leora's mind couldn't help but run wild. She knew that she had to take at least one of the 3 parties out. Otherwise, she would eventually find herself on the losing side. The formation was quickly ruled out as a potential option. Similarly, although the feathered devil had been weakened, her physical strength made her far more difficult to kill than an ordinary archdevil. On the other hand, Liora turned towards the thousand-eyed devil. Based on his proficiency in ranged attacks and his subconscious evasion whenever she got close to him, she guessed that his close-quarter combat power was his disadvantage. She immediately made a decision. After chopping the 12 eyes, forming a siege around her, she ignored the feathered devil and rushed towards the thousand-eyed devil. The thousand-eyed devil instantly sensed Leora's determination to use him as a point of breakthrough. Similarly, he also noticed that the feathered devil was entangled with a wall of nothingness and could not help him. He knew that he could only rely on himself to deal with her outburst for the time being. Fortunately, the thousand-eyed devil knew his biggest disadvantage, close quarters combat, and had long developed a method to deal with opponents who wished to get close to him. Staring at Liora, who was rapidly closing in on him, the thousand-eyed devil reacted immediately. More than a dozen of his eyes burst apart. Black blood splattered everywhere and fell on his own body, corroding through his skin and reaching straight into his bones. Its effects, though, far surpassed the difficulty of developing it. As long as an archdevil activated Throne Incarnation, they would be able to invalidate almost 99% of any incoming damage. This might not be as useful when facing far stronger opponents. However, in a battle between equal opponents, this was a nearly invincible ability. This guy's attacking power should be among the strongest within the same stage. Although launching such a powerful attack has obvious drawbacks and can't be performed consistently, its power is unparalleled. Liora had keenly noticed that the eyes of the thousand-eyed devil had yet to recover even after so much time had passed. Clearly, the enemy had to pay a certain price to obtain such terrifying attacking power. Still, this situation left Liora wondering, just how powerful would the blow be if the thousand-eyed devil were to sacrifice all his eyes at the same time? No, he didn't have to sacrifice all of them. Liora would find herself fatally injured even if he were to consume only half of them. Her gaze deepened. She knew that she could not give him the chance to do so. Secretly, her plan was altered. Yet, her movements on the surface remained the same, and she continued chasing after the opponent. The eyes of the thousand-eyed devil continued exploding again and again, forcing Liora to cast Throne Manifestation to remain barely unscathed. In the end, although several moments had passed, Liora barely managed to reach his starting location. On the other hand, the opponent had taken the opportunity and already fled far away. If anything, the gap between them had widened instead of shrinking. This was not all. After Liora's body was rearranged once again, she discovered that the feathered devil had finally broken out from the nothingness entanglement. The opponent's wings flapped behind her back and enhanced her momentum, as she glided forward and flashed beside Liora. White feathers scattered. Her armor rustled as if it were breathing, and its feathers glinted sharply. A feathered sword materialized in her hand, and she aimed it at Liora's abdomen. Things did not stop there. In the distance, the thousand-eyed devil showed a determined look, and dozens of his eyes were instantly extinguished. Several giant pupils grew out of space as a result, and fired their beams at Liora. In the blink of an eye, Liora had been surrounded. Each of these individual attacks was threatening enough to injure her. Even if she were to cast Throne Manifestation, the continuous barrage would affect her true form too, and there would hardly be a difference. Either way, Liora would find herself at a disadvantage. With her losing control of the battle and the feathered devil having closed in on her, she and the thousand-eyed devil could slowly wear her down from now on. Her fate seemed sealed. She would either be captured alive or forced to self-destruct. Yet, despite the constant warning signs ringing in Liora's mind, her face showed little fear. If anything, a trace of excitement could be seen deep in her crimson eyes. Her mind moved. An illusory river appeared around her and stretched out like the tentacle of an undersea beast. One of its ends extended towards the distance, while its other end remained motionless. Shockingly, the river's target was neither the feathered devil nor the blinking eyes around her. Instead, it was the thousand-eyed devil who was still suffering a backlash in the distance. Covered in black blood, he had no time to react. The river wrapped around his body in an instant, and its waters pulled on him. The thousand-eyed devil was stunned. He seemed to have realized something and wanted to break out of these waters. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The waves of the illusory river turned transcendent before starting to turn backwards, and with their movements, time itself seemed to have blurred. Under the stunned gaze of the feathered devil, her companion's body became increasingly illusory. Then, wrapped up by the waves of the transcendent river, he began to move backwards. Images flashed along his path, not of the present or future, but of the past. The scene of himself immolating to launch attacks at Liora was replayed, as time around him seemed to have turned backwards. Before long, the thousand-eyed devil had appeared in his original position, at the place where he had stood before the battle even started. Or to be more accurate, he appeared right in front of Liora. It was only then that he regained his consciousness and realized that his position had been manipulated and he had been moved away. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. As soon as he changed places, the thousand-eyed devil found himself facing not only the sword strike of the feathered devil, but also his own attacks. Several beams shot out of the majestic, constantly blinking eyes. Half of them targeted Liora, while the other half looked destined to land on the thousand-eyed devil. Leora's face was pale, but she subconsciously broke into a smile. She knew that her plan had succeeded. Now was the time. Ignoring the backlash of activating Snake of Time to affect an archdevil, she immediately cast Throne Manifestation and transformed into a gray cloud. This time, the particles did not remain still and simply defend against the attacks. Rather, they quickly wrapped around the thousand-eyed devil and prevented him from escaping or using any other trump cards. A lot of things had occurred. The thousand-eyed devil had been moved through means that neither of the two archdevils could recognize, while their opponent was now keeping him hostage. Yet, the time it took for all this to happen was so short that neither of the two could react. The thousand-eyed devil could only watch powerlessly as Leora's Throne Manifestation bound him tightly, while the feathered devil had no time to retract her attack. The next moment, the barrage of attacks finally arrived. Sizzling sounds echoed as part of the gray mist was literally wiped away. A soul-tearing pain assaulted Leora's senses. She felt as if thousands of tiny ants were biting on her skin and devouring her while she was still alive. However, Liora was not the one who suffered the most in this situation. Besides the sizzling, a piercing scream spread. The thousand-eyed devil's body was first severed into two by his companion's sword, and then his remaining parts were struck by the flashing beams. His fragile body was ripped apart, although indestructible matter surged and tried to weave his remains together. Even more attacks arrived the next second and prevented it. Within a moment, he was broken down into his tiniest particles hundreds of times. It was only after his indestructible matter was nearly exhausted that the attacks ceased. As the last bit of indestructible matter was consumed to reform the thousand-eyed devil's body, his horrifying face couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The previous situation had been extremely dangerous. If the attacks had lasted for just a split second longer, he would have been wiped out. There would have been no chance for recovery. He would have really perished. Fortunately, my luck is good. Just a bit, and I would have died. He couldn't help but mutter, his voice trembling with fear and astonishment. However, the thousand-eyed devil was not relieved for long. The next moment, he was reminded of his current predicament. Though he had survived, the battle was far from over just yet. Evidence of this was the illusory river that suddenly appeared above his head. As its long shadow was cast upon the thousand-eyed devil and seemed to pull him into a long dream, his thousands of eyes grew terrified once again. Unfortunately, his body had no power to move. The illusory river crashed onto his body. Its waves wrapped him up and pulled him into its illusory waters. Waves flowed, pushing him towards the river's bottom. Just when the thousand-eyed devil struggled to break free, like a person who didn't know how to swim, an unassuming hand suddenly patted the river's surface rather gently. The water surface barely moved and was hardly impacted. Yet, an astonishing amount of power struck the struggling thousand-eyed devil within it. The pressure of the water itself was already difficult for him to withstand. Now that an outside force had intervened, he was pushed to the bottom of the river, and he sank lower and lower. Before long, the thousand-eyed devil's remaining eyes grew confused. His vision became increasingly blurry until, suddenly, it darkened and he lost consciousness. The thousand-eyed devil had the experience of struggling in a dark place for tens of thousands of years before he finally succumbed to his fate. But in reality, Barely a moment had gone by since he fell into the river. As Liora waved her hand, the snake of time returned to her body and retreated back into her soul space. She knew that this technique could not be used for the foreseeable future, although its status was extraordinary since it utilized the power of time. It was just a nascent technique that was still at the first level after all. Being able to seal an archdevil was already impressive enough and was a testament to its strength. As for using it in battle simultaneously, this was obviously impossible. However, Liora did not mind. She knew that she had gotten rid of the biggest obstacle, and the outcome of the battle was half decided. Shifting her focus back to reality, her soul power surged, and a majestic golden pupil shone at the center of her forehead. It didn't launch any attacks, but inspected the formation around her. Liora had previously been unable to break out of it because the thousand-eyed devil was manipulating it. However, now that the opponent had been suppressed and she had the third eye's assistance, breaking the formation was actually quite simple. But this is not what I want to do. Rather than breaking it, I would rather it be used to my advantage, Liora whispered, and her demonic energy suddenly flared. It turned into invisible threads and drilled into the space around her, rapidly moving towards the hidden core of the formation. Within a moment, it had reached the formation's depths. Faced with no obstruction and interference, her demonic energy poured into the core, and a connection was established between them. The metal chains trying to entangle Liora ceased abruptly. With a wave of her hand, the power of several medium-level worlds descended and fired towards the feathered devil. Under its suppression, the opponent was barely able to defend herself, and that not for long. Soon, the sound of flesh being ripped apart echoed. Liora had only been at a small disadvantage when faced with the three parties in the past. Now that the situation had turned from 3 versus 1 to 2 versus 1 in her favor, dealing with the feathered devil was only a matter of time. Faint chewing sounds spread in the otherwise desolate and silent Origin Sea. A lone figure stood on top of a pile of ruins, with her back shrouded in the dim light of several medium-level worlds. Debris floated all around her, chunks of worlds, weapons, and even the remains of archdevils. Blood and feathers were scattered all over them, painting a gruesome image. Liora stood amidst this scene without the slightest expression on her face. She remained indifferent. She watched silently as the miniature black hole in front of her devoured the last remains of her opponents, signaling the end of the previous fierce battle. 2 creation stage archdevils who cooperated seamlessly, protected by a formation empowered by several worlds. Yet, their final fate was far from good. One was currently unconscious and had been suppressed at the bottom of the snake of time, while the other archdevil had perished in her hands. It was hard to say who had it better, though there was obviously no need for comparison. Liora lowered her head. As she checked her current state, she couldn't help but shake her head. She knew that she had been overconfident in coming here, perhaps affected by her advancement and recent surge in strength. It was only after the previous battle that she realized that no archdevil was simple, and she could not suppress them at will. I could easily fight against an army of true spirit greater devils while I was still in that stage. No matter how many opponents I faced, I would be able to deal with them. Yet, as soon as I advanced, I'm no longer able to easily suppress my opponents. Were the feathered devil and the thousand-eyed devil powerful? Of course. At the same time, they were cautious in their actions and had set up the formation to prevent her from escaping. But this was far from the reason why Liora failed to defeat them quickly. Ultimately, it's because I've just advanced. My devil techniques are still at the level of a greater devil, and I've yet to truly upgrade my means. Even the greater devil techniques I have practiced are far from being fully mastered. Even the demonic body art is only at the 6th level. If it were not for my earlier comprehension of throne manifestation and the power of the snake of time, I would only be a slightly more powerful creation stage archdevil. Although quite strong among my peers, there would be more powerful beings in this stage. Of course, Liora knew that she could not be blamed. It was not her fault that she had just advanced but had to deal with two archdevils. One could say that she was forced by the circumstances. Shortly after, Liora shook her head and suppressed these thoughts. In the end, everything had worked out. Although the struggle of her enemies was stronger than expected and an accident almost happened during the process, she had managed to emerge victorious. No, not only had she won, but she had captured one of the two archdevils alive. Liora turned her gaze to her soul space, or to be more accurate, to the snake of time dancing around her soul body. A brief glint flashed in her pupils, and she stared at the archdevil who had sunk to its bottom. The thousand-eyed devil had yet to wake up. He remained sealed in the snake of time's depths, unable to move, much less struggle. Compared to that feathered woman, I much prefer this guy. Being able to capture him alive is worth the risk I took to battle against them. The previous fight did not last for long. Yet, Liora had already comprehended the characteristics of her opponents. According to her guess, the feathered devil should have integrated concepts such as flight, feathers, and sky into her throne, hence her appearance and the ability she utilized. On the other hand, the thousand-eyed devil concentrated on the concepts of gaze, illusion, and sacrifice. The latter two were not very valuable, in Liora's opinion. It was the first and most integral concept, gaze, that she valued. Her previous soul transformation had given birth to a new ability she called Heaven's Eye. It was exactly the third golden pupil that frequently appeared on her forehead and allowed her vision to expand, as well as launch soul attacks. Because of this, she was quite interested in the concept of gaze. Liora couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she were to integrate it into her own throne. Would Heaven's Eye power improve, or would it undergo a more fundamental change? Soon, Liora shook her head once more. Now was not the time to think about this. She was still in the Origin Sea and was not safe. Although the battle was over and the enemies had been dealt with, the danger was far from over just yet. Not only because of this place's environment, but also because of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Liora guessed that the other party must have already discovered what took place here. There was a high chance that someone would come after her once again. Based on her previous achievements, that someone was bound to be far more powerful than the feathered devil and thousand-eyed devil. Liora had some confidence in dealing with, or at least escaping from, a throne stage powerhouse in the past. But the earlier battle had shattered her dreams. She knew that if she were to face such an archdevil, escaping would be nearly impossible, and she would only be able to withstand a couple of blows from them. Fortunately, I've already made preparations. Otherwise, my way back to the demon world would have been cut off. Liora couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She raised her hand and let the black hole in front of her expand, then watched as the corpse remains and other debris flew towards it. After confirming that every piece of evidence had been destroyed and no one would discover what occurred during the battle, she turned around and continued her journey. This time, her target was not the demon world, but the world she had just departed from. Returning through the Origin Sea was dangerous. Liora knew that the Universe Chamber of Commerce might have the means to locate her. If they were willing, they could very well block her way far before she reached her destination. As such, she would, of course, not willingly step into another trap. Rather than betting on whether the Universe Chamber of Commerce had the resources to deal with her at the moment, it would be far better to simply use the world descending array she had previously set up. Demon World, 173rd layer, Hollow City. A crimson light flashed in a vast mansion located near the center of the city. Following the seemingly randomized arrangement of squirming patterns, the outline of two humanoid figures appeared in the air. As the patterns were rearranged, these figures became increasingly clearer, until suddenly, their true appearance was revealed. It was two women, both beautiful in their own way. One had long red hair and red eyes, and exuded an indifferent and somewhat ruthless aura, while the other had brown hair and amber eyes. She was cold and showed little interest in the world around her, as if nothing could enter her eyes. Alpha remained calm as Liora, and she returned to the demon world. She had never experienced the war against the Universe Chamber of Commerce, nor had she witnessed the earlier confrontation. Though Liora had briefly described the process to her, her trust in her lord made her believe that they were never in danger. In Alpha's opinion, even if a prince of the demon world were to appear, Liora would certainly have a way of dealing with it. Liora did not remain as calm. As she saw the familiar world around her, and sensed the familiar bloodthirsty aura filling the demon world, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knew that her escape had been successful. Now that she had returned to the demon world, or more accurately, to Hollow City, she had absolutely no reason to fear the Universe Chamber of Commerce. With the Hollow Ancestor in charge and several other organizations confronting each other, the other party would never dare to seek trouble with her within the city's confines. Moreover, it's still unknown whether they would even be willing to attack me without sufficient confidence in taking me down. In their eyes, the inheritance I carry is extremely valuable and should have originally been their possession. If I were pushed to despair and chose to abandon it in a desolate place, or worse, present it to someone stronger as a gift, then this inheritance would no longer have anything to do with the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Realizing this, Liora relaxed and understood she was safe for the time being. However, she was not planning to entrust her fate to other people's hands just yet. Now that she had come back to the demon world and had ample resources in her hands, both in actual resources and evolution points, she was planning to do her best to improve her strength. At the same time, it was time for the mansion she had purchased in Hollow City to be put into use. Like other archdevils, she was planning to turn this place into a fortress. Countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind as she altered her plans for the foreseeable future. Once she was done, she turned to Alpha and was about to give an order. But before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed a glimmer of excitement in her subordinate's eyes. Liora followed her gaze and discovered the reason behind it. It was neither their successful escape from danger nor their return to the demon world. Instead, as Liora looked where Alpha was looking, she saw that her excitement stemmed from the figures of the wooden puppet servants strolling the mansion. Although Alpha tried her best to hide it, it was apparent to everyone that she was quite happy to see them. Upon seeing this, Liora couldn't help but stretch her hand and gently pat her on the shoulder, roughly guessing her thoughts. Her movements jolted Alpha awake. Blood rushed to her cheeks when she realized what had happened. Just when she turned her head around and was ready to mutter an excuse, Liora interrupted her. She casually waved her hand and dismissed her. "Go on. I will be focusing on taking stock of the harvest for the next few days. While I'm away, you can take care of the mansion in my stead," she said, before pausing for a brief moment and adding, "The mansion is somewhat desolate. If you wish, you can go out and purchase a few more of these puppets to help you take care of it." Alpha was originally going to nod her head and claim that she would do everything in her power to take good care of the mansion while Liora was gone. However, when she heard the last part of Liora's speech, she could now be certain that her previous gaffe had been noticed. Even more blood rushed to her cheeks, and her face flushed. In a hurry, she could only nod her head repeatedly, up and down, doing her best to hide it. "Don't worry, my lord. I will take care of the mansion." She tried to keep her voice calm and cold. Liora watched Alpha go away to play with her puppets while secretly being speechless. She shook her head. She didn't know when Alpha gained this hobby, nor how a world-destroying being could enjoy playing with toys. "But it's for the better," she muttered with a smile. "Alpha getting a hobby is nice. It's always good to have things to occupy yourself with." Having said that, Liora knew that this was the case only for Alpha at the moment. She, on the other hand, had no business taking a break, much less wasting her time doing such unproductive things. Thinking of this, she turned around. Though she wanted to, Liora did not rush to her room and review her gains, nor did she shut herself into practice. Instead, she began to stroll through the mansion. She measured the garden around it with her feet, only stopping once in a while. She didn't stop to admire the colorful flowers, though. Rather, she would lean down and inscribe several symbols in certain locations. If one were to look at this scene from a bird's eye view, one would discover that a large formation was gradually being outlined. That formation was far from simple. It spread throughout the mansion and was composed of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of devil runes, which were perfectly combined together. Time passed. Unbeknownst to everyone in Hollow City, a formation far beyond most people's understanding was being slowly set up. On the other side, Liora did not know what was going on inside the seal. The space around her fluctuated as she jumped through it again and again, leaving the demon god and the seal behind her. It was only several minutes later, when she was far away from the two, that she finally came to a stop. Surveying her surroundings and sensing no danger, she slowly descended and landed on the ground. The moment she did, her pale face immediately regained its color. Her fluctuating aura became unfathomable once again, showing none of the weakness from before. Her eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement. What a steal! Has the demon god gone crazy from solitude? He gave me all that for such a little amount of nothingness. Liora couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that the demon god had underestimated her. With her connection to the land of nothingness, Liora could manipulate the power of nothingness at will. With just a call, boundless nothingness could descend into this world without her paying any price. The amount of nothingness that the demon god asked for was minimal. Liora would actually spend hundreds of times more every time she used nothingness to fight. So, for her, this was more profitable than even robbery. The demon god had suffered a great loss by giving her 10 wisps of time and countless materials. Of course, Liora understood that this was a matter of perspective. For her, the power of nothingness was nothing, but for the demon god, it was his lifeline and hope of breaking free. As long as he could achieve this goal, he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price, no matter how high it may be. However, is that guy really sealed? Liora suddenly frowned. Although everything suggested so, she had a reason to strongly doubt it. Could such a small amount of nothingness really break the seal, imprisoning a powerful greater devil? She didn't believe so. Yet ultimately, this didn't matter. She and the demon god were not enemies, at least for now. Even if he was plotting something and had some great conspiracy, it would not be targeted at her. If anyone ought to be worried, it should be the 9 divine clans. After all, the demon god was bound to try and get revenge. Since I can't advance to a greater devil, I have to focus on improving my combat power instead. To do so, some risks are bound to be taken. Overall, the benefits of cooperating with the demon god far outweigh the potential risks. In the worst-case scenario, I will just leave this world. This was an advantage that Liora held over her opponents. As long as she wished to, she could always choose to give up. On the other hand, natives like the demon god had no such choice. After analyzing the situation and confirming that she had not made any major mistakes, Liora stopped thinking about it. Engraving a small defensive formation around her, she sat on the ground, and her consciousness poured into the space ring she had just received. Instantly, a small droplet flew out and stopped in front of her face. It glistened with a bright but illusory color and caused many fragmented images to form in her mind. The sound of waves pushing forward rang in her mind, forcing Liora's eyes to become confused for some time. It was only a few seconds later that she finally recovered. When she did, her eyes narrowed, and she took a deeper look at the wisp of time. Soon, she let out a sigh. It deserves to be an item related to the power of time. I'm afraid that the rumors of it being a drop from the River of Time are not baseless, she whispered. The demon god had mentioned during their previous deal that the Wisp of Time's main function was to help people return to their past state. However, Liora scoffed at this idea. The Wisp of Time could indeed be used like that, but doing so would be a complete waste of it. In fact, the reason why this item was so precious was not because of its functions per se, but because it contained the power of time. As long as one studied it, there was a small chance that they would be able to get into contact with this power. The power of time might prove helpful. If things are indeed as I thought, then it might break the balance during the future confrontation. Thinking of this, Liora had the urge to conduct research on the Wisp of Time as soon as possible. However, she quickly shook her head. Now was not the time. The wisps of time would not go anywhere. There would be more opportunities to conduct research in the future. For now, she had to deal with something else first. After she placed the wisp of time back into the pool, Liora did not rise to her feet. Instead, her consciousness reached into the space ring once again and took the materials stored inside out. Precious metals, the blood of demons and other powerful beings, as well as countless fragments of demon weapons, soon turned into a miniature mountain in front of her. Seeing them, Liora did not waste any time. Her demon weapon emerged, and after a spin, it began devouring these materials. If it were in the past, such a process would have taken months, if not years, to complete. But fortunately, the umbrella was now a demon saint weapon. Its digestive abilities had improved significantly. Coupled with Liora's own immense strength, the time required to digest these resources was bound to be much shorter. Adding the fact that Liora did not have to fight against the demon weapon's influence, her rate of improvement was unmatched by ordinary divine race members. Material after material was quickly broken down and became nourishment for the Black Umbrella, as each of them brought an incremental increase in its quality. Participating in the demon god's cemetery was fraught with danger, but was also extremely beneficial for divine race members. Ruins were scattered across the land, waiting for weapon masters to encounter them and unearth the precious resources hidden inside. At the same time, the other participants also served as a source of benefits. Their demon weapons, and even their own corpses, could be devoured, used as nourishment for one's improvement. Even the fight itself was advantageous, as the dangerous environment allowed the young divine race members to unleash their potential and break through during the battle. All of the above meant that the competition was extremely fierce. Many weapon masters died in the first few days, while hundreds of them had been severely injured. Due to the chaos and the vastness of the continent itself, no one could possibly guess that in one of its edges, a devil was slowly undergoing a transformation. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that it was a demon saint who was undergoing the transformation. Surrounded by the formation, Liora controlled the Black Umbrella to devour the materials she had robbed from the demon god. Though only a few hours had passed, the original mountain of metals had now mostly vanished. Only a few fragmented demon weapons remained. As a result, the aura exuded by the Black Umbrella had grown far more refined. It was no longer sharp and fierce like a murderous sword, but elegant and silent like a slumbering moon elf. Suddenly, a crashing sound reached Liora's ears. Fractures formed all across the umbrella as its body began to crumble, breaking into tiny pieces. Soon, part of the umbrella was nowhere to be seen. Only its handle remained, making it look like a cane rather than an umbrella. Fortunately, Liora's mind was linked with the demon weapon, and she could sense its state. Thus, she did not show any panic despite witnessing such a bizarre scene. She continued watching closely, observing the process of its transformation. The demon weapon did not keep her waiting for long. Only a few seconds later, the broken pieces of the umbrella transformed into a silver light and shot upwards. They revolved around the handle and turned into a small canopy, gradually merging into its top and taking form. A moment later, a clicking sound rang in Liora's mind. A silver light flashed brightly and engulfed the umbrella. Liora felt a large amount of energy enter her body. It was the feedback brought by the demon weapon, signaling that the last shackle restricting it had been broken. Using a large number of materials, it had jumped to the demon's sovereign realm, and the same was true for her. Demon sovereignness was a realm equivalent to the greater devil stage. Although they did not possess as many methods, nor the indestructible nature of greater devils, demon sovereigns were not to be underestimated. In an instant, Liora noticed a significant improvement in both her physical strength and the demonic energy rushing through her body. Through a quick investigation, she arrived at a conclusion. If she could fight against greater devils at the first stage before, then she was now able to contend against greater devils at the second stage. Though this improvement seemed small, it was in fact not. Greater devils at the second stage were able to easily suppress those at the first stage, as the significance of their entire bodies integrating with indestructible matter was massive. Sensing her overwhelming strength, Liora was happy but did not lose her composure. Taking the umbrella back into her body, she made a surprising decision. With a thought, she resumed the process she had previously interrupted her advancement to a greater devil. Her bloodline was instantly activated, ready to help her advance to another life level. However, before Liora had the time to be happy, the familiar sense of threat arrived once again, accompanied by the sound of countless overlapping murmurs. Seeing this, Liora immediately terminated the process of advancement. However, she didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, a look of enlightenment flashed across her face. I can sense that the danger has decreased a lot. Although I will still most likely die if I were to advance, there is now a small chance that I will survive. Saying this, she nodded her head. It seems that my previous theory was correct. As long as I enhance my combat power and reach a certain level of strength, I should be able to advance without facing much danger. Moreover, this let Liora confirm that it was specifically her advancement to a greater devil that brought her the danger. Other power systems were not included in this equation. Thus, she tended to believe that her previous guess had been correct. Her current issue was indeed related to the rare event that was briefly mentioned in her bloodline memories. Having confirmed this, Liora rose to her feet and deactivated the formation surrounding her. The advancement to a demon sovereign had been accompanied by several visions and had made a lot of noise. But thankfully, the formation had concealed everything. No one had noticed that her strength had improved dramatically, nor did anyone know that a new demon sovereign had unknowingly been born in this land. Lifting her head, Liora's consciousness swept across her surroundings. Several weapon masters immediately caught her attention. Although she couldn't recognize them, their fluctuating auras made her arrive at a natural conclusion. These people had obtained a lot from the trip to the demon god cemetery. If they were lucky and happened to leave this place alive, it would only be a matter of time until they became demon saints. This is good. Although demons can also provide me with indestructible matter, hunting down divine race members is far more efficient. Liora thought calmly as her figure soared into the sky. Stretching her hand, she slowly extended it into the distance before she clenched her fist. A split second later, the sound of an explosion echoed from not far away. There, a weapon master and a demon who were entangled in battle suddenly exploded in unison. A crimson light flashed by their location, and the next moment, their remains vanished. Though far away, Liora was able to capture this scene. Part of her body lit up with a golden light as her manifestation returned and poured indestructible matter into her. The rate of progress was not very great. However, Liora did not display any dissatisfaction. This degree of progress was already enough considering the low amount of effort it took from her. Moreover, there should be hundreds of divine race members and tens of thousands of beasts in the demon god cemetery. As long as all these creatures are devoured, kill him. If he doesn't die, then we will. Members of the Sword Clan, come with me. Dark Demon Clan, do you really want to protect him? Several parties were confronting each other on top of a high mountain. Or to be more accurate, several parties had banded together to deal with a single opponent. On one side stood many members of the 8 divine clans. After so many days, many of them had encountered each other and teamed up. By now, more than 100 people had gathered here under the instructions of their leaders. On the other side were also members of the divine clans. However, they all belonged to a single one, the Dark Demon Clan. At the center stood a muscular young man with a chiseled face, while behind him stood the rest of the Dark Demon Clan members. Hearing the taunts of his opponents, the young man sneered coldly. If you wish to attack me, then just do it. What's the point of talking at this point? A bunch of cowards, he said with contempt. Wherever his gaze passed, the people he faced would flinch and take half a step back. Fortunately, there were some courageous people among the members of the divine clans. Darian, You should surrender and cripple yourself if you know what's good for you. Don't cause the other people of the Dark Demon clan to die with you. Otherwise, even if you survive, you will be unable to give an explanation to the priests outside. These words indeed caused the expression of Darien to change. But most importantly, it caused the members of the Dark Demon clan to hesitate. Although the clan head had told them to cooperate with Darien, this didn't mean that they were willing to die for his sake. If their lives were in danger, they would rather betray him than really die. Their thoughts were immediately noticed by Matt. Though he understood their positions and might have done the same if he were in their shoes, he also couldn't help but feel speechless. We should do a reshuffling of forces when I return to the clan. The clan has really gotten worse under the leadership of my father. How can my Dark Demon clan dominate the world if its members are but a bunch of cowards? Darien shook his head. His silence made the people besieging him delighted. They felt that he was about to give up and surrender. But the next moment, Darien's expression turned stern. Following a loud shout, a bronze light engulfed his body while a demonic figure emerged behind his back. When the light disappeared, the demonic figure merged with his body and transformed into a pair of bronze gauntlets. Darien did not speak any further. The next second, he glided forward and flashed beside the person who had previously taunted him. Turning his hand into a fist, he punched him in the abdomen. His opponent had no time to react. The force of the bronze gauntlet raged inside his body. Under his shocked eyes, his body suddenly exploded. Although a small light flickered, appeared in the distance, and turned back into the man, his face was still filled with shock. No, how is this possible? The man couldn't help but mutter, and he instantly had a faint guess. This guy is broken through. He is not a weapon master. He has already become a demon saint, he shouted, trying to remind his companions, but it was already too late. The demonic figure behind Darien reappeared and, mimicking his own movements, punched down, sending dozens of weapon masters flying. Blood splattered as their flesh was torn apart. Before they could recover, Darien launched himself forward and entered the enemy's formation. He ignored their attacks and allowed his opponents to strike him, disregarding his injuries to kill them instead. No, show mercy. Damn the Dark Demon clan. You won't have a good ending. Several curses cut through the air as only a few minutes after the fight started, dozens of weapon masters collapsed to the ground, dead. Although Darien also suffered some injuries, they were all surface level. With his demon saint strength, he was able to gain the upper hand in the confrontation. Seeing this, the Dark Demon clan members behind him cheered. No longer as hesitant, they rushed forward and entered the battlefield. In complete opposition, the Divine clan members' momentum grew weaker. Some of them wanted to run away, but they were forced to stay under the threatening glares of their respective leaders. Such a situation made the fight even more chaotic. The noise caused by the battle quickly spread, prompting more and more people to gather here. When they saw Darien's powerful aura, which resembled that of a demon, they didn't choose to escape, but rather to participate. In the blink of an eye, the situation got out of control. Several hundred weapon masters had gathered in the mountain, and by this point, few people could identify exactly who their opponents were. Still, the battle continued. Golden lights flashed, demon weapons were brandished, while the blood turned into a sea and slowly spread down the mountain's base. The eyes of the weapon masters turned red, losing themselves in the bloodlust. Resisting the temptations of their demon weapons became increasingly difficult, and some of them even began to kill their own teammates. When Liora arrived, this was the scene that she witnessed. Several hundred weapon masters were all attacking each other, with a demon saint rampaging through the battlefield and killing everyone blocking their path. Standing in the sky and taking a look below, Liora shook her head and chuckled. Interesting. Pretty much everyone in the demon god's cemetery has gathered here. If all these people were to die, the divine clans are going to be furious. Sensing that the battlefield below was becoming increasingly chaotic, Liora did not stay put. Following a silver light, an umbrella materialized in her hand before her figure blurred. When she reappeared, She was standing right at the center of the battlefield. Her arrival didn't attract much attention, and no one suspected anything. Only a few weapon masters turned around and attacked her, branding her as their enemy. However, before these people's blows could truly reach her, Liora's hand holding the umbrella lightly shook. Instantly, several silver lights flashed across its body, and after transforming into silver blades, fell towards her opponents. Their defenses proved meaningless. The silver blades cut easily through their bodies and annihilated them from within. As a crimson saber flashed and returned, their essence turned into indestructible matter and supplied Liora with energy. Liora did not pause to savor her increased power. She took another step forward as if nothing had happened, wielding her demon weapon once again towards those blocking her path. Very quickly, a small road opened in the otherwise chaotic battlefield, a road connecting Liora and Darien. Before long, the two were practically next to each other. However, just when Liora was about to launch an attack, the frenzied expression on Darien's face changed. His gaze wandered through the battlefield, and he yelled, "What are you waiting for? Kill her!" The moment Darien's words fell, several powerful auras surged on several locations across the battlefield. The leaders of the divine clans suddenly all broke through in unison, turning from weapon masters to powerful demon saints. No, based on the stability of their aura, it was apparent that they had become demon saints long ago. Instantly, the movements of everyone in the battlefield halted. Everyone was confused. However, the 8 demon saints and Darien did not care about their opinions. The moment they showed their true strength, they all attacked. A black serpent emerged on one side of the battlefield, while a large sword appeared in another. A 3-headed monster, a tentacled creature, a long spear. Even the rampaging Darien turned around and manipulated the demonic figure to strike at his opponent. His blow merged with that of the rest of them. 9 demon saint attacks blended together, and even veteran demon saints at the peak of the realm would have trouble defending. Shockingly, the target of these people was none other than Liora. She didn't have time to react. Countless flickering lights soon engulfed her figure, as 9 demon weapons attacked her from all sides. The weapon masters near her exploded. Their divine aura could not help them recover, and they were instantly exterminated. Although the dead people included members of their own divine clans, the 9 demon saints did not pay any heed. They continued delivering blow after blow, causing the entire mountain to break apart. She should be dead, right? One of the demon saints muttered a few seconds later as he sensed Liora's aura disappear. Even a demon sovereign might have died under our combined attack. I'm afraid that even her demon weapon has been destroyed. It's such a pity. A woman clicked her tongue and smiled on the side. That's what she gets for targeting our companions. Does she think that she can rule the demon god's cemetery just because she has broken through? Another one sneered. Their conversation revealed the truth. Surprisingly, these people had not gathered here to hunt down Darien, as everyone believed, but were targeting Liora from the very beginning. Everything, including the sacrifice of their own clan members, was nothing more than an act to lead their opponent here. Even Darien himself was involved in their plans, or rather, he was the mastermind behind everything. That person must have obtained a treasure from a ruin and made rapid progress. No one in the cemetery recognizes her. I'm afraid that she used to be an ordinary weapon master before. Matt judged as he took back his gauntlets and stared at the flickering lights in the distance with a greedy expression. His body secretly tensed up, ready to rush forward and take the spoils of the battle when Liora's death was finally confirmed. The other demon saints had a similar plan. They stared at Liora's previous location, waiting for the dust to settle and for everything to become clear. Once they did, another, perhaps more bloody fight would start. However, when the lights went out and the crumbling pieces of the mountain disappeared, everyone was left stunned. Where the demon saints were expecting to see destruction and ruin, they only saw an unscathed piece of land. Most importantly, they discovered a woman stood alone on that piece of land. With long crimson hair, red eyes, and a silver umbrella hovering above her head. She was staring in their direction with faint interest flashing across her eyes. I underestimated you fools. It's unexpected that you all gathered together to attack me. However, do you really think that you can hide yourself from my perception? She shook her head. Still, I have to thank you. If you hadn't gathered all these people here, I would have needed to spend days searching for them. Liora chuckled, her gaze piercing through the silver veil covering her and falling on the 9 demon saints outside. When her gaze landed on them, the demon saints couldn't help but tremble instinctively. They had the illusion that they were being stared at by a murderous beast, similar to how they felt when they were facing their fathers and ancestors. Kill, run. Ultimately, the 9 demon saints made different decisions. Half of them rushed forward and wanted to kill Liora, while the other half ran away, believing that they would never be able to deal with such an opponent. Unfortunately, no matter what choice they made, their final fate was not much different. Since you've chosen to attack me, I should also reciprocate the favor. Liora smiled and said before lightly waving the umbrella forward. Not much momentum accompanied her movements. But the next moment, every demon saint, regardless of their actions, stopped in their tracks. A silver light illuminated their bodies, and they were suddenly attacked. Several punch marks appeared on Darian's body, the result of gauntlets striking at him. Sword slashes appeared on the body of the Sword God clan's demon saint, while part of the body of the Ouroboros clan's demon saint turned into food for serpents. Similar events happened to everyone else. The attacks were eerie and inexplicable, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Most importantly, the attacks were directly related to everyone's combat style. In an instant, everyone was riddled with injuries that were seemingly caused by their own attacks. In fact, this was indeed the case. Liora's advancement to a demon sovereign had greatly improved the power of her demon weapon. Moreover, the advancement had helped the umbrella awaken 3 brand new abilities. Among the 3, 2 were directly related to each other: Sovereign's Sanctuary and Counterattack. Sovereign's Canopy. The demon weapon can form a domain of absolute defense around the user. Unless a blow surpasses the maximum limit that the demon weapon can withstand, any damage the user faces will be completely negated. Retribution. The demon weapon can return the damage it has previously negated. Depending on the opponent's strength, the damage will be increased or reduced accordingly. The gap between a demon sovereign and a demon saint was massive, similar to the gap between true devils and greater devils. Don't be mistaken by Liora's situation and her past achievements. Even among devils, Liora was truly a freak. No other true devil besides her could possibly contend against greater devils. Similarly, demon saints could not fight against demon sovereigns. As such, the moment retribution was activated, the demon saints all suffered a great deal of harm. Not only did they have to suffer their respective attacks, but the power of their blows had also significantly increased. The first to collapse was none other than Darian. He was the strongest among the demon saints besieging Liora, and exactly because of that, the damage he suffered was the most serious. Instantly, his body shattered like glass. Just as a golden light flickered and wished to reconstruct his body, Liora's manifestation appeared. His essence was devoured by the Crimson Saber, spelling out his total annihilation. Before everyone could be shocked, the world trembled. The blue sky above their heads parted, and bloody droplets started to rain down, as if the world itself was mourning for Darian's death. But just when everyone was affected by the sorrowful atmosphere, the vision disappeared. The bloody rain was wiped away at once and was replaced with a colorful rainbow. One moment, the world was mourning for the demon saint's death, and the next one it looked to be celebrating. This contradictory behavior confused everyone, and they could not comprehend what was happening. However, they soon didn't have the will to pay attention to this phenomenon. Not long after Darian died, another demon saint, this time from the Sword God clan, fell. Then another and another. Within mere seconds, the previous alternating vision occurred several times. Bloody rain fell and was subsequently wiped out, as if the world itself had a split personality. Once, twice, thrice. The weapon masters counted silently in their heads and were starting to doubt their lives. It was only when the counter had reached 9 that the visions finally stopped. But no one was happy. They knew what this meant. The future clan heads of the divine clans, the 9 demon saints who had just broken through, had all met their demise. They were all dead. Raising their head, the ordinary divine race members couldn't help but stare at the culprit with fear. From the moment she was attacked till now, Liora had not moved from her position. She remained motionless and stood calmly with the umbrella shielding her head from the rain, as if the death of everyone was none of her business. However, everyone understood. This seemingly unassuming woman was different than what her appearance would suggest. In their eyes, she was simply a demon. Without so much as doing anything, she had caused the death of 9 demon saints. Just when they were wondering about their future, Liora shifted her attention to them. She didn't attack on her own. Instead, she lightly tossed the umbrella forward and let it transform. The umbrella's body squirmed. It elongated and grew many times larger in size, while its texture also gradually changed. Before long, the silver umbrella was nowhere to be seen. A colossal dragon had unknowingly replaced it. A fierce yet aloof look flashed in the dragon's eyes before it opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, ignoring the terrified gazes of the people below, it raised its front limbs and brought them down like claws. The sound of flesh being torn apart reverberated, followed by loud screams and pleas for mercy. Unfortunately, the silver dragon didn't seem to have heard their pleadings. Like a beast that had been unleashed, it rampaged through the battlefield. It didn't take long for the battle to be over. With the death of the demon saints, none of the remaining weapon masters were able to compete with Liora. She didn't even need to take action. Just by letting the silver dragon, the transformation of her demon weapon, take action, she wiped out all the weapon masters. As the silver dragon returned and reluctantly transformed into an umbrella again, Liora ignored the ruins and blood around her and took her seat on the ground. That guy is indeed my savior. Could it be that Darien is a spy sent by other worlds? I would have never been able to kill so many weapon masters if it weren't for him. Considering the vastness of the continent and the fact that they can choose to hide, I would at most be able to locate half of these people. Moreover, killing 9 demon saints is an unexpected harvest. Liora couldn't help but observe her current state. Although the golden light had long disappeared, she could sense that even more indestructible matter had been integrated with her physical body. By now, more than 50% of it had been fully integrated with indestructible matter. The advantages of this were apparent. Liora's recovery abilities had been massively improved, while even her physical strength had been enhanced somewhat. However, perhaps the most significant change was something else. Suddenly, Liora made a surprising move. Her right hand slashed at her left shoulder and, like cutting through paper, sliced her left arm off. Ignoring the pain and blood dripping, she clutched the arm and threw it to the ground beside her. The arm squirmed. The flesh, bones, and blood shook violently before they merged together. Just like the silver dragon had done before, her left arm also transformed. When the transformation was completed, a second person had appeared amidst the ruins. With crimson hair, shining red eyes, and a beautiful face, she looked exactly the same as Liora. Or rather, she was Liora. Feeling that her consciousness had been divided into 2 and she was now able to control both bodies, Liora had to admit that this was a novel experience. Thankfully, her consciousness was very powerful, and she quickly got used to this feeling. Her gaze turned her second self, and she inspected her state. I should have the strength of a lesser devil. Coupled with my abilities and experience, I should be able to deal with an ordinary true devil. She made a rough judgment. This level of strength was actually shocking. After all, this body was created merely from one of Liora's arms. If she were to cut her other limbs off, wouldn't that mean that she would be able to get 4 more true devil clones? Once she recovered, would she be able to form an army on her own? Unfortunately, things are not that simple. This thing cannot be considered a clone, nor is it made from my flesh and blood. In fact, it's mostly made from indestructible matter. The flesh and blood merely serve as a vessel for it, Liora thought. Looking at her own body, she discovered that almost half of her indestructible matter had been consumed. Similarly, 1/4 of the indestructible matter within her soul had also disappeared. Seeing this, Liora immediately shook her head. No wonder I've never heard of any greater devil creating an army of clones. It's simply not worth it. For me, the existence of a true devil-level clone is meaningless. The amount of help it can provide to me is minimal. Losing so much indestructible matter far outweighs the benefits of having a weak clone. Understanding this, Liora stopped the experiment. With a thought, her second self exploded and turned back into blood and flesh, which quickly blended in her left shoulder and helped her recover. At the same time, the indestructible matter that Liora had consumed to create the clone also returned with it. Although part of it had been lost due to the clone's activity, the overall consumption was barely noticeable. Even if this ability itself is useless, it signifies a lot. The gap in the life level between devil stages is becoming increasingly apparent. I'm afraid that by the time one becomes an ancient devil, their every particle and cell can be considered a different individual. It only requires a thought to create millions of clones. Combat power was combat power, while life level was life level. The two should not be confused. Even if Liora could previously suppress or even kill a greater devil before, she didn't possess such an ability. But now that she had integrated with more indestructible matter, she could achieve something other true devils could not. In fact, Liora was no longer considered a real, true devil. Although she had not advanced yet, her life level had already taken a leap forward. If one had to say, one could regard her as a pseudo-greater devil. It's about time for the demi-plane to send people out. Who do you think will be the biggest winner? If you ask me, the most likely person is Darien. Unless everyone bands together, he should be able to suppress everything with his strength. I don't think so. Maven showed a great amount of confidence before. I'm afraid that the Ouroboros clan has something to rely on. Outside the demon god's cemetery, several demon saints were waiting. Almost a month had passed since the weapon masters were sent in, and by now, it was time for the cemetery to open. Although the clan heads remained silent, the priests accompanying them did not. After so many years, the relationship between the divine clans was quite complicated. Some demon saints were close friends, while others were mortal enemies. Such relationships disregarded the one between the clans. There were demon saints from the Ouroboros clan who were friends with the Dark Demon clan, and the same was true for the demon saints of the other divine clans. Just when the demon saints were chattering among themselves and making guesses about the outcome, the expressions of the 9 clan heads suddenly changed. "It's time." The Sword God clan's head spoke up, and following his words, his momentum surged. The same was true for the other clan heads, too. They took action in unison, and, just like during the demon god's cemetery's opening, they shattered space itself and revealed the demi-plane hidden beneath it. The demi-plane trembled. Only a moment later, several dots rushed out of it and flew towards the main world. Wandering through the space, they passed through the gate that the clan heads had opened and exited the space layer. As soon as the dots emerged, their identities were revealed. They were the weapon masters who had been sent to the demon god's cemetery. However, none of the clan heads were happy with their return. Too few. From the almost 1,000 participants who had been sent in, less than 100 had come back. Moreover, those who did return were weak and currently in a miserable state. What happened? Did the demon god awaken and attack you? Where is everyone? Where is Darien? The head of the Dark Demon clan caught one of his descendants and asked a barrage of questions. The latter trembled in fear. He was originally reluctant to break out the news, but when he sensed the deadly gaze of his clan's head, he mustered the courage and spoke with a trembling voice. "Dead. All dead. Everyone's dead. That lunatic killed them. They killed them all." His words caused everyone's expression to shift. In particular, the hand holding him tightened as the demon saint's pressure grew even stronger and fell on him. Who killed them? Who killed Darien? He questioned, but the descendant shook his head and gave a surprising answer. I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't see anything. He repeatedly shook his head like a mental patient, and it was apparent that the trip to the demon god's cemetery had affected him severely. Just when the clan head was about to press further and the other demon saints were about to question their own descendants, a person among them could no longer keep calm. Where is Ophis? Where is my daughter? A cold voice cut through the air, and Maven's eyes wandered through the returning participants. His daughter, Ophis, was nowhere to be seen. Did she fail to return? Or, seeing that none of the Ouroboros clan members dared to say anything, Maven's gaze became even colder. Didn't I ask you to protect her? Is this how you're protecting her? You've all returned while her fate is unknown. If that's the case, what's the point of keeping you trash alive? The moment he finished his words, several explosion sounds echoed. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, the Ouroboros clan weapon masters all exploded. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, Maven's gaze drifted towards the weapon masters of the other divine clans. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes shocked everyone. Maven, what are you doing? Do you wish to start a divine clan war? Don't forget, the demon god is about to revive. Do you wish for the world to be destroyed? One of the clan heads couldn't help but threaten him. Unfortunately, his words did not serve to calm down Maven. If anything, they made him even more frantic. What's the point of this world existing if my daughter is dead? He muttered in a low voice before he stared at the clan heads with bloodshot eyes. It's you. It's you. You conspired to kill my daughter. You should all die. You should die. The more he spoke, the more deafening Maven's voice became. By the end, he was practically screaming with fury. Before anyone could understand the significance of his words, he turned towards the Ouroboros clan and stretched his right hand out. Instantly, the whole central area began to shake. A black light shot out of the Ouroboros clan, causing the mortals along its path to evaporate. It was not that the light targeted them, but its mere aura was impossible for them to withstand. As the black light teleported through space, it landed on Maven's outstretched hand. Resonating with the weapon, Maven's aura became even more terrifying. A certain shackle on him seemed to have been shattered. From the original demon saint, he quickly became a demon sovereign. Die, he roared, and, waving the curved blade in his hand, he targeted the dark demon clan's head. His actions were unacceptable. Maven, you're crazy. You dare summon the demon sovereign weapon? One of them couldn't help but scream. Everyone knew what this signified. Things were about to become complicated. Indeed, faced with Maven's attack, the Dark Demon Clan's head had no other choice. Another earthquake occurred in the central area. In the distance, the Dark Demon Clan was devastated. A similar light flew out and teleported in his hands. Another demon sovereign weapon. Holding it in his hands, the Dark Demon Clan's head urged the gauntlets to defend. Sensing the fluctuations of their battle, the other clan heads were terrified. Without any hesitation, they also summoned their respective demon weapons. Auras surged, lights flickered, while earthquakes of several magnitudes assaulted the central area. Unbeknownst to everyone else, a greater devil-level battle was about to take place. After thousands of years of peace, another demon sovereign battle broke out. Maven's sudden attack caught the other clan heads off guard. However, they quickly reacted and summoned their own demon sovereign weapons to defend. In an instant, 9 demon sovereign auras appeared. Clearly, things were not as simple as they seemed. These ordinary clan heads, who appeared to be demon saints on the surface, were actually powerful demon sovereigns. Because of Maven's outburst, they were forced to reveal their real power. Although Maven had gone crazy and became the public target of everyone, he did not stand out alone. Several demon sovereigns took his side and helped him fend off some of his opponents, urging everyone to calm down and put down their weapons. Unfortunately, their efforts did not prove very useful. Not only did the battle not calm down, but instead intensified. Maven waved his curved blade around and tried to open a path amidst the demon sovereigns, as if he had vowed to wipe out the surviving weapon masters. While the demon sovereigns were trying their best to contain him, the priests were not idle. With a wave of their hands, they wrapped their respective clan members with their divine aura and rushed away, opening some distance between them and the battlefield. Although they were all demon saints, they found it difficult to withstand the impact of the fight's aftermath. The bright lights flashing all over the place blinded them, rendering them unable to see what was going on. They all knew that their clan heads were engaged in combat, and the situation was serious, but they could not figure out exactly what was happening. If that was the case for them, the demon saints, then one could only imagine the helplessness that the weapon masters felt. At least, all but one of the weapon masters. Among the group protected by the Dark Demon Clan's priests, a certain girl looked at the battle in the distance with faint curiosity. Unbeknownst to everyone, her gaze followed the rapidly moving figures. TSK. How crazy. Does Maven really dare to fight all the demon sovereigns? The girl, or rather, Liora, couldn't help but shake her head with amusement. Even she had not expected such a result. The moment she entered the demon god's cemetery, she had discarded the identity of Ophis and acted under her real appearance. Thus, when the demiplane opened and was about to force them out, she didn't return to the Ouroboros clan, but rather infiltrated the Dark Demon Clan group. She had originally predicted that Maven would do something, such as blame one of his enemies. However, she had never expected that he would actually target everyone instead. However, this guy's power is astonishing. He can fight against 3 demon sovereigns to a standstill. Although this is related to the fact that these people are unwilling to risk their lives, it's still quite impressive. Coupled with the 2 demon sovereigns who chose to take his side and restrain the remaining 3 clan heads, the fight was not as one-sided as one would expect. Observing their fighting methods, which were all geared toward their respective demon weapons, Liora silently analyzed their combat power and means. They're all very strong. Even though demon weapons are outside forces, an ordinary demon sovereign should be able to fight against a greater devil at the first stage. A more powerful one, like Ophis' father, might be able to compete against someone at the second stage. Even if he is defeated, he has a chance to escape. While Liora was thinking, Maven's curved blade teleported through space and arrived before one of the clan heads besieging him. The latter looked anxious and immediately raised a shield to defend. With a crash, the curved blade bounced off the shield, and Maven retreated. Unfortunately, the demon sovereign was sent flying as a result, and his right arm was cut off. It was only then that the other 2 demon sovereigns stepped forward and stopped Maven from resuming his assault. Seeing this, Liora shook her head once more. The 9 divine clans are all divided. Although they are currently teaming up to restrain him, their alliance is one of interests after all. In fact, these clan heads secretly hope for some of them to die. However, everyone already knew that now was not the right time to do so. The demon god was about to revive, and every dead demon sovereign increased the chances of something going wrong. Therefore, the battle of the 5 clan heads on the side gradually decreased in momentum. In Liora's opinion, it was only a matter of time before these 5 would put away their weapons and try to convince everyone to give up. Seeing this, Liora turned her head back to the other part of the battlefield, staring at Maven, who was rampaging but whose eyes possessed a very clear look. A frown emerged on her face, but it was soon replaced by a smile. You might all want the battle to be over, but how can I let you guys do as you wish? It's better for the situation to be even more chaotic. In fact, it would be best if you all died. After scanning over the dumbfounded demon saints and making sure that they weren't paying attention to her, Liora's right hand secretly moved behind her back. Her consciousness connected to her space ring, and a translucent drop suddenly flew out and landed on it. Then, with a flick of her fingers, it was sent flying towards the battlefield in the sky above. Her power wrapped around the droplet and concealed its presence. It was only when the droplet reached the center of the battlefield that she finally stopped protecting it. Instantly, the droplet exuded a very faint, almost impossible to detect aura. The demon saints did not notice it. However, The clan heads immediately captured its arrival despite being engaged in a fierce battle. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of everyone. They were all confused by this sudden change, but they soon all woke up. This aura, it's the aura of the demon god. It's true. I can sense the power of time. Only the demon god possesses such a power. The many demon sovereigns showed fear, but their eyes also shone with unabashed greed. Sensing the aura and seeing the droplet floating not far away, they appeared to have recognized it. Immediately, several demon sovereigns took action from afar and tried to intercept it. Unfortunately for some, Maven did not pay any heed to the wisp of time. He continued being entangled with the three demon sovereigns, rendering them unable to compete over the treasure. Maven, you've gone too far. Damn it. His actions made the three clan heads furious. If before, they fought against him just to defend themselves and did not wish to suppress him, then their efforts had now increased. After all, a treasure like the wisp of time had appeared. Maven stopping them was akin to robbing them of their treasure. These clan heads were filled with anger, but the rest of them were not. In fact, they really wished to thank Maven for removing some of the competition. With four demon sovereigns unable to compete, the chances of them obtaining the wisp of time had increased significantly. A giant claw, a sharp sword, a hand made of wriggling matter, and other inexplicable attacks rushed towards the wisp of time. They collided in the air and tried to bypass each other, ready to pocket the treasure and run away. 5 demon sovereigns attacking at the same time took a heavy toll on the world itself. Several layers of space cracked and quickly expanded, swallowing the closest demon saints who had let down their guard. The aftermath of their fight had now begun to affect the surroundings too. However, the demon sovereigns did not care. Their powers continued entangling each other, fighting over the ownership of the wisp of time. However, just when one was about to emerge victorious and grab the droplet, this inanimate object suddenly moved. Making a U-turn while in the air, it escaped the grasp of the demon sovereign, dodged the other attacks, and rushed into the distance. "How dare you?" The person couldn't help but shout in fury, but his anger was ultimately meaningless. The droplet ignored his words and shot through the air, gradually approaching the demon god's cemetery. The expressions of the clan heads changed. Their fight paused for a brief moment, and they exchanged a quick glance. Within a split second, they reached an agreement. They no longer targeted each other. Their blows whistled through the air and merged together, all aiming at the fleeing wisp of time. Due to its proximity to the demon god's cemetery, the demiplane was also affected. The entire world shook violently, as if it were about to burst. If it were any other time, the clan heads would have never taken the initiative to attack it, afraid that something would go wrong with the demon god's seal and he would reappear. However, now that the wisp of time had emerged, it meant a lot. Most likely, the demon god had already broken free. If that was the case, what did they have to fear? For what reason would they hold back? With that in mind, even though the demon sovereigns saw the demiplane being affected, they did not suppress their attacks. Instead, their momentum surged even further, causing the space around them to shatter. Now, they were not only targeting the wisp of time, but also the demiplane itself. Considering their extraordinary power, the demon god's cemetery had little power to resist. Cracks appeared all over its surface while its light started to dim at a terrifying rate. The demon sovereigns were ruthless. They were planning to destroy the entire demiplane. And with their full efforts, they were about to succeed. So, just then, though, a faint whisper echoed from within the demiplane. The demon god's cemetery trembled faintly before 3 lights shot out. At the same time, an inexplicable power appeared and smoothed out the impact of the demon sovereign's blows. The space turned back to normal, while the flickering light of the demiplane soon regained its former brilliance. However, almost no one had time to pay attention to this phenomenon. The moment the 3 lights emerged in the main world, their identities were revealed. 3 enormous beings, 2 men and 1 woman, showed up, each possessing an aura that could compete with the people outside. "Ha! We've finally returned. You traitors, are you ready to die? The glory of the divine dynasty is about to reappear." The three beings all spoke loudly one after another, and their deafening words spread throughout the battlefield. The five demon sovereigns were stunned at first and let the wisp of time slip away. However, when they saw the three newcomers, their expressions changed. There was a hint of fear at first, but it was soon replaced by amusement. "It's you. I remember that the other 6 hall masters were found dead. Only you 3 were nowhere to be found. It seems that you survived the war. No, not only did you not die, but you 3 have broken through the demon sovereign realm." As they spoke, the expressions of the clan heads grew solemn. However, they soon regained their composure. "But you overestimate yourselves if you think that you can stop us. So what if you have broken through? Can you compete with us?" Having said this, neither party spoke any further. The 8 demon sovereigns all took action, dividing the chaotic battlefield into 2 parties once again. Unfortunately, there was a huge gap between the 2 this time. The clan head who had spoken earlier was correct. Although the 3 hall masters had indeed broken through, they had only just done so. On the other hand, the clan heads were veteran demon sovereigns. Moreover, there were 5 of them compared to the opponent's 3. As such, the outcome had already been decided the moment the fight began. Only a few seconds later, the 3 hall masters found themselves injured. One of them coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, while another one had half of their body eaten by a monster. Although they quickly recovered, it was only a matter of time before their divine aura would be exhausted. The demon saints in the distance had no idea about what was happening. They only knew that 3 new individuals had appeared, though none of them could understand their identity. Only Liora heard the words of the clan heads and, coupled with her understanding of this world's history, guessed that these 3 were under the command of the demon god. Placing the returning wisp of time back into her space ring, she looked at the demon god's cemetery with some regret. "I thought that the demon god would be forced out. I didn't expect that guy to have secretly trained 3 subordinates. Sure enough, such a person must have grand plans and several trump cards. It's impossible that he has wasted the past thousands of years." Ultimately, it was to be expected. Moreover, in Liora's opinion, the demon god was bound to leave his seal. Didn't you see that his 3 subordinates were being tossed around everywhere, having turned into the demon sovereign's punching bags? Could it be that the demon god was going to watch them die? Thinking of this, Liora decided against taking action. She continued observing from the side, mingling with the rest of the weapon masters with a terrified expression on her face. Her body trembled, and her teeth clattered with fear, causing the nearby weapon masters to look at her with pity. Although they could not recognize her, judging by her young appearance and her intense reaction, this girl must be really innocent. Perhaps this was the first time she had left the clan. Yet now, she was forced to become a witness to an earth-shattering battle. If any powerful being were here to witness the entire sequence of events, though, they would immediately curse at these people. Was Liora an innocent girl who was unintentionally affected? It hadn't been long since she awakened her memories, yet she had already made the strongest people in this world fight each other. Maven engaging in a life-and-death battle was her doing, and the same was true for the battle between the Hall Masters and the clan heads. In fact, this whole battle, involving 12 greater devils, was all the result of her involvement. Maven, have you betrayed the 9 divine clans? Are you going to let the demon god return to this world? One of the people engaged with Maven couldn't help but scream in horror as his blood spilled across the land, crushing the mountains and cities below. The demon sovereign had to admit that he was truly scared. He no longer wished to fight with Maven. This guy was a complete lunatic. If the fight did not stop, at least 2 of the 3 demon sovereigns would have to die in order to take him down. Maven, have you considered that this is all the demon god's plan? What if your daughter died in his hands instead? His plan is to sow discord among us and divide us. Knowing that Maven could not be convinced through logic, one of the demon sovereigns decided to change the subject and try something else. And indeed, their seemingly naive idea actually worked. The attacks of Maven gradually turned less fierce, as his eyes became increasingly cloudy. Indeed. What if Ophis died at the hands of the demon god? Did the demon god kill my daughter? Yes. He must have. He muttered in a low voice as his actions suddenly halted. Raising his head, he revealed a pair of bloodshot eyes beneath his messy dark hair. He stared in the direction of the demon god's cemetery with overwhelming fury. Damn you! It's you! You killed my daughter! Demon god, I'll never rest as long as you're alive, he roared. Ignoring the 3 demon sovereigns, he rushed towards the demiplane. The curved blade in his hand shone brightly, and his aura grew even more powerful as he prepared to strike at the cemetery. The 3 demon sovereigns immediately made way for him, unwilling to mess with him. They couldn't help but wipe the imaginary sweat on their foreheads as they watched him leave. They cursed inwardly. How come Maven had turned completely insane? Watching the situation from afar, Liora immediately noticed his sudden shift in movements. She also accurately captured the clan heads fighting against the Hall Masters, deliberately making way for him, holding the Hall Masters back and indirectly helping Maven. Of course, their purpose was not really pure. They wished to let Maven test the demon god, allowing them to investigate his current state and how much of his strength he had recovered. Fortunately, Maven did not seem to have noticed or cared about their plans. Lost in the death of his own daughter, he had long lost his sanity. Approaching the demon god's cemetery, he let out one final thunderous roar before his divine aura started to burn. The indestructible matter-like substance in his body was quickly consumed, being the price of his strength increasing for a short period of time. Although Liora was far away, she felt threatened when looking at Maven's curved blade. In his current state, he might be able to suppress or even kill a greater devil at the second stage. Liora was not the only one who noticed him. Seeing that his 3 subordinates were being held back and that the frenzied Maven was about to strike at the demiplane, the demon god knew that he could no longer sit still. With a flicker, the light within the dark void disappeared and emerged in the outside world. Compared to not long ago, its golden color had grown even further, though the murky black and crimson red colors had not been completely wiped out just yet. The demon god was disappointed to see this. However, after he let out a regretful sigh, he began to construct his own body. The light shook as divine aura rushed out and quickly took a material form. First, a lifeless head appeared, then a torso, and finally, the 4 limbs were attached to it. The moment the body was formed, the colorful light settled onto it. The body's eyes opened wide. A terrifying aura, faintly surpassing the demon's sovereign stage, spread from him at the center as his outline blurred before vanishing. In the outside world, few people sensed those changes. Though the process sounded complicated, less than a second had gone by in reality. The fight between the clan heads and 3 Hall Masters was still ongoing, while Maven was still getting ready to launch his desperate strike. However, just when his very existence was about to burn, the air suddenly froze. A figure emerged before everyone. With unkempt red hair that fell on his wide shoulders and a tall but lean build, a man appeared at the center of the battlefield. His oppressive aura attracted everyone's attention. The clan heads' attacks paused for a brief moment, while the Hall Masters turned towards the man with a pious gaze. Demon God! Both parties muttered, one in fear and hatred, and the other in a frantic excitement. Yet surprisingly, the clan heads recovered quickly. The 3 demon sovereigns that had besieged Maven earlier and 2 of the remaining 5 stepped forward and surrounded the demon god with Maven serving as their spearhead. The demon god noticed their actions, but he didn't lose his composure. After glancing at the clan heads and observing them, he shook his head lightly and spoke up. Why don't we all stop here? There is indeed bound to be a battle between us, but now is not the right time. Let the 3 Hall Masters go and stop targeting the demon god's cemetery. Otherwise, the consequences will be grave, he stated calmly, as if everything was under his control. It was as if he were not the one being besieged by several beings on the same level, but rather held the absolute advantage. The eyes of the clan heads surrounding him flickered. Although they didn't know exactly what the demon god was talking about, they had formed some guesses regarding his goals over the years. Therefore, they hesitated to make a decision. However, just when it seemed that the battle would fall into a null, there was one among the demon sovereigns who disregarded the situation. Maven ignored the demon god's words and launched an attack. The curved blade he was holding transformed into a giant black serpent, which opened its maw wide and shot in the demon god's direction. Though they cursed at him for his recklessness, Maven's attack made it easier for the clan heads to make a decision. Since they were here, it would indeed be best to deal with this opponent. As for the so-called consequences, this was a matter for the future. Thinking of this, the demon sovereigns, several of whom had previously fought against Maven, now helped him. Their demon weapons shone brightly, with some transforming into living creatures, before they fired at their common enemy. Everything went as Liora expected. Forced by the situation, the demon god had to emerge while his enemies banded together to deal with him. Still, when she witnessed the attacks launched towards the demon god, she was inevitably surprised. The power of 6 demon sovereigns cooperating was terrifying. Even she, standing afar, flinched subconsciously, and the situation of the demon god was bound not to be much better. Liora's eyes narrowed as she focused on the point of the impact. Secretly, her demonic energy boiled, and she prepared herself to deal with the situation, planning to take action if she deemed necessary. Now that things had come to this, she knew that she had to maintain the delicate balance. If the demon god looked ready to die, she was planning to help him. However, she soon discovered that she had no reason to worry. Facing the many demon weapons firing in his direction, the demon god casually raised his hand and slapped out. A crashing sound echoed, followed by a wailing scream. The demon weapons that had transformed into a beast form were forced to regain their true form, and with the rest of them, were sent flying back to their respective owners. I've already said that now is not the time. Why do you have to force me? Why don't we just make peace? The demon god's faint sigh cut through the silence as he remained motionless with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura spread and oppressed everyone, while the previous sight of him suppressing 6 demon sovereigns made him look unfathomable. Coupled with his own history and his great achievements during the ancient war, it looked like everything was truly under his control. However, some people were not fooled. Glancing at the clan heads next to him, who had grown somewhat fearful, Maven seemed to have regained his sanity. Don't be afraid. Did you forget who the demon god is? Considering his arrogant nature, he would never stay here and chat with us. He would have suppressed and even killed us all long ago. If I'm not wrong, he has either not fully recovered from his past injuries, or something is restraining him from using his full power. His words were not baseless, and woke up the other Stun clan heads. Their consciousness swept out and probed further, soon discovering something amiss. The right hand behind the demon god's back had been crushed, and only the trembling bones remained beneath it. Obviously, the demon god was not as relaxed as he appeared to be. Attacked by 6 demon sovereigns, he was at a disadvantage. In fact, even if Maven did not mention it, the clan heads would not have been fooled by the demon god's act. Having reached this point, who among them was truly a coward? At most, Maven's reminder made them recover slightly quicker. The demon god is injured. Kill him, the sword god clan's head shouted, brandishing the long sword in his hand and slashing forward. The other clan heads followed his lead. They quickly worked together to besiege the demon god, launching another barrage of attacks. Surrounded by the demon sovereigns, the demon god had no way to escape. He could only face their attacks head-on, raising his hand once again to block them. Mingling among a bunch of weaklings, Liora's gaze and consciousness followed the battle. She saw the demon god send the demon weapons flying once more at the cost of injuries. Then, seemingly understanding that he could not continue on like this, he suddenly flashed in front of the weakest demon sovereign. Raising his hand, he slapped them on the abdomen, sending them flying through the sky. His divine aura entered his opponent's body and raged inside, wishing to wipe them from within. However, just when the demon god wanted to press further, the other demon sovereigns stepped forward and stopped them. This time, they didn't hold back. They understood that only by working together could they emerge victorious today. Still, with one of them seriously injured, their formation had weakened significantly. Just when Liora was wondering how they would recover from this, the injured clan head made a shocking decision. Their gaze landed on the nearby demon saints and weapon masters, and, ignoring their confused and terrified expressions, he grabbed them from afar. Instantly, 3 demon saints and dozens of weapon masters exploded. They transformed into pure energy and entered the demon sovereign's injured body, speeding up their healing process. In an instant, they regained their full energy. Then, as if nothing had happened, they didn't give any explanation but hurriedly returned to the battlefield. None of the other clan heads batted an eyelid, including those whose clan members had just been devoured. This sudden turn of events shocked the demon saints and weapon masters, who had been acting as onlookers all this time. They had previously been mostly unaffected by the battle, thus having the false perception that they were safe. But now that they witnessed a demon sovereign slaughter them in order to recover, they understood that they had been mistaken. The fact that they had survived so far did not mean that they were safe. If anything, the demon sovereigns, who had previously been protecting them from the aftermath, were actually the biggest threat. Upon realizing this, everyone was horrified. The divine race members, including the powerful demon saints, did not dare to stay here any longer. They scrambled away, taking the opportunity to escape now that the clan heads were busy fighting. Among the fleeing group was Liora. Although she was not scared like the rest of them, she knew very well that there was no real reason to stand out. When one acted weak, they had to play the entire role. Pretending to be terrified like the other weapon masters, she was about to rush away and find a place to hide. However, just before she could leave the battlefield, a familiar voice rang directly within her mind. "Outsider, please wait." The familiar voice of a young man echoed in Liora's mind. Her escaping figure briefly paused as she turned her head and looked towards the battlefield. Or to be more accurate, she stared at the red-haired man who was currently being besieged. Although his current situation was grave and his body was riddled with injuries, seemingly having no time to pay attention to his surroundings, she recognized that he was the source of the voice echoing in her mind. Before her consciousness could extend and reply, the demon god continued on his earlier words. "Outsider, I know that you plan to take advantage of the situation. In fact, the reason I was forced to appear is partly because of you causing trouble. However, you have to understand, once I die, these people are bound to turn their attention to you next. Although your disguise is good, some clues can still be found by the demon sovereigns." Listening to his words, Liora's eyes narrowed. She knew that what the demon god said was the truth. If anything, the situation was even more complicated than the demon god stated. Most likely, there was a person here who had already discovered her hidden identity. Still, she didn't rush to give a positive answer to the demon god. Instead, while continuing to flee in panic, her consciousness fluctuated and she answered back. "Since you know that I'm an outsider, you should understand that I have no reason to confront so many powerful beings for your sake. If you wish to get my help, you should be prepared to pay a certain price." Her words hardly surprised the demon god. Evidence of this was that he answered back only a split second later. 100 wisps of time. Moreover, all the spoils of the battle will belong to you. The demon god shed off his previous disguise. While he was still in the seal, he was bartering over a couple of wisps of time like a greedy businessman. Yet now, he offered 100 without any hesitation. Similarly, Liora didn't make a counteroffer, nor did she try to ask for more. She understood that the demon god would have already offered the highest price possible given his current situation. Thus, after only a brief moment of hesitation, her consciousness fluctuated and she agreed. Upon reaching the agreement, Liora abruptly changed course. Seemingly terrified of a demon saint who happened to be going in the same direction as her, she turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but her fleeing route led her to approach the edge of the battlefield. A few seconds later, when she was only a few kilometers away from the fight, Liora no longer concealed herself. Her body squirmed, and she regained her original appearance before her figure vanished. For beings at their level, the distance of a few kilometers was nothing. Before the demon sovereigns could notice her arrival, Liora had already flashed beside one of them. Her demon weapon, an elegant silver umbrella, materialized in her hand, and with a casual wave, its sharp tip was thrust onto her opponent's forehead. Liora's strength already surpassed that of an ordinary demon sovereign. Coupled with the fact that the opponent was engaged in battle and had never expected that someone would sneak attack him, he was left with no time to react. The umbrella displayed a terrifying piercing ability, blasting through his head and leaving a headless corpse behind. Liora flicked her wrist, lowered the umbrella, and was about to wipe out the rest of the opponent's body. Unfortunately, before she could launch her next attack, a barrage of demon weapons came in her direction. Shaking her head with faint regret, Liora withdrew the umbrella and shook it lightly. A silver veil fell down and draped over her figure before it was subsequently attacked by several demon weapons. Unlike the last time that she was besieged, the sovereign's canopy now violently shook. It showed signs of cracking, like glass that was ready to shatter. Although the veil ultimately absorbed the impact, it caused Liora's movements to pause for a moment. Though that time was brief, it was more than enough for the injured demon sovereign to escape. He looked around and searched for a demon saint to devour, only to find that everyone had already fled away. Cursing inwardly, this clan head made a ruthless decision. Stretching his hand, it grew in size and reached down in the central area, grabbing a populous mortal city. Following the clenching of his fist, the city shattered while everyone in it instantly met their demise. They quickly transformed into pure energy, helping the demon sovereign recover from his injuries. In the blink of an eye, his head reappeared, while his aura grew even mightier than before. It was only then that everyone had the time to take in what had just happened. Who are you? Do you know what the consequences of helping the demon god are? This is the common enemy of all 9 divine clans. No, he is the enemy of the entire world. Are you willing to stand against the whole world for his sake? Besides Maven, the Sword God clan's head was the strongest demon sovereign among the clan heads. Thus, he took the lead in expressing the divine clan's stance and communicated with Liora. Though he could not understand how a demon sovereign had been born without them knowing, he understood that now was not the time to mull over it. His goal at the moment was to neutralize this person. Otherwise, such a variable might mess up the good situation they had finally created. Unfortunately, his piercing words did not scare Liora. She smiled at the Sword God clan's head and asked with some curiosity in her tone. The demon god promised that he would share half the world with me if I sided with him. Can you, the divine clans, offer a better condition? She fiddled with the umbrella and questioned. Though she didn't explicitly state it, her meaning was obvious. I'm merely a mercenary. As long as you're willing to pay a price, I can turn from an enemy into a friend. Her words and innocent expression almost made the Sword God clan's head choke. Could the divine clans really offer something better than half of the world? Let alone the clan heads. Even the demon god grew speechless. He didn't remember having promised her such a thing. Seeing the silence of the Sword God clan's head, Liora shook her head with regret. If that's the case, then we have nothing more to say. Let's fight. We will judge the winner based on the result, she stated and shook her umbrella. A silver glow shot out. It wrapped around the 3 demon sovereigns, pulling them closer to her and away from the original battlefield. Demon god, I can at most help you hold back these 3. The other 3 are left for you to deal with. Don't forget our agreement, she said casually and cast retribution. Instantly, the attacks her demon weapon had negated were returned to their owners. Though the demon sovereigns were not injured, they were forced to stop and had no time to retreat. Seeing this, The demon god was delighted. Despite his grave injuries, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. After this battle is over, the world will be ours. The three clan heads who were enveloped by Liora's aura were forced to stay here. Retribution returned the damage they had previously lashed out, rendering them unable to break free. Before they could recover, a gray blade formed in front of Liora and shot towards one of her opponents. It teleported in front of his head and swung horizontally, only barely missing their head and slicing through their neck instead. Though a golden light flickered and helped the head and the body reattach, the clan head who had been targeted was shocked, not only because of Liora's unexpected involvement in the fight, but also because of the power he sensed raging inside his body. The power was at an extremely high level. It seemed to devour everything along its path, including his physical body, his vitality, and even his divine aura. "What is this?" The demon sovereign couldn't help but exclaim in horror as he urged his divine aura to suppress the impact. Though he succeeded, the consumption was shocking. More than 5% of his divine aura had been depleted in an instant. This amount didn't seem like much. However, it basically meant that Liora only had to injure him 20 times for him to die. For beings of their level, such a situation was terrifying. Be careful. Her divine weapon is weird. Don't let her power reach your body, otherwise you'll be in trouble. The shocked demon sovereign yelled to remind his companions, afraid that they would make the same mistake as him. In fact, his worries were unnecessary. These people had already discovered the clan head's state and witnessed the bizarreness of Liora's blow. Thus, they immediately stared at the silver umbrella hovering above her head with fear and apprehension. Liora faced their gazes calmly. She didn't rush to launch another attack, but merely floated in front of the three clan heads, blocking their path and making them unable to leave. Her agreement with the demon god was not for her to kill these people. As long as she held them back for a while, her part of the deal would be completed. She had no reason to risk her life and push these people to the brink of death. Who knew if they suddenly turned crazy and exploded like Maven? This was also why Liora decided to showcase the power of nothingness from the very beginning. She believed that these people would never dare to act rashly if they knew that she could threaten them. And her guess was proved correct. Feeling that Liora might be weaker than the demon god, but was perhaps even more troublesome, the momentum of the three clan heads receded. Although they brandished their demon weapons and tried to pass through her, their attacks had grown less threatening and more wary. On the other side of the battlefield, the demon god looked at Liora's situation and frowned subconsciously. He had long known that Liora was very strong, and, having obtained a demon's sovereign weapon, her power was bound to increase even further. However, he hadn't expected that Liora would be able to fight against three demon sovereigns with ease. Her combat power might not be any weaker than his. Moreover, is this the full extent of her power? The demon god was quite doubtful, but soon he shook his head. He didn't care how powerful Liora was. In fact, the more powerful she was, the better it was for him. After all, he understood that his future plans did not clash with Liora's. If anything, he was going to need her help in the future. Though many thoughts raced through the demon god's mind, not much time passed in reality. Seeing that there were only three demon sovereigns besieging him, he directly took action. His figure blurred once again and arrived in front of Maven, who was still stunned by the sudden changes. His right hand stretched out and clasped the curved blade he was holding, while his other hand struck at his abdomen. A mouthful of blood flowed out of Maven's mouth. He wanted to retreat, but the demon god pressed him further. He ignored the attacks coming from behind and didn't put up any defense, as if he was planning to exchange his own life for Maven's. The demon god had ample combat experience and was used to being ruthless. He understood that Maven was the strongest on the battlefield besides him and Liora. As long as he was killed, the outcome would be sealed. Even if he had to pay a certain price to achieve this, he was willing. Liora was perhaps the most relaxed person on the entire battlefield. While fending off the attacks of the three clan heads, she even had the time to pay attention to her surroundings. She was not surprised by the demon god's decision. It was fairly obvious that Maven was the biggest threat among these people. However, she had a hunch that the demon god would fail to achieve his purpose. Maven must know my identity. No, he must have guessed my identity the very moment I entered the Ouroboros clan. My disguise was not effective against demon sovereigns before. It was only after the umbrella became a demon sovereign weapon that I was able to better conceal myself and hide my aura. It could be said that my coming to the demon god's cemetery and meeting the demon god was Maven's plan. Does he want me to revive the demon god? If that's the case, what's his source of confidence? Liora's eyes narrowed. Countless thoughts raced through her as she tried to analyze the situation. She attempted to think of ways in which Maven could tilt the scale of balance. The next moment, she suddenly guessed something. Her head turned toward another part of the battlefield, a part that almost everyone had forgotten about. That between the 3 hall masters and clan heads. It was perhaps the most ordinary part of the battlefield, with the 6 demon sovereigns holding each other back without anyone suffering any injuries. However, as if Liora's gaze had become a catalyst for the change, something strange soon occurred. Receiving the attack of one of the clan heads, the female one among the hall masters was sent flying. Her trajectory coincided with her companion's location. No one suspected anything, but these familiar movements couldn't help but make Liora speechless. How similar were this woman's actions to those of Liora's before she sneak-attacked the demon sovereign? Guessing something, her mouth opened, and she was about to remind her allies. However, she ultimately shut her mouth and remained silent. The next moment, the thing she had been waiting for finally happened. Just as the hall master regained her balance, she didn't turn to fight against the clan head, but instead launched an attack at her own companion. A beast that resembled a scaled lizard emerged above her head before it swallowed the hall master's whole. The movements of everyone on the battlefield paused. They stared at the hall master who had betrayed her companion in astonishment, not quite understanding why she had done so. Even the clan heads besieging her seemed oblivious to her purpose. Gadala, how dare you attack another hall master? Have you betrayed the divine dynasty? The last male hall master was also stunned. He immediately opened some distance between himself and the female hall master, fury and fear engraved on his face. He was angered by Carla's sudden betrayal, but above all, he was terrified. The hall master, who had been devoured, was not much weaker than him. If that was the case, didn't this mean that there was a chance that he would have been the unfortunate? For all intents and purposes, he had survived merely by chance. Gadala, you were able to become a demon sovereign only because of the demon god's help. How dare you betray him? The hall master voiced the question that everyone in the battlefield had. They recognized Carla, one of the 9 hall masters of the ancient divine dynasty. As a hall master, her devotion to the divine dynasty was a given. Otherwise, the demon god wouldn't have appointed her to such a position. Most of all, he wouldn't have saved her during the ancient war and helped her reach her current realm. To their dismay, Carla didn't answer the question. She merely shook her head before chuckling eerily. I didn't expect that I would have to show this trump card this soon. Sure enough, you can't account for variables. Even if you plot against them, they are bound to bite back. It took me thousands of years to form my plans, but they were all shattered not long after she arrived. Carla spoke mysteriously as she took a step back and approached the demon god's battlefield. Her aura surged as she grew closer, but this was hardly important. Rather, what shocked everyone on the battlefield was that her aura was resonating with someone. It was Maven. The 2 demon sovereigns' auras entangled in the air, and under everyone's stunned gaze, they began to merge. The gaze of the demon god grew sharp. With his strength and insight, he noticed some clues. What a Maven! What a Carla! It seems that I underestimated the divine clans. You're not as useless as I thought, he muttered. 1 person, 2 bodies, 2 divine weapons. Though he didn't explain any further, some people guessed his meaning. Among them, Liora did not even need his reminder. The moment the female hall master betrayed her companion, she had already seen some clues. By the time her aura surged, she had already predicted what would happen next. Sure enough, The two people did not disappoint her. As their auras integrated, the two began to transform. Carla's body turned into wisps of light and washed over Maven's, not only healing the injuries he had sustained, but also strengthening him further. At the same time, her demon weapon, a lizard-like creature, also merged with the curved blade. The black color of the blade grew even deeper, while countless serpent eyes emerged and covered its entire surface. The transformation did not last for long. Only a split second later, Carla was nowhere to be seen, and only Maven remained standing. His aura had grown stronger than ever before, as if he had broken through a certain shackle and reached a new realm. A colossal beast emerged behind his back. It was a serpent covered in black scales, which was currently doing a circle around itself and biting at its own tail. The outline of a person could be seen inside its stomach, as its owner struggled to break free. Unfortunately, the Hall Master's struggle was meaningless. Their efforts grew weaker and weaker until finally they came to a complete stop. The moment it did, the sky suddenly cracked. Bloody rain fell down and spread throughout the entire continent. The phenomenon looked eerily similar to what had happened inside the demon god cemetery, except that it was now many times more shocking and earth-shattering. Everyone understood what such a phenomenon meant. A demon sovereign had died. The person did not die at the hands of the demon god or besieged by several demon sovereigns, as one would expect, but under the sneak attack of his own companion. The death of the Hall Master might have surprised everyone in the past, but everyone paid little attention. At the moment, their entire attention was on Maven, wariness and fear in their eyes. Maven faced their gazes and understood their thoughts. His eyes wandered through the battlefield, pausing at Liora for a brief moment before he spoke up. "Everyone, let's all work together. The demon god and that unknown woman are still our biggest enemies at present. Haven't you noticed? So far, the demon god has yet to summon his divine weapon. When he does, no one will be able to stop him. I'm afraid that he has already taken half a step towards that realm. Perhaps his title is not a coincidence. He can already be considered a pseudo-demon god." Maven's words jolted everyone awake. Seeing his strength surge and learning of his sinister plans, the other clan heads had originally become wary of him, labeling him as a threat equal to the demon god. It was only after hearing his words that they realized. Indeed, since the battle started, the demon god had only fought using his physical body. He had yet to summon his demon weapon. What did this mean? Various clues were pieced together, and the clan heads arrived at a certain conclusion. Perhaps his demon weapon was currently advancing. Was the ancient war a scheme for you to lay low? To get time for your divine weapon to complete its transformation? No wonder. No wonder you claimed that now was not the right time. No wonder you didn't want to fight against us. What a demon god! What a demon god! A clan head muttered, seemingly astonished by the demon god's careful planning. The situation had reversed several times in such a short time. From Liora's sudden appearance, to Maven's outburst, and to demon god's plans being unveiled. The other clan heads were terrified. They never knew that the situation of this world was so complicated. Though scared, everyone made a quick decision. Maven was right. The demon god was the biggest threat at the moment. Thus, after exchanging a quick glance, only a single person was left to deal with the lone Hall Master, while the other demon sovereigns, entangling them, went to help the rest of them. Instantly, the great situation that the demon god had created was ruined. Besieged by 5 demon sovereigns, one of whom was not much weaker than him, he instantly found himself at a disadvantage. The massive serpent behind Maven opened its mouth and spat out a black mist, devouring everything in its way, including the surrounding divine aura. Feeling his power gradually get weaker and his injuries becoming increasingly severe, the demon god frowned. After taking a deeper look at Liora and seeing her stare back at him, he contemplated for a little bit before making a decision. The next moment, the golden light inside his body flickered. In a faraway place, a sword covered in chains trembled violently within a silent, dark void. It was unable to break free of its shackles at first, but seemingly having received a large amount of power, a thunderous clang rang, and the chain shattered. The sword shook, causing the space to fluctuate as a large hole opened in front of it. Then, sensing the call of its master, the demon weapon drilled into the hole and vanished. With its disappearance, no signs of life remained in the dark void. After thousands of years, the seal imprisoning the sword was finally broken. No one could know what happened inside the space that Liora had glimpsed during her descent to this world. The only thing that everyone on the battlefield could see was that the space above the demon god shattered, and a sword fell right into his right hand. The demon god showed a nostalgic look. His fingers brushed against the sword's surface, showing intimacy as well as hesitation. But soon, that hesitation was wiped out. His expression grew cold. He stared at Maven and then the rest of the demon sovereigns, with boundless murderous intent emanating off his body. "You forced me to do this. Why? Why do you have to force me?" He muttered a few words that few people could understand before he waved his demon weapon and slashed at them. Though the demon god's aura had remained the same, everyone, including Maven, felt a huge sense of threat. They had a hunch that if they were to face his attack, they would surely die. "Cooperate with me. Defend together," Maven yelled, and the clan heads instinctively did as told. Their divine aura surged, and their demon weapons displayed their supreme power, working with the Black Serpent to form a wall of defense. The wall succeeded in withstanding the impact at first, but before anyone could be happy, a wailing sound echoed. The demon weapons trembled, and cracks appeared on their surfaces. Blood poured out of the clan heads' mouths, affected by their weapon's state. The demon god did not care. His aura became even more ordinary as he waved his sword once again, launching another attack. Although Liora was not the target, her Void Whisper was activated and warned her of danger. Unlike the demon sovereigns, who could not understand why this had happened, Liora could see two large threads growing out of the void and piercing through the demon god's body, pulsating eerily and supplying him with strength. Though that power was not his own, it was enough to make him equivalent to a peak greater devil. No, as more power poured into his body, the demon god became even stronger. Before long, he could barely contend against an archdevil. Leora's eyes narrowed as she focused on the two pulsating threads. Her mind raced, and she soon recognized their aura. The two higher-level worlds surrounding this one. Has the demon god been corrupted by their power? Is this why he didn't summon his demon weapon before? No wonder he was so desperate to obtain the power of nothingness. Does he want to use it to get rid of their influence? Leora's mind quickly pieced together all the clues, and she gained a rough understanding of the situation. If her guess was true, then the following events were bound to be dangerous. A sane demon god might not be willing to be her enemy, but a corrupted demon god would surely try to get rid of her. At this point, the smartest decision was for Liora to leave this place and return to the demon world. However, she didn't. "I haven't found Alpha yet. Although I've regained my power, my connection is still extremely weak. It's as if she is no longer in this world." Liora frowned, unwilling to give up on Alpha unless it was truly necessary. Moreover, this might be an opportunity, Liora thought, and she raised her head to look towards the sky. She sensed that two powerful auras had locked onto this place and were trying to descend onto this world. It was the two higher-level worlds. Using the corrupted demon god as the coordinate, they were about to arrive and fight in this place. Sensing the warnings of Void Whisper become more and more obvious, Liora understood that it wouldn't take long. Her eyes flickered. A contemplative look flashed across her face, and many emotions alternated before they finally settled into one of madness. The crimson color in her eyes became deeper. "Just take a gamble. Even if it fails, I will at most be severely injured and fall into slumber. Even if I were to die, there is still a chance for me to revive hundreds or thousands of years later," Liora whispered inwardly, and she was no longer as hesitant. Ignoring the battlefield around her, she suddenly moved and rushed into the distance. No one had time to pay attention to her, and thus no one stopped her movements. Before long, Liora had arrived at the demon god's cemetery. Although the battle had been going on for a while, and even a demon sovereign had perished, the demiplane had not suffered any damage throughout this time. Liora could sense the sweet world origin lying inside, as well as the boundless life force of the demons. Her mind moved. The ability she had gained by completing the third level of the World Devourer method was activated. Instantly, her body grew bigger. Her skin cracked, her bones shattered, and blood seeped out as her body found it difficult to accommodate her increased size. Fortunately, indestructible matter quickly poured out and prevented her from exploding. Her transformation was almost instantaneous. 1 second, she was in her original form, and the next moment, she had grown into a more than 100-meter giant. Liora did not have the time to admire her condition, though. Sensing the battlefield behind her grow more intense and the power of the 2 higher-level worlds arriving, she took action. Her right hand drilled through several space layers and arrived before the demiplane, before enlarging even further. Or rather, it was the continent below that had become smaller. In the eyes of the demons within the cemetery, a massive hand suddenly appeared in the sky and reached down. 5 fingers clasped around the continent before they pulled it away. Feeling the weight of the continent in her hand and knowing that her indestructible matter would soon run out, Liora understood that she did not have much time. After taking a last look at the tiny demons and evil spirits below, she tossed the continent into her mouth as if it were a snack. Devour was activated. The continent dissolved and transformed into a boundless source of energy that poured into Liora's body. Half of it turned into world origin, while the other half transformed into indestructible matter. Instantly, her manifestation manipulated the latter. It controlled the indestructible matter to wash over her body, slowly integrating with it. At the same time, the World Devourer method began to operate on its own. Liora's connection with the land of nothingness became even more intimate. Before long, her bloodline started to boil on its own. Liora found that she could no longer suppress her own advancement. Without her support, the size of Liora's body soon turned back to normal. The injury she had suffered quickly recovered, burning through her indestructible matter as a consumable. However, Liora did not care about the consumption. The moment she devoured the demon god's cemetery, the demons transformed into indestructible matter with the help of her manifestation. It began to integrate with her body bit by bit, faster than ever before. 50%, 60%, 90%. In the blink of an eye, Liora's entire body was glowing with a golden light. As it subsided, her skin shimmered with an eerie glow while her bones glistened. By devouring the demiplane, the integration between her physical body and the indestructible matter had been completed. Now, both her soul and body were covered in this substance, making her practically indestructible and immortal. Most importantly, it signified something else. Before even advancing to a greater devil, Liora had already completed the first 2 stages. As long as she advanced, she would directly reach the 3rd substage of the greater devil stage. And that time was bound not to be far away. Similar to the demons residing within the demiplane, the evil spirits and the ruins also burst once they entered her body. They transformed into world origin and flowed naturally under the World Devourer method's control, strengthening her at an astonishing rate. Liora was no longer able to suppress her own advancement. As her connection with the land of nothingness grew closer, her bloodline began to boil on its own. Like a sea that had grown out of control, tsunami waves started to rage inside her body. A faint clicking sound echoed. The invisible weight on Liora's shoulders vanished. The world paused. The movements of the demon sovereigns fighting outside abruptly halted, while even the descent of the 2 higher worlds slowed down. Standing amidst this silent and motionless world, Liora had the illusion that she had turned into the center of the universe. No, it was not merely her illusion. As her strength improved, the projection of a land of nothingness appeared above her head, and Liora entered a peculiar state. Her eyes gained the ability to pass through the film of the world and stared outside, straight into the origin sea. Countless lights flickered there. Some were close, while others were far away, each representing a different world. The lights stood silently, eternally unmoving, as if they were the centerpieces of the multiverse. That was, until Liora's advancement to a greater devil. Under her piercing gaze, the world scattered throughout the origin sea trembled. White mist flowed out of them and rushed in her direction. The mist was able to ignore distance. Within an instant, it had arrived beside Liora and merged into her body. Liora felt herself becoming comfortable, as if she had returned to the time in the River of Oblivion. The rate at which her strength grew increased even further, as if every world in the origin sea was helping her advance. Of course, Liora knew that this was not really true. Rather than say that the worlds were helping her, it would be more accurate to say that she was the one plundering the world's essence. She didn't care. Her attention shifted inward, and she surveyed her current state, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. Her advancement was not complicated. She had long reached the peak of the true devil stage, and her combat power was far beyond that stage. Thus, unlike many true devils who faced issues upon their advancement, she faced none. Just like the previous advancements, becoming a greater devil was not only an improvement in strength, but also a test. During this process, the strength of the devil's physical body, the quality of their demonic energy, and the power of their own would be tested. Liora quickly passed through those tests. Her body was integrated with indestructible matter and had become practically indestructible, while her demonic energy was extremely pure, having undergone several transformations. Similarly, her experiences had made her will as solid as a rock. No matter how much pain she was in or how many illusions appeared in her eyes, they had no effect on her mind. Liora did not know how much time had passed. It could have been seconds, minutes, or even months. Yet, suddenly, a deafening crashing sound came from within her body. The lights of the worlds surrounding her retreated. The projection of the land of nothingness vanished. The several energies raging inside her body were quickly stabilized. Before long, Liora opened her eyes once again. She stood up and flexed her muscles, feeling the boundless power lurking within. However, the improvement of strength was hardly the most important thing. Liora was happy to find that she had undergone a bigger, more fundamental change, as if her very essence had transformed. She had taken another leap in her life level. Similar to how a caterpillar turned into a butterfly and its viewpoint changed, the way Liora looked at the world had also shifted. Unfortunately, Liora had no time to admire the results of her advancement. The moment she was about to familiarize herself with her state, the threat, which her intuition had been warning her about all this time, finally arrived. Liora's eyes turned cloudy, and a confused expression flashed across her face. Without her permission, she was forced to enter her soul space, the space where her soul resided. Instantly, the translucent Liora within that dark space opened her eyes. This was her soul. Compared to before, Liora could see that it had become many times more agile, and it was far easier to control. As long as she was willing to pay a certain price, her soul could exist in the outside world for some time. Perhaps I can now even try to take over other people's bodies. Liora thought for a brief second, but she soon shook her head and pushed that matter aside. This didn't matter at the moment. Raising her head, she stared silently above her. Liora had investigated this void many times in the past, but she had never found anything else besides her soul. However, as Liora now investigated, she discovered a giant gate hovering in the space above her head. True Spirit Gate. This term emerged in her mind, and she knew that this gate was directly related to her advancement to an archdevil. As long as she pushed the closed gate open, her true spirit would break free, and she would instantly transform into an archdevil. Liora was hardly excited to face this gate, though. Not because she didn't want to advance further, but because she sensed something amiss. The true Spirit Gate differed in appearance from person to person. To some, it looked like an ordinary stone gate, while to others, it was the entrance of a magnificent palace. For Liora, her true spirit gate was an enormous crimson gate that stretched infinitely, seemingly leading to heaven. However, there was something covering this colossal gate at the moment. Gray in color and looking much like a miasma, it was attached to the gate and slowly spread, covering more and more of its surface. It looked similar to a parasite. Although she had never seen such a thing before, Liora instinctively knew that she would be in trouble if the gray miasma were to completely cover the true spirit gate. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do to expel this parasite. No, not only could she not expel the miasma, but she also had to be careful. The moment her eyes landed on the parasite, the opponent seemed to detect her gaze. Instantly, gray substances dripped down and tried to engulf her like gray ink, while a humanoid face appeared on the door. The face chuckled eerily, and its two crimson eyes stared at Liora with greed and expectation.